Here I am. So I ended it on Crypto Alchemist, and then I've restarted it as part 2 on Crypto Alchemist. Oh, is it live? It says it's live. Very good. So it is live.
I think so.
Yes, we are. Very good. In part 2, we are actually going to go out into the garden and cover electroculture here. And Frankie, what are your thoughts? And have you been doing anything with electroculture yourself, or with the monatomic colloidal waters and agriculture? Are you doing any agriculture? Do you grow any of your food at all?
Both. I'm not very good at gardening. I'm kind of excited about it. So I got 3 different jars with sprouts. One of them has got the coiled copper in it. The other one is under a pyramidal shape, and then the other one is just a control. The pyramid, the one under the pyramid sprouted 9 days before the other one, and was almost 3 inches tall. I actually have a video, but I can show it later. It's pretty profound, actually. Now, it could be that the light's reflecting up, yeah. And I'm also making some silver water right now, too. I was thinking the same thing as you about the moon. I'm not very good at it. And I don't know if it's sea level, but I can only put 1.5 volts in before it fries the cathode. Or just like burns the surface. But it does work with just 1D battery.
Yeah, I recommend that, actually. That's a good way to start, is the 1D.
Yeah, I wonder if it matters that you're up at where it's cold or way above the sea level.
Right, quite possibly. I think you're on something with that. And
yeah, I got a quick
freezing's different, all sorts of different pressures. So of course the differential has to be different too.
Right. Yeah, you're way ahead of me on this. It's fun though, and it's weird. It has the weird light reactions, like the almost like it's got its own light source, because I have it in a dark closet thing in the back. Let me ask you this, Bernie. So this thing is basically, it's copper inside of a copper thing, and these are magnets inside of a donut. So this thing.
Show that again. So please explain in detail what you've got up there. Great, okay. Sarah.
Okay.
A couple of coppers within donuts.
Yeah. So inside of one of these are magnets aiming at each other, opposing. These are on wires, separate. This is also magnets. So this is a magno-hydrodynamic drive. This should spin the water with some current, like I think just DC, into a tornado. It's sort of like it was kind of like what the dude was talking about, I think. And the question is, when I do this, it's going to create hydrogen and oxygen gas? And is it going to create monoatomics too, if it's spinning like a tornado? Because I think it's going to. I kind of want to try this live, but I don't have the jug for it yet. What are your thoughts
yes,
on that?
I believe 100% it will create the monoatomics. That's part of the wind hex technology and design of Bob Greenier and Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project there. And Cosmic Dave has been experimenting getting some over unity, what I suspect is over unity, in that out of the vortex he's putting the cold water mist in and getting hot water, like steam out, sort of thing, or something like that, charged ionized with the monatomic metals combined.
So I have one of these dudes. You know, it's like basically a stun gun.
Yeah.
Should I? This is 8,000 volts about, I think, or between 4 and 8. Should I try that too? I don't know. I mean, it couldn't hurt much, but I would like to see what it does. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Right, records as a control and then as like an alteration, and each experiment.
Yeah, the magnets are supposed to make it way gnarlier.
Oh, 100%, especially rotating magnets and magnetic fields. When you start rotating at thousands of RPM, both monatomics and magnetic fields, that is the key to free energy and over unity fields, especially when you have other coil triple solenoids, essentially solenoids around that center spinning magnetic core.
I was thinking about going to 40 volts or something, just, you know. Also, I don't know what the guys are going to think about this. Maybe it's stupid.
And happy birthday to Frankie. Frankie's birthday is July 16th. Mine's the 17th, right? Look at that.
Yeah, pretty cool. Bunch of Cancerians here. So this is my version of this is a rodent coil made of hose. Inside of it is that, it's got silver and gold colloidal water inside of it. So is the field like Dan Winter was saying, the field of these monoatomics are so big. The dude from the plasma channel, once again, he basically took a water hose and replaced it with the top of a Tesla coil. He got rid of the toroid and put a water hose, and it works 8 feet away. So what will this do? I don't have a proper power supply to do this yet, and I would like somebody's advice on which one to get, because I can't find one that gets above 40 volts that gives me control of the frequency, you know. But I wonder, is this going to make a difference? Will it have no resistance compared to copper? It's just a single wrap.
I believe it will. It's definitely worth testing and setting up. I love the idea.
Yeah, why not, right? I don't know how you could test it, except for just, you know, will it spin a magnet on less power or more? I don't know. I'd sure like to hear people's thoughts on it, especially Gerald too, of course, especially everybody. But I think he already been thinking about this, pretty sure.
Right. I should actually everybody the email of the link to join at this point instead of just posting it in the live chat a couple times, as I just restarted the stream on Crypto Alchemist. What shall we start it off with? Let's start it out with shout out to Lucius Aurelius, Darren Kuyu, the underground city of Turkey. Video out on his channel just came out in the last few hours. Let's take a little look-see at Darren Kuyu while I send the emails for the team to get the panel going.
Okie
Oh, do you got something you want to share? Or?
Oh, I could really quick. This is a theory.
Of course.
Let's see here. I'm not gonna play this. I'm just gonna show you. Actually, you can't even play it. Okay. Okay. How come it's not sharing? Hang on. Sorry. Here we go.
Sorry, I accidentally clicked on it. You're gonna have to
okay.
Again, I won't touch it.
I don't think this is a light bulb. I think this is a bottle filled with monoatomics, and the Lotus is probably some sort of vortex coil. And there's your plasma snake, and this blue force field you talk about coming out when you spin this stuff. This doesn't seem like proper use of a light bulb to me, and these dudes are touching their head with it, which is gonna be hot. I think this is some sort of wormhole device, maybe, or a force field thing. It looks like a snake inside. You know, you and Gerald were talking about that. The plasma snake coming out, and he was talking about the tribes making the cloud that goes up and straight up out of the plasma. And it reminded me that the Jews were, during the Exodus, they were following a tornado cloud that looked like fire in a tornado at night. Kind of the same thing. Seems really similar to me.
Yeah, and that it could be always like the arc I see coming out of it, and plasma potentially. Have you seen the reconstructions of the people that have put? I forget. I think maybe it's argon gas, and then the gold. I think it's like a solid gold swerving snake replicating the center of the dendrolite, hooked it up to a couple of Baghdad batteries, and got it powering a bright UV purple blue glow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we
Pretty cool. Makes me wonder. It seems significant that they're putting their head against it, as if they're wanting to, like it's a plasma cloud. They're just wanting to stick
Yeah,
their head
it could be healing. Quite possibly could be healing. The UV plasma tubes, I know, kill like all like bacteria, virus, stuff like that, and then like the HHO, blue flames. None of this is health advice, and I don't actually know this for sure. Never tested it. Not a doctor, but I've seen many examples, supposedly on of people that have shown these devices that seem to cure miraculously when exposed to the blue purple UV hydrogen plasma arc and flame technologies and fields.
Yeah, don't try this unless the dude is
Never
doing it.
try this at home.
Yeah, he's got to be at least twice as tall as you. Like this is a giant compared
right?
to the
That was another thing I like. I'm glad you pointed that out because I wanted to say it, but instead you brought it up, and that is excellent that you do. And look at this. Actually, is that a cord that is connected to like some sort of controller that guy that's kneeling is the regular human, and then like the
pretty
giant
much
being
has
like.
to be. So this
But
is a
underneath
rotary
them
coil.
both
I bet
too
you,
is
and it's
going
spinning
to
a
the
magnetic ball.
batteries.
That's
Like
also
there's
why
the
they're tilted
batteries
that way.
behind, but I'm saying like there's also a controller in the
Yep.
guy's hand. It looks like.
Yes. Trippy, right?
Very trippy.
And Malta is right around the corner from there. Shout out.
Oh, exactly. There's legends as well that the underground caves of and tunnels of Malta actually connect under the or the Mediterranean Sea directly to Giza pyramid tunnels themselves. So that is actually a modern day conspiracy of ancient legends and possibilities. And yeah, fascinating stuff. Glad you made and connected that sync and that dot right there.
Tumble off, right?
Exactly. Oh, see, I don't. Maybe we'll play it at the very end. I've got a bonus of video that I don't know if it will copyright strike, but so we'll play it at the very end. But it's like 40 different well documented story places of access to the underground tunnels around the world, and then different people's experiences with such locations.
Yeah, 1,800 feet down, he says. And I wonder how deep the Mediterranean is.
Good question. Are you able to pull up Google Earth by chance?
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent.
In fact, I already have it up. Or no, I don't. I did a little bit ago.
So what I would like to do right now is if you could find this spot right here. Shout out to Jim Dillinger channel, and Jim made this video last week, and we went over it the other night. But this being off in New Jersey, I believe, on Long Island, and there's these petroglyphs here, and what essentially he's suspecting in the argument is that if this is old and ancient harbors and landscape just being like newly maybe uncovered and brushed away by the hurricanes or some shit, flooding, something like that, and that all of this what would be claimed as new marina and stuff was actually old, or is it new and they
had lag on my side, BurnEye, with the audio. It should buffer itself out soon.
Okay. Close up of these geoglyph petroglyphs, you can see like a seahorse, a stork, another like seabird or turtle, like a shark, and then these different symbols and stuff.
Frozen up, or I am. Let's see here.
Oh,
just give this a second.
I can hear you fully. Can you hear me fully? It might be because of your Google Earth. Oh, it looks like we lost Frankie there for a second. Oh, we're down to Frankie. Hey, Jim Dillinger, shout out, brother, in the chat watching right now. That's a synchronicity. So while we wait to get Frankie back, and while we have Jim in the live chat, everybody needs to go to watch on the bottom here these specific coordinates, enter them in to your Google Earth, and those. Oh, Highlander! There can only be one. No, there can be many of us exploring this. But there can be only one that gets the drone out here first. Oops, need to mute myself. Sorry. I do have to pause momentarily. Sorry to interrupt your excellent episode once again, Jim, but give credence where credence is due. And it is true that Tartarian Truth, Shem Jacobs, 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe even a month or two now, I don't know how fast time flies, but it was definitely on Tartarian Truth Instagram. You did like a 2-minute or 5-minute, maybe even 15 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes, you did a video showing 3 or 4 dendrolite examples around Egypt or glyphs or whatever, portraying them as the lights. I believe we're gonna have to pull that one up. I will send you the link, Shem, if you want to join in and share it. That would be good as well. And hold on here, Mr. Frankie. We're just gonna, while we have Jim in the chat, or yeah, can you pull up? Do you see this location here in the bottom right corner? And can you pull up this spot on the Google Earth that you have in the 39, 43, and 44, and 74, 07, 49 west? These two lists.
Bernie, can you give me that again? I lost connection for a second there.
Right. Oops. So I do have sound. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so it is. We need a 39 degrees, 43 feet, 52 inches, symbol N, 74 degrees, 07 foot, 35-inch west. If that is correct, or if that makes sense. How am I supposed to read it? Like in minutes and stuff? I honestly took geology and geography and passed. Yet I can't remember. You're in Malta right now. Did you need those numbers one more time? You're muted, Frankie.
I think it's messing up. I can do this on the side. What is the
Okay, sorry about that. So the number is 39 degrees, 44, 1 dash, 0, 7, 2 dashes north, and then 74 degrees, 10, 1 dash, 50, 2 dashes west.
Give me a sec here.
It's off the coast of New Jersey, I do believe.
Okay.
All the internets. I don't think they want this one getting out. Like it. Oh, it was playing the wrong one. I was sharing the wrong tab, wasn't I? There we go. Now it's playing.
My audio seems to go down, or yours does, whenever I pull up Google Earth. But I'm gonna have it preset in just a sec.
So you can see at the very bottom there, it's written in the right corner finally, instead of me trying to read it off to you. Yeah, right. They clearly don't want this one getting out there. And shout out Jim Dillinger in the chat. Oh, we got two Frankies. We got New West Reset also in the chat today. And anybody wants to join in, we are doing a panel now, so feel free to use the link and come on in. We can have two Frankies on at once, even.
The more the merrier, even better.
Exactly. Right? Google Earth just eats up the bandwidth. There you go. You got her. Come on.
Okay. 74 here. And 39, so it should be right here.
Yes, sir. It should be behind the big Bay Island or Long Island there, in between the two. Yeah, between the the breakwater that is actually called Long Island, I believe, which looks like one macro scaled terraformed breakwater island that was intelligently built at some point. But between that
right
and
here.
then the lagoons in between.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you got it. And then just zoom into. Yes, sir. Marcel Ploger, welcome, good sir. To everybody in the EU joining in from Europe, prayers are with you, especially if you're in France. Do not fall for Albert Pike's morals and dogmas, World War III, by turning the Islam and Hebrew and Christians against one another to bring in a Luciferian reign. We got a Frankie and we got a Frankie. My other fellow Frankie fingers, Tartarian, Calgarian, Targaryen, and the Tower Frankie. I'm not sure, have you two met before, but if not,
hey, how are you guys doing?
Frankie squared.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Frankie. How you doing?
Good, man.
Good. I feel like a guy feels like he's talking to himself.
I know, right?
Which wouldn't be the first time. Let's face it.
No, he's good at it. I'm terrible.
How you doing, Bernie?
So
good, brother. Good. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. Yeah, just kind of chilling today. Got the day off, so.
Perfect. Right? Yeah, I guess it's just Canadian holiday, statutory holiday. Is it a holiday in America too, or is it just tomorrow? Is it a regular work day in America today? They're like, screw you, Canada, with your holiday. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think they probably have Saturday, yesterday, today, and then probably tomorrow. They probably would try to make it a 4-day weekend. I mean, that's what I would do. Why not, right?
Right. Well, France, they're trying to make it like if they celebrated for Canada and for the U.S., it'll be 10 days of fireworks and fire. Just...
Yeah, because officially yesterday was Canada Day, but because it fell on a Sunday, today's the holiday, I guess, is how it works.
That is correct. That weird, strange government bureaucracy. Frank Tao, good sir, were you able to get to that specific one, or are we seeing it?
Yep. Yep, I have it here. I'm adding it to the screen, but every time I do, it seems to pull up the BurnEye picture instead.
Well, yeah, that's just while it loads. You just gotta let it.
Oh, okay.
Load while it does that, and it's just because it's eating up a whole lot of bandwidth.
I could kill the other windows. I have like 4 or 5 open on the other screen. Let me do that. It might help.
Oh yeah, no, we're good. We're good. There you go. We got it.
Oh yeah. So this appears to be right about here, right? There's a lighthouse.
I believe so. Let's just zoom in and take a look, see at all the sandbanks, maybe up to the right as well.
39.
Like, undeniable that this is all man-made.
46. 3944 is right about here. So, and then 74 is right.
So 3944 and 7410. Bring it back.
Wait. Away.
I would tend to agree, by the way, Bernie, what you said about the terraformed coastline or man-made or man-manipulated coastline. I mean, it's no matter how close or how far you pull back from it, it definitely looks to be too straight, or even if it is slightly curved,
You got it.
It looks too uniform.
Frankie, yeah, you got it. No, zoom back in, Frankie.
Bernie?
Stay where you were. It's in the bottom corner, right or left corner of where you just were. You were bang on, brother. And New West Reset, I fully agree.
Oh, I was okay.
With that, and that the only question is what was remnants and the foundation that was like found and then like either built upon and reclaimed as new, or that's been like trying to be covered up and destroyed to hide this history.
Well, we all pretty much know or suspect anyways that the sea levels at one time were a lot lower. I mean, that's even mainstream science pretty much agrees on that. If you go back to, the quote unquote ice age, when a lot of the liquid water was in the form of frozen ice caps. So if you've got a lower sea level, perhaps, and we've seen it from multiple sources, other findings, sunken cities or remnants of sunken cities and pyramids all across the realm underwater, right, off of shorelines. So perhaps this was some kind of wall or structure or embankment that was submerged, but then it was found. So that's what they used as their, I guess, their sort of baseline to build up with. I don't know. It appears to me to be sand. Most of these are like sand bars.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe dredging and scooping up the sand and placing it on top of whatever was submerged.
Just like modern day island building and terraforming, like the Saudis are doing and like the Chinese are doing in the South China Sea. But it's the fact, though, that it's like they're these starfort bastion ones that seem to be man-made islands, supposedly made either by the Spanish, the British, or the French or Dutch, depending on what colonization area they give credit to over here, where we're seeing on a lot of the most oldest maps now coming out that contain them with different names, or the similar names, just different spellings, existing a lot older. And yeah, so Frankie Tao in the, so for tiles up from the bottom 4 tiles to the from the far left. If you zoom into that area, I believe you will
Here.
get them. To
Here.
the right a bit. Up. Don't move. Don't. Okay. Wetlands view, where it says wetlands view, and then up there a little bit.
Oh yeah, where that blue, the little blue icon is, it says wetlands view. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I don't see that.
Well, the other thing too is even in modern times, Bernie was mentioning, you know, Saudi Arabia or some of the United Arab Emirates
7410.
Building out more land offshore. Japan did the same thing for an airport. And even here in Canada, they did that when they had Expo 67. They actually built an island. Supposedly, we're told that when they were putting the subway system in Montreal, or sorry, expanding the already existing subway system, in modern times, they dug out to newer tunnels to expand the Montreal subway called the Metro. That all the earth that they dug out from underneath to expand the subway system, they used to build the island in the St. Lawrence, which eventually became the grounds for the Expo 67. Now, whether that island was already there and they just expanded upon it, I don't know. And I think some of the old world tech involved old underground subways or rail systems or transportation systems of some kind, so what we today call subways. And maybe that was rediscovered and they put it back into use. And then in the 50s and 60s, dug out new tunnels to expand on the already existing sort of refound and reclaimed old world underground rail system.
Frankie, are you in the East Coast?
Sorry, come again?
Are you in the Toronto area, East Coast?
No, I'm originally from Montreal, but now I'm in Calgary. I live in the same city as Bernie. Bernie and I are neighbors. We live about, I don't know, 20 minutes from each other.
That's awesome.
He's my Calgarian, Tartarian brother.
Exactly. And we went and even met up, explored the Heart Mansion together, and I still got to do an episode of Cryptids as the Crypto Alchemist from this epic book Frankie gave me.
Oh yeah, have you been digging through that?
I have indeed, good sir.
It's pretty cool. I mean, there's the standard stuff like Sasquatch and Loch Ness Monster and that, but then there's also weird, obscure stuff that I had never heard of in that book. I thought it was pretty interesting when I saw it, so I grabbed it.
I don't care what anybody says. I know what I experienced. It was a petrodactyl, pterodactyl, thunderbird, something or other, the fuck giant dragon in Drumheller Badlands at 3:30 in the morning that flew over. I actually shone my laser pointer at it that I just had on me, and it gets creeps every time. Because when you pray, you know, you get like there's that instinct. Your hair stands up and you shiver, and say you remember it every time because your hair stands up and you shiver. And point being, I know what I saw, and I swear to God, I saw something giant flying, hunting me in the Badlands of Drumheller that is world famous for Royal Tyrrell Dinosaur Museum, aka dragons, and I swear it's filled with pyramids in the city. So we got to go there as well, Frankie.
I've been to Drumheller
right?
many times since I was a kid. I was about 10 years old when we moved to Calgary
Me
from
too.
Montreal. So I've been there probably a dozen times, just family trips or road trips with buddies later on. Also, when family would come out to visit, we would take them to, Banff, Drumheller, the usual sort of touristy spots that have a lot more interest than just being a tourist trap type destination. And I've always really dug the Badlands. You're right, Bernie. There's weird stuff all through that entire swath of what we call the Badlands in Alberta, from just north of Drumheller going all the way down into where you were recently in the Medicine Hat, Dinosaur Park, Head Smashed In, Buffalo Jump area. I think that was an earlier reset here in North America, in our area here in Alberta, where something happened that just cooked everything, whether it was some kind of dam, some kind of plasma ray, plasma blast,
probably, right?
some kind of solar blast, some kind of weirdo weapon that we're not aware of from the past, like maybe one of those Archimedes, what are those things called? It's where they built like a giant, basically laser using mirrors and the sun.
Yeah.
Something like that, maybe. Like, who knows, right? But I think it was a long time ago. And then since then, we've had a couple of other resets more recently here in Alberta. Maybe around the mid 1700s, we had a mud flood. That's kind of when I think our mud flood was around here, was just prior to the 1803 Lewis and Clark and David Thompson trips out west here from the eastern parts of Canada and the US. I think they were sent out to check things out, see if things had settled down and what could be salvaged, what could be dug out and repurposed, reused, and what would have to basically be covered up and, destroyed or buried, and what they could sort of build a narrative around. Like, oh, this building's too big for us to knock down, so we'll fix it up and we'll say it's an old church, or we'll say it's an old orphanage or insane asylum or whatever, right?
Maybe they got to keep the giants underground, I believe the bird, Bernie. What we do know is we cannot trust academia now. It's pretty much, they've been exposed basically as, they can't break their own paradigm.
Hey, we got a Tartarian Truth. What up, champ?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Shem, how you doing?
Not too bad, man. How about you?
Good. Nice to meet you, sir.
Yeah, you too. Heard you guys talking about some crazy stuff, the pterodactyl or whatever, and then I was like, I gotta hop on. But I just
like, you go to that Drumheller Museum.
Pterodactyl shit.
That, to me, that's my nightmare, Bernie, is like, let's just say that you accept the mainstream narrative, dinosaurs, right? Tyrannosaurus Rex, Brontosaurus, whatever, right? That would be scary enough for a human being of, let's say, average, 6 feet tall, and there's a 40 or 50 or 60-foot giant, angry, pissed off lizard chasing you. That would be scary enough. But when that bugger can fly also, that just multiplies the terror by 10 in my mind. Like, nothing would be scarier than some kind of giant lizard that can fly, swooping down to kill you. Now, whether it's lizard-like or whether it's a giant thunderbird, we don't know.
That part I
by
could
what they
see
try to tell us, right?
It literally blocked out the light from a full moon and like made it dark temporarily. And like when I got like pegged it with the laser, it was like at least 600 feet, maybe like up to 2,000 feet up, but like high up there, and like able to block out that moon and like the shadow, and like it just like dove as soon as I got the laser like on it, and like was able to like start like making depth perception range like accurately looking at it. And right now, once again, I just got the freaking shivers up my spine every time I think about it, because it's like when you are freaking prey, you are prey, and to like duck and cover, and that like make of it whatever the hell you want. You can ask my girlfriend Amber, because she was in the house, so we were staying at my friend's house. You can also talk to my friend Warren and ask them what I was like, because I was straight shook, and they can testify to that. I don't know, there's caves there too, and the main thing though of these Badlands is that like they all have these and look like these or these, these
Mm-hmm.
or these or
Bernie, there's the
all them,
monsters too.
all them shits is
Yeah.
out there.
all them things.
Hey Bernie,
And-
I'm a little older than you. A guy over here is a little long in the tooth. I'm 53. So I can remember going into Drumheller 1980, 1981, when you pretty much had free reign to, you could just pull over the car and you could go hiking up into where the hoodoos are. Now it's all blocked off and you can't get in there anymore. But you know the hoodoos with the swinging bridge when you go towards the old Atlas coal mine, right? We used to just wander around in there, me and my cousins, when they were out to visit or whatever. And there's so many caves up in there, Bernie. We would explore these caves and keep going in deeper and deeper until we weren't getting enough light shining in from the opening of the cave anymore. And it was getting too dark and we were getting too freaked out as kids where we would have to turn around and go back out again. But there's so many caves up and around where those hoodoos are, dude. It's mind bending.
I'm terrified to go in caves by myself, at least.
Well, when you're a kid,
No.
you don't think, oh, I
Straight
better bring a
up,
flashlight.
I hope Paul Cook did not get taken by reptilians, because legitimately every time in Malta he finds a carved staircase descending down, and it's like you can see that it's clearly several stories down and that it went both ways, and that it's one that hasn't been blocked off or recognized, and that apparently there was also the reptilian, David Icke's claimed reptilian freaking triangle symbol right at the front of the door of it too, or something. I don't know. It was like this 20-minute live he did 14 hours ago, and then haven't heard from him since. And I give it,
Yikes.
like a 20% chance every time he goes into one of those. He's gonna
I
have
know.
the same.
Which
Seven
one
out of
murdered
10.
that pterodactyl in a cave?
Did it
In
end
a tunnel.
abruptly or something? Did the stream end abruptly, or did he actually?
Oh yeah, the stream ended abruptly. It did. 100% it did. It ended abruptly, and there's been nothing from him since.
Well, yikes. Well, I haven't had a chance to see that one yet, but I did watch the Jim Dillinger video that you were kind of showing little bits and pieces of earlier. I watched that video when
Yeah,
Jim
that's
put it up on his channel. I think that's a pretty neat
right there.
find. Yeah, that.
Right. So then, Frankie, right over the spot, if you scroll it west across the bay, but at that same latitude there, you'll get a whole bunch more of the petroglyphs and these sunken canals. Just scroll across the bay to the left if possible. Yes, sir, right there. And in those ones is where we want to zoom in, right?
Right where that sort of pockmark looking
Right
area
in the
that's
sun. Zoom straight in.
semi-submerged there, yeah.
39,
Yeah,
44, 29, 43, or 39, 43.
Yeah, he found some neat stuff in there. Yeah, there's all these weird petroglyphs all in and around there that Jim zoomed in on. And I mean, just like all the other petroglyphs that we see, or the majority of, they're quite large and they can only be seen from above.
Frank, you went way too far, brother. Now you're into the city.
Oh, give me a sec here, Bernie.
Okay, to the right, where it says 7412, maybe. Right now, could that be? Right on the right middle. Don't zoom out. No, don't go too far. You're zooming way too far.
In general, the lag is frustrating, but
yeah,
the lag is really
is
exceptional today. Today, the lag is
every time anyone uses Google Earth Live, it just kills it all. It's
Yeah.
like Google, come on, you're already hijacking 60-70% of my CPU running God knows what advertising spyware shit on me constantly. Like, the least you can do is provide a proper working Google fucking Maps for my stream. Like, shit.
Yeah. Come on now.
Come on now.
Step up your game,
We're
Goggle
still
Earth.
live on 10 different channels, and feel free to restream this to your guys' channels, New West Resets and Tartarian Truth if you wish, or wish not. Don't worry about it. Either or, it's all good. So yeah, speculating that those giant sandbars called Long Island are terraformed, but from the ancients. I have seen videos of somewhere along the east coast in the few places that there's these giant boulder dikes sticking out from these sandbar islands, and that people went there. You got it. Zoom straight in there, straight in where it says 7411 or 7412, straight into that spot. 7412, and then straight in a little bit further, and that bottom right corner right now, if you can go into that one specifically.
You know what this whole area looks like to me, Bernie, is it looks a lot like northern Alberta, where the eye of Alberta is, and also as you cross from Alberta up into the Northwest Territories.
Zoom in there, zoom in.
I'm having trouble seeing it. I don't know why. I can't really see what's going on with it. That's why I'm not really saying anything.
Just zoom in all the way and let it load. Here we go. Now zoom in a little bit further and let it load. It's just taking forever for the buffering. There we go. Now we found it. And we can
look at that.
slowly go through all of this now. Like, those are all definitely canals, all definitely geoglyphs. And sandbars,
the one right there under 741209 kind of looks like one of those troll faces that we have nowadays.
Right? Like, hey, repeating patterns of 741209. Are these fishing baits? Is that a mouse? Are these like fishing lures? I don't know. Just throwing ideas out there. We got bushes. Look, yeah, oh yeah, it keeps going forever. Keep following all of it, my friend.
There's thousands of those in there.
Yeah.
This is neat.
What is that?
Keep following them.
You say this is in New York?
New Jersey, I believe.
Oh, it's New Jersey.
Yeah, this is New Jersey. If I remember correctly.
We should get rid of the.
Don't zoom out too far. Just keep following all these channels, and there's literally thousands of them in here.
And this isn't like some far off region of the realm. This is New Jersey. I mean, it's pretty heavily populated part of North America. I mean, New Jersey, New York. I mean, there's so many heavily populated areas around here.
That's why we need to highlight.
It looks like the Ankor water system, sort of.
Right? Like, yeah, if you can zoom in a bit more on that, let's see if you can get a person down there perspective. Highly doubt it, but you never know.
Kind of creepy.
Sorry.
Yeah, look at that. It's just so weird.
That's as far as it goes in.
Some of these hieroglyphs, the shape of them, or geoglyphs, sorry, the shape of them reminds me of the serpent mound.
Yeah, 100%, right? And like, look at how this is all clearly canals dug out. Like, there's no doubt about it that this is straight canals. And then
These don't seem like accidental shapes. They don't seem natural at all.
No, not at all. And especially the waters. And that zoom in as close as we can get on some more and explore them. And it looks like it even shows some of them like drying out and stuff. Like, but that they're obviously old and ancient. when you get further
Definitely.
into the inlets.
Yeah, it's to me these look purposeful, especially considering a lot of these geoglyphs are connected to those canals. The canals, for the most part, seem fairly grid-like, with maybe just a few exceptions. And most, not all, but most of these geoglyphs are connected to one of these canals somehow.
And I guarantee half of the purpose of it is for agricultural farming, hunting, the sea life of probably crabs, clams, whatever, like the tidal ponds and whatnot in it, but that it's also simultaneously the
pyramidal?
same as Nazca.
What was that?
Guys,
I think you're cutting out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, cutting in and out, Frankie. Is there anywhere that can show the height and altitude? Look, there's a big road coming through part of that. Maybe we can get some first person. People literally live across the street from this stuff.
Custom Google Earth.
I guess
Like-
as you're whipping by in your car on an interstate or secondary highway,
Yeah,
this
you
is
can
just
only
going to
see it
look
from above.
yeah, this is just going to look like random swamps with some, foliage, bushes, marshes, wetlands and grassy areas, and some high spots and low spots, and the average Joe Blow just going about his daily business, cruising along that road, isn't even going to really notice this or pay attention to it. I mean, in Jim Dillinger's video, he even mentioned like there's mansions and millionaires living like right next door to this stuff, and they probably don't even know that it's there.
Oh,
like-
welcome, Carmen Michelle.
Yeah, I'd like to see some of these connecting more. Maybe the water level used to be higher or something. Because if they were used for trapping fish or wildlife to, capture fish or whatever you guys are speculating, that would make sense. Some of it kind of reminds me of over in Siberia too, how a lot of the land is destroyed because you have these random holes all over the place.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
this section here.
yeah. That's sort of northeastern portion of Siberia, which again looks exactly like northern Alberta. It's that seems
Right,
sort of
yeah.
pockmarked.
my speculation is
Sorry, go ahead.
Audio issues, I think. I'm not sure. We couldn't hear what you said. I don't know if you want to repeat it. I should be here.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I feel like the Nazca. Oh, I can't see you. Shem, nice to meet you, by the way.
Nice to meet you too.
I think that these are like the Nazca lines. It's just, what are they?
Yeah, they look very
Um,
similar in a lot of ways.
It's a communication with someone from the air. You wouldn't be able to see these on the ground, even now.
Yeah, exactly. There's no doubt
Every
about
time
it.
I move to Google Earth, my audio, I can't hear you guys, and I'm not sure if I'm even connected.
Yeah, we've lost your point was a couple
You
of
do
times.
cut it out every time you move it 100%. We lose your audio for like 10 or 15 seconds.
Yeah, look at this.
Like,
Are any of those alchemical symbols, Bernie?
I've seen a few of them, and a lot of them look like some of those squatter man symbols as well, and what also depict to look like different wildlife, a mixture of all three. And to be honest, some of this stuff actually looks like Inuit written language from the Northwest Territories and such, possibly, and could be that the Mayan Aztec written language as well. Their pictographic symbologies, hieroglyphs, a lot of that. I'm betting it's going to end up being like a mixture of all of it.
Yeah. Bernie, have you heard of the Wordless book? It's in Latin, but it's a book that's completely alchemical symbols and no words.
I need
Sounds interesting.
to see this.
Seems to tell a story, but there's literally no words in any language.
Well, a picture's worth 1,000 words, so
Damn right. If you know what you're looking at, I don't know what these are, but they look like words.
See, to me, it looks like we're looking at three different things here. We're looking at a canal system. We're looking at some kind of geoglyph, like Nazca lines sort of a thing. And then we're also looking at big pockmarks. So I think the pockmarks came in later on as whatever bombarded this thing was trying to destroy the canal system and the geoglyphs. That's just me speculating, but
Likely.
I suspect you're correct.
It doesn't look erosion, right?
like the quickest way to get rid of some kind of message system or pictographic system on solid ground like this that can only be seen from up high would be to just drop all kinds of, I don't know, munitions or incendiary or explosive or whatever device, and just to blast it and bombard it with tons of pockmarks that eventually fill up with water. And then they could just say, oh, those are just lakes, eh? Those are just lots of lakes there, bud. No worries, eh? It's just like Minnesota, eh? Lots of lakes.
Mine Unveiled was doing some speculation in one of their videos that there was a volcano in, I think either North or South Carolina that erupted and maybe caused some of these bays in North America, because you have some of these in the Carolinas as well. The things we're talking about in Siberia and Canada, and also here. So I don't think this is too far away from that location. Maybe it could have something to do with it.
It's possible, but that would have.
They were
to
saying
be
that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There has to be some pretty large debris thrown up by a volcano to create some of these huge pockmarks that eventually become.
I'm talking
lakes.
about some of the. I'm talking about the smaller ones, the small circles that are around some of these, because it seems like these bigger ones were intentionally made, like kind of how these canals are. But I'm talking about the small little bay areas. But yeah, like I guess the volcano they were.
Sorry, go ahead.
The volcano that they're referring to is called Kings Mountain National Park. So I think it's a massive volcano that's active still to this day, but for some reason is not talked about on the East Coast of America. But I think it was their Charleston Unveiled video where they kind of give their theory about that. I could be wrong on that. It's been a while since I've seen it.
Frankie, do you want to keep scrolling a bit through the marshes here and go up a little bit higher so we can try to make out some more of these and just follow the canals around what seems like all of this straight carved, and that they have, like, that is terraformed, like there's no doubt about it. And this is essentially what was rumored to be in all of Florida and accredited to Roman canals back in the day or something. I'm guessing could be a similar sort of story.
I've been having pretty decent luck with Google Earth on streams recently. Been thankful for that.
The Google gods are good to Mario. It's me, Mario. Love you, brother.
People call me Luigi in real life, but Mario on the internet. It's funny.
Exactly.
I mean, come on, look at right there, right in the center of the screen.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, those are intentional shapes.
Those are, a couple of those look like constellations, actually. Even the Big Dipper, Little Dipper.
That looks like one of the dippers right there.
Yeah.
Can you go a little bit south of those dippers real quick?
I
feel like I saw something, but it was just very brief, so I don't know. Could have been wrong.
Yeah, Jim in the chat's got a good point too. Some look like musical notes.
Which way was it? Right here?
It was right under the dipper area, but I don't know. It's so laggy. It skipped really hard for me just now, so I don't even know where we're at anymore.
Yeah, this area up here.
Okay. Yeah, that's hard.
To the right, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit to the right, connect on the same piece of landmass that's on. So just kind of scroll along that landmass to the east, I want to say.
Yeah, to the east.
There's just no way these are accidents.
No, not at all. It just, especially like this.
Like a guy might be able to logically dismiss some of this by saying, well, okay, you know, all the straight stuff, that's canals. Okay. And then some of the sort of pockmarks, oh, those are ponds or, you know, small lakes or whatever. Okay. But then when you add in the geoglyphs and you just put all three of them together, all concentrated in that one area like that, it's just too odd to dismiss as being some kind of naturally occurring, you know, geological phenomena.
We lost Frankie again, but I'm going to play one more minute of... Oh, or we got Frankie back.
I opened it up on my Google Earth if you want to try it out real quick to give him a break from
heck yeah.
the
absolutely
laggy life. I can be laggy, it's no problem. I don't have much to say.
Kicked me out of the... Kicked me out.
Frankie Squares. We've got...
It kicked me out.
It kicked you out?
Yeah, I had to reload it.
Really? It was like, nope, sorry, too much truth.
Yeah, you've seen enough. Move along now. Move along. You've seen enough.
Don't look at the pterodactyl.
So for anyone who's
whatever
looking
you do, don't look up at that pterodactyl.
Streamyard is showing. Hide this, please. Thank you.
And
so for anyone who's looking for this,
are intelligent enough to know, did it know you were looking at him? Probably. Or her.
they could probably see at night if it was nighttime. I don't even know why you're out there at nighttime. That's terrifying. This is Barnegat Light, as if for anyone who wants to look this up on their own, that's the area that we're in right now looking at these. Okay, so as you can see, they're everywhere.
Oh wow!
I think the area we were at a second ago. I'm gonna try to find that again. Yeah, this is a weird. They're almost like hieroglyphs.
I swear to God, they're hieroglyphs. They're like an ancient hieroglyph that is this geoglyphology I keep going on about with the Ferrum Foundation. And they look almost identical, some of them, to the new geoglyphs that Dutch Since found several months ago. And then since then, Rex Bear over at Leak Project, him and Diamond of Oppenheimer Ranch went out to the site themselves and verified them, and that they were like exactly these animal figures you could only see from above in like a swampy area. In the middle, I think, of Idaho, Shem. I think they're in Idaho.
Wow. Trying to turn it so we can see it.
Look at this. Look at that. I'm going to check out Idaho real quick here.
So the way that they have these canals dug in between each of these geoglyphs or hieroglyphs, whatever you want to call them, it does look a lot like something you would see on the walls in a temple of Egypt, because they usually have these lines separating the hieroglyphs in those temples. Not all of them, but a lot of the ones I've seen.
Like, I agree, right? And like, it's like a mixture of some of these ancient hieroglyphic languages with some alchemy symbols mixed with animals depictions, just like in Nazca.
You know what we could be looking at here is some kind of really, really large version of a sort of a Rosetta Stone type of thing, where these are multiple languages.
Yeah, like scrolls. Yeah, quite possible. That's a good idea. I like that.
I'm gonna measure and see how big this is real quick, because it seems to start down here and at least goes up to here. I think it's bigger than this though, because it looks like even to the northeast of what I'm showing right now. So we're looking at 3.96 miles just from this part, and it looks like it might even start down here and go up to here, at least. Let's see if I can zoom out.
And there's the portion on the other side. Oh, and look down there. Let's check out this other half that is a wildlife preserve, national wildlife. We got to
Yeah,
check
so
that now.
just this northeast section is 7.36 miles worth of this stuff. All right, yeah, so let's
That
move
means
into
you can't go there.
Are these buildings right here? Yes.
Yeah,
Wonder if we can look at
the canals appear to be at least 2 car width, maybe
I
even
want to
3.
see what the street view looks like real quick before we go over there. Interesting. So it's like the marshlands or something. Just swamps.
Right, just swamps, but like, oh, it's these perfect canals that your house backs onto. Actually, those are perfect canals that have been terraformed on a large scale, and your trailer home, well, you weren't the developer of that perfect. Look at them down there too, right across the street from the man-made. So they've just reclaimed them essentially and built over them.
Yeah, they probably dredged out some of the
This is the
existing
national park.
canals, and then to hide the geoglyphs, they just some land developer came in, divided them up into lots, and sold them off as
Just keeps going.
here, build your
This is
mansion
national
here.
park here. Wow.
Yeah, look
Shem,
at that.
can you
Dude,
zoom in more on that, please? Like,
Yeah, I was just seeing how big it was real quick because I was shocked about
Wow.
how far it's going down.
Wow, holy smokes.
Looks like they missed a spot down here. It goes across the street here. Oh, we might be able to get a better street view right here. Let's see, what's a cool spot? Try right here.
I bet you they're gonna not let you have drones in this area because it's a national bird sanctuary. The drone's gonna interfere with the birds, so you can't fly there.
Yeah, because you can't fly drones at the Inglewood Bird Sanctuary here in
Yeah.
Calgary.
Wow, so it's just grass. It's grass either in the water that's growing through the water, or there's land in between. I can't really tell. Because you have
Yeah,
that
so you
Only
just-
from
electrical
above
rollout.
when looking down.
If you're just driving by or even just walking by or taking your dog for a walk, it doesn't look unusual at all. It just looks like marshlands with some grassy areas. Like, nah, whatever. But from above, it tells a totally different story. It's so crazy. Again, shout out to Jim Dillinger for
Yeah, great find.
this interesting.
And before this is
find.
done, we're gonna play Jim's Siberian one too, the best evidence so far, because I think it's also these same things, which if it is, gets me really excited. Because, well, that's the exact
Bernie.
opposite side of the planet.
Bernie, I may have to leave for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, no worries, brother.
Okay. I'd like to
So,
keep
let's
back
take
in if you guys are still going to be around.
Yeah, all good for sure, Frankie.
Okay.
More
I
than
may
welcome.
not just yet,
Yeah,
but yeah. Cool. Thanks for having me, by the way, guys.
Always a pleasure. Frankie and Frankie. We still got
Yeah.
my Calgarian Tartarian with us, and Tartarian Truth.
So I'm just trying to figure out how far this goes down. Does it go all the way to the end of this? Because you see that these sandbars are more than likely
Yeah.
man-made as well.
Right? So does it go the whole way down? I think that would basically dictate that they confirm that they are of the ancient culture if they're pretty much all the way down.
Seems like you get less of the glyphs down here.
Yeah,
but you
there's
still have
some
the
in there.
canals.
But some up there still, yeah.
Yeah, there's still
The
canals
further up
and
you go, you can see the canals and the ruins.
there's some glyphs
Zoom
in
in.
there too. Yeah.
Is this giving us a night view?
Not sure.
The sun doesn't look like it's
Right.
out.
Real quick, I'm just going to
How
measure
convenient.
this, and then we can zoom into whatever part. I just want to see how large this is real quick, because I'll probably
Good
forget
call.
about it in the future, maybe.
Like, look at that perfect inlay of like, oh, and that's the star fort. Is she? No, not quite. Dutch might do the measurements. Certain angles probably are in that bay.
Okay, so it's at least 68.98 miles.
100
Wow.
kilometers, over 100 kilometers of glyph
Oh, I'm sorry.
coastline.
It actually does go up further. I was second guessing myself. I didn't want to over speculate too much. So let's see one more time. So we can include this part as well. So we're looking at 74.27 miles, plus it could be plus or minus a couple miles in there. That's just insane. I want to go up to the top just to see if it does continue real quick, and then we'll go back to the original section. So yeah, it looks like it. Oh, it does continue up here. See? So it could be close to 100 miles that we're looking at here.
Oh, wow. It does. Oh, it totally does.
That is so large that it would take you about 2 hours just to drive through that if there was a road that went straight through. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly.
That's how big that is.
And
2 hours.
It's even up here, so we're looking at over 100 miles now. Yeah, this is fascinating. All right, so let's get back to the original area and see if there's anything else you want to look at. Which I think was around here. Yes. Barnegat Light. Okay. So yeah, if anyone recognizes any of these symbols, feel free to share in the comment, or maybe you can translate some of this. I don't know. Some of them just look random, but others do look like they are intentional. Let me know if there's anything you want me to zoom in on.
Oh, by the way, guys, this is right by Wardenclyffe Tower, and here's a ley line, and we are right there.
Wow, it literally is. Wardenclyffe Tower is in that same area.
Well, Tesla built these things because he knew where these spots. Here's the New
Fascinating.
Yorker, where they think the CIA paid to do another Wardenclyffe. Have you heard that theory?
I have not.
The New Yorker has its own generator. It's the biggest building.
Oh, yeah.
So they think that because Hitler was taking over the CIA, which was a different entity back then, and was actually fighting for a good cause, they think that they were like, hey, let's build your Wardenclyffe Tower 10 times bigger, and it makes sense they would do that. And that this was the state of the art epic hotel. It's like Trump Tower, you know what I mean? Except for it has its own power plant underneath, which wasn't necessary. But yeah, there's a Tesla file on the History Channel about this. If so, he actually didn't die penniless and alone, and he fulfilled his dream. We'll never know. I'd like to think so, though.
That he didn't.
I didn't mean to get off subject.
I feel like it's pretty on subject. I mean, if it's close by.
Yeah, it is, right? Right there.
Yeah, like literally goes in the middle of it. So
Yeah, and they found giant. There's aquifers underneath it, and there's at Wardenclyffe, and there's giant granite things. He drilled giant copper things into granite. They did ground penetrating radar.
I guess I'm looking at the wrong spot. I don't know. I was looking up Wardenclyffe Tower.
yeah, see, it's just on the east side of Long Island, where if you go or the west side of it, you need to go to the east side of the island to get back to the glyphs. See, it's right there, same spot, I believe. Or is it that?
It's pretty close. This is
oh, sorry, it's one up. My bad.
So if this is the tower, then what we were looking at earlier is down here. So it's about 100 miles away.
Gotcha.
Is there anything in Long Island that's similar?
Yeah, right. The next question we both think of at the same time.
Doesn't look like
Yep.
this isn't. I'm not seeing any of the glyphs really though.
But still the same canals.
Zoom in a little bit more, see if we can get a closer look. Yeah, these are mossy canals too. They're looking pretty green. Let's take a trip through time real quick.
No. Oh, we got a full pentagon and triangle in there? Like, what? Just connected by the canals. And then, what are those big rectangles in the forest, like, or the swamp area? Up to the left a bit.
Right here, yeah.
Right there. Yeah, what are those?
Let's go to the future.
These.
Looks like they actually have roads to get out here, maybe. Or no, they just kind of disappear into the woods, so who knows?
But maybe there used to be roads, right?
That's what makes it even more strange, right? Like,
yeah.
I wonder if the Historical Society of New York City or maybe Long Island has their own, would know anything about these, or if there's any records about what these are.
Best chance would be in that wild national wildlife or bird place or whatever the heck it was on the Jersey side there.
Yeah.
See
the Smithsonian has those records. Sorry.
Oh, right. The Vatican as well.
Another resource might be Dustin from Berserker Bear. He does a lot of work on New York, so he might have some information about this stuff. All right, we can get back to New Jersey. It doesn't look like it's exactly the same, but they still at least have the canals and the man-made looking land bar or sandbar with. It looks like they have a road on it now.
Right.
Technically, I could travel there fairly easily. Does it look like something?
Oh boy.
Do you have to have a boat to get to them? Maybe.
Yeah, you probably want a boat or a the freaking little hover thingy.
Yeah, airboat maybe.
Yeah, airboat, Zodiac probably, but that you'd want the Zodiac and a drone to be able to launch up and down from, or I guess start from the sandbar droning.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys
have
want to
racing
check
drones
out?
too, which don't apply to the the things where they won't let you fly. Mine will take off anywhere.
Nice. You got a crack drone.
Yeah, it's a racer. It doesn't hover at all. I can hover it though, but they'll still shoot it down in 2 seconds if I were to go near that pyramid complex in the Grand Canyon. That's for sure.
Yep. Oh yeah.
And they wouldn't even need it. They could just do it electrically.
Exactly. Those places have the EW protection and countermeasures. Like what happened to Rex's drone? And
I think with the DJI,
team up with it.
Yeah, the DJI might not let you take off near that wildlife preserve.
Yeah, probably now it doesn't. In the upgraded ones, I guarantee you, now it won't let you.
Makes me think there was when I was in the Outer Banks, there was a wildlife preserve with a kind of sandbar type thing like this as well. I wonder if there's something there. But did you guys want to check out the Siberia video now, or is there anything else you want to look at?
Might as well. That was a hell of an exploration on this topic for today. And I do want to check out the Siberian one because I see that Jim has found this exact same site that another channel I saw that did a video on it like 6 or 7 years ago that I recently just stumbled upon, and it's the exact same spot in Siberia, although I think Jim actually goes into many more sites, not just that. So let's get her done, and thank you for reminding me that I need to post the link in Twitter to play it without the ads. Because despite the fact that you tried to invite me into your family with the family plan, Shem, Google would not allow it
I know,
because
it's
we're
ridiculous.
in different countries.
Same continent. They won't allow it. All right, well, I'm gonna grab some coffee real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, good call, and we'll play this video here, and then be back with more live Jim Dillinger's Siberia Mudflood Tartaria. And this is the real Tartaria. This is Tartarian Truth, aka research in Siberia, the areas of the maps that were labeled Tartaria with Shem, Tartarian Truth.
He was upside
Bernie,
down
before I
back then.
forget, we should talk
Anyway,
about Mel's
Hold
Hole
on.
at some
Say
point.
that again.
There's a place called Mel, MEL''S, Mel's Hole. Have you heard of that? It's a hole on his property. I think it's in Oregon, maybe.
Yeah, oh, I know which one you're talking about. Yes,
And it
we
just
will. We'll have to
40
bring that
miles
up.
down or something. Couldn't find the end of it still. Yeah.
There's a few of those. They're a whole other, not a rabbit hole, but maybe an alien hole or an Earth hole. But
Exactly.
let's go down the Siberian Jim.
Hey there, everybody. Now let's
Nance.
get back to making some important videos. I'm going to cook a pie this evening, or maybe tomorrow evening. I might film that and put it up for you, but this is more important. We're going to get back to mudflood Tartaria. I have found the most damning evidence of the mudflood in Siberia, Tartaria, which you'll see a little bit further on in the video. So just hang loose until we get to this. Okay, this is the map of Monday that we're looking at. 1451, apparently. It's upside down. There's the Mediterranean Sea. There's Italy sticking up upside down. Greece upside down. Lakes upside down. The rest of the world is upside down. It probably was upside down back then. Anyway, hold on. So now when we do go over to take a little look at Italy, you can see how sparsely populated it is according to this map. Bologna, one shed. Roma, one shed. Napoli, one shed. So all these Italians had one shed out the back. That's probably the Pope's private toilet. Anyway. Now here, as we start to move a little bit further east, you can see Russia Bianca. But you can see the difference in the architecture. As Rome just had one shed out the back, up here in Tartaria, northern Siberia, you have a huge array of magnificent cities. And this is not the only map that they all appear on. As you go back through the colored maps that have come up in the past 8-10 years, Tartarian maps, you can see that there were many cities up this part of the world. We'll just go a little bit further. So look at some of these cities again. As we go up the coast here to the Sea of Tartaria, as it was known. Magnificent cities.
Shout out
magnificent
Sea of Tartaria.
structures. I mean, they littered the entire coastline, right across Alaska and right across the north of Canada. And they ain't there now, but they left something in their place. So this is the area that we're looking at now. Forgive me for the quality. I don't really have a whole lot of tech,
But we're right up here in that same area, Central Siberian Plateau and the Lena River, and we're going to get into the Lena River Delta, where it's all happening. Yeah. So this is what it looks like from the sky. This is what it looks like from Google. And you've many tributaries going through this. Look at all these pot marks. We'll get around to those in a minute, right? But we're still in the same area here. And this is what it looks like close up. They call these things thermokarst lakes. And there's a big load of lies that go along with them, yeah? That they're millions of years old, and that the permafrost causes them, and it freezes and it thaws. And you know all the lies yourselves. A little bit of a closer up look, and it looks like this. And these are all lakes. They're depths of 2 to 4 meters. Some of them 2 to 4 feet. Yeah, 2 meters, 6 feet, up to 20 feet. And you know what these are? These are craters from a boom and a boom, 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 knock your city down, blast your city all over the place. We're going to get there. Hold on. And as you get up a bit closer, it looks like this. I have a theory on what these devices were made from that caused all this damage. Might get through to that at the end, okay? And as you get a little further back, up into Google, up higher, this is what we're looking at. Now, this looks like one of the most organized cities I have ever seen, ever. Right? North, south, east, west. And again, blown to smithereens. Anyway, let's continue. Now, what happened next is that a group of people have gone up there and done a high resolution and seismic ground penetrating radar on the area. And what you're about to see is gonna blow the whole thing wide open. Mudflood no one will be able to deny mudflood after this in Tartaria. So bear with me as I go along here. I don't have a whole lot of info on where all this came from, but there is some names of who did this here as we go along. Hold on. So this is some of their report. Now, I'm not going to go through this with you, but you can, if you want, freeze this and read it. It just talks about the lakes and how the delta is, oh, here we go. Thus, the Lena Delta is characterized by several unique features that are either poorly understood or unexplained. Right, let's get round to explaining them. So this is who we're talking about, who did this thing. High resolution seismic and ground penetrating radar profiling of a thermokarst lake in the western Lena Delta, northern Siberia. Mr. some G.J. Schwamborn, J.K. Dix, blah, blah, not Rothschild, Alfred Wegener, Institute of Polar and Marine Science, Potsdam, Germany, School of Ocean and Earth Science, Southampton Oceanography Centre, Southampton, UK. Maybe one of you, maybe Campbell, maybe Martin, or maybe even Philip Drusenin, who's up there in Russia, could look into this and bring this a bit further, because I ain't no good at researching. I ain't got a laptop. I never seen a computer up close in my life before. There's me and my mobile phone. And here's a little bit more that I found on this. Again, if you want, it's not going to be easy to read because it's not a really good picture. If you want, freeze it and read it. And this is a little bit more that's got to do with it. Part of their survey. Don't understand what it means. And now here we are. Here is the result of the seismic ground penetrating radar. Okay, what have they got? We got a friggin' 12-story block of flats underground going all the way along, right underneath those thermokarst lakes. The bloody thing's been mud flooded and it's been covered over. I got some, it gets a little bit better. The picture gets better. So just bear with me here now, okay? This is the freakiest stuff. Now, this is a little bit enlarged. Again, not great quality, a little bit enlarged. You can get it up a little bit closer. Oh, man. No, that's not an apartment block, okay? That is an absolutely natural occurring thing that you find under the earth up in Siberia. Yeah. A foul language alert, actually, is what I should let out. Now, messing about with the color a bit, darkening a little bit, you can see it very clearly. And it goes around. Now, I'm just moving from picture to picture here because there is a better resolution coming up. Now, this is this image again here, a bit highlighted. You got a doorway, and you got, I would say, 8 or 10 or 12 floors. Whoops. In this apartment block. Again, this is it up a little bit closer. Not great footage. Hold on a sec. So yeah, it looks to me like some of these. Well, I mean, what the hell happened? Dimitri. Yes, Vladimir. Could I borrow a cup of sugar from you, please? Of course, Vladimir. Remember, 2 days ago I gave you a jug of milk. Yes, I'll have that for you tomorrow. Yeah? Dmitry? Yes, Vladimir? What's that big freaking shiny thing coming towards us? Boom! Let me tell you, Dmitry never got his fucking jug of sugar back. Let me tell you that, right? And Vladimir and Dmitry are still in there, in that freaking apartment. Nuked, zapped, frozen, and an entire civilization wiped off the face of the earth. You know? I mean, a fucking goddamn 15-story block of flats everywhere. Everywhere. How you're talking billions killed, billions dead. Right? Now, let me get back over here to a little bit of Google Earth for a minute, okay? So here we are. This is the Lena River Delta, and this is what the surface of the earth looks like. So this is what happened to all those wonderful people who lived in these wonderful cities. And I mean, these craters run all the way across northern Russia, all the way across Siberia. There's the Lena River. All the way across Alaska. So you can ask what happened. Oh, it was an absolute accident. Yeah? I mean, it was blitzkrieg on a massive scale with weapons of mass destruction that we have no clue what they are or where they came from. Yeah? But yet we know that they were there because it couldn't have been done. Now, who's the culprit that they say that attacked Russia and blew the shit out of it, right? We are told it is Napoleon, right? I live in France. Napoleon is everywhere. He's everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's statues, there's horses, there's this, that, the other, around here anyway, right? Now, I have doubts about all that because apparently he only went to Moscow. He didn't make it all the way to northern Siberia. Okay? And yet we have a lot of information which tells us that the Russians and the French, or the Holy Roman Army is what Napoleon was, they joined forces to wipe out Tartaria. Yeah. Somebody did. Somebody wiped the whole place out. Now, how could this guy, Napoleon, have made it to Russia? All right. Now, again, this isn't a great picture, okay? But the story was that Napoleon was a short fella, 5'2", and all these other fellas all around him were all 5'8", 5'10", 6 foot. Yeah, and they would walk by Napoleon and shorty. I mean, he had a bit of a complex about that. But I don't buy that. I don't even buy Napoleon. But the people of the time, why did they call Napoleon a short fella? Right? Because this was what Napoleon was. He was one of these people, one of us, 6 foot tall guy, and he was in charge of everything. Now he had these 8 to 10 foot people with him, standing around, his guards or whatever, and then his army was made up of these 12 to 14 feet people who perished in this war. These were the giants, or the remnants of the giants that built our world. And back in the 1800s and late 1800s, where you had a lot of black and white photography, you still had a lot of these 8, 9 foot, 10 foot guys around. They're in lots and lots of photographs. But the secret about Napoleon being a wee short bastard is because he was our size. So these people got wiped out. They no longer are here, or else they went north, right? This lot, they're gone
This is
too.
true,
You
by
might
the
see
way.
the odd one, the odd genetic remnant of one, okay?
Napoleon was
How did he
5'8".
get here? His great grandmother went to a dance one night and never told anybody about it, right? So she had 6 kids. There were 4 of them, or 5 of them were this size, and one of them popped out like this. This was the genetic remnants, basically. Now let's get back to this dickhead Napoleon. He couldn't make his way to Russia. 700,000 men and 200,000 horses made their way to Russia. And that's like me. I'm in central France right now. That's like me and all my neighbors being rounded up. And we got rounded up and we got to walk to Moscow. You fucking kidding me? How much food would a workhorse or a horse on the march eat each day? It would eat maybe 30 kilos of food a day. 200,000 horses. Do you know how much food that is? That's 6,000 tons of food per day for the horses and the animals, marching all the way to Moscow. And a man on the march, 700,000 men on the march. And what would a man on the march eat in a day? He would eat 3 kilos of food. So if 200,000 men are eating 3 kilos of food, you're into 2,000 tons of food for the men and 6,000 tons of food for the horses each day, while you walk to Moscow with no roads and no bridges and forests everywhere. It's all a load of shit. We've all been lied to. Napoleon's a fake character from history. Something much, much worse than what they tell us happened. And it's the same all over the whole world. But here is a painting or a drawing from the time when these people were apparently on the march. And this march was the Holy Roman Army on its way with tech, with very high tech, to Siberia, to Tartaria, to wipe out the Tartarians. And they succeeded in wiping them out. They made their way back. And of course, you can have Napoleon come along and say, history is a set of lies agreed upon. Yeah. The Holy Roman Empire is still trying to take down Russia today. And they have I have heard bishops from Rome speaking recently, even through this whole Ukrainian shit, we want to consecrate Russia under the Virgin Mary. Yeah? Well, the Orthodox Christians and the traditional Islam that exists in Russia can tell you to go fuck yourselves because you ain't getting it. In fact, the tables are turning on you. Rome has been defeated in the past. Yeah. Yeah, my TV went black there. So I'm filming this off a flat screen TV with a mobile phone. Anybody out there who can bring this Siberia Tartaria mud flood up with a better picture? Philip, Martin, Campbell, you guys that know a little bit about research, know a little bit about computers, know how to work this tech, because this is sucking some serious shit. Now, these ground penetrating radar people have gone up there and come out with a bullshit story that this is 200 million years old. The people 200 million years ago were running around building fucking 15-story blocks of flats. Right? Whereas this mob went up there with high-tech shit and wiped the whole freaking place out. Ah, what did I say? I said I was going to talk about, I speculated on what these devices that blew this whole place up might have been made from. Okay. So here we go. Water. And the freaking Phoenicians, who are masters of water. I found the Phoenicians, by the way. You'll never believe where they've been hiding. It's coming in my next video. So, H2O. That's 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, or 2 molecules hydrogen, 1 molecule oxygen, right? 66%, 133% the other. So 150 liters of water, take that for an example, okay? That's 100 liters of hydrogen and 50 liters of oxygen. Now, 100 liters of hydrogen will compress into a 12-liter container, and 50 liters of oxygen will press into a 7-liter container. That's 19 liters. So that's 2 containers combined, totaling 19 liters. If you detonate them together, they will immediately produce 150 liters of water. So I reckon they destroyed the world like this. They had compressed devices, much larger than 150 liters. They were able to send them in this direction, and on impact, they detonated and they produced billions of gallons of water, blew everything to smithereens, and left all those pot-marked thermal karst lakes, as they call them. They're all over the United States of America. Looks to me like they were fired from Lake Erie in every direction. And it's all over Canada, it's all over Alaska, it's all over Siberia. So that's my take on what kind of weapons were fired. Of course, that amount of water will cause a massive flood. But it will leave behind these craters and this dark water that's in them. They're even in Ireland. So that's my take. Mud flood, Siberia, Tartaria, and this little short French bastard who never existed, who's supposed to have gone up there and done all this damage. I've been sitting on this information for quite some time, waiting to get a laptop, waiting. It's not that I can't afford a laptop. I just never freaking seen one up close in my life before, and I wouldn't know where to start with it. But I will get one, and I will get some lessons, and I will try and make better stuff. But please, somebody, any of you, if you think you can take this a step further, go ahead and take it further. Dmitry and Vladimir were about to have a cup of freaking tea, and somebody fired a big shiny thing at them, and they just caught it at the last minute. Take care, y'all.
So when was that video from? How old is that video?
I'm just gonna check on Jim's
6
channel right
months,
now.
I believe. 6 months. Sorry about that. I was just setting up the monoatomic gold, or sorry, monoatomic silver production on the side there.
You
Stop
guys mind if
sharing.
I say something?
Else wants to share and take over, but showing.
Oh yeah, that was 11 months ago. That video, by the way.
11 months. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's
Call.
cool.
Yeah,
It was
I
with a
mean,
TV.
for a guy who doesn't have access to a computer, he sure does know a lot about other people's theories on YouTube. That's all I'll say
Right?
about that.
Shout out Jim Dilly, and does a pretty darn good job for each. But puts out about one video a month, and there's some epic ones like important topics. Did I get the right? Oh, it's down. Now I got to put it up. The silver I just got set up. This is a colloidal silver jars rehooked up. Now see if
Yeah,
it starts.
Juby, yes, that was him playing someone else's video.
Do you guys know that Napoleon, he spent the night in the Great Pyramid and slept in the sarcophagus and became a mathematician, physicist? There's a mathematical law with his name on it, a mathematical constant. Isn't that crazy?
So the story goes.
Can you guys hear me?
It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I've never heard about that before.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
neither.
it's on the Gaia channel. It's actually pretty much fact. Crazy.
Oh, Gaia.
Well, I mean, it's on what seems to be legitimate, whatever that means these days. You know?
Jim, feel free to share your sources for why you think Napoleon doesn't exist, since you didn't really mention that in the video. You just kind of said it.
What now?
The Jim Dillinger guy, he's in the chat right now. He said Napoleon doesn't exist, but he didn't say why he thinks that. He just said.
Yeah.
He just said that.
There's a common theme with that. Isn't there like 13 different Napoleons or something crazy like that? That like it does. The more you look into it, the more it actually does seem rather fucked up. And Jim was ranting about the Napoleon's army and how the hell it would have been impossible to march up and conquer all of Tartaria and destroy those cities in that time frame or something like that. I think is why he was claiming Napoleon didn't march on Russia or something like that. Was his idea, but I'm not sure. Jim,
The
you
other-
gotta do a video.
Yeah. The other thing that's dodgy about the whole Napoleon marching into Russia narrative is that he's, according to the timeline, he started in his invasion of Russia in June, but he didn't really get that far into Russia until September, October, coming into November. And the thing is, as a Canadian, I can tell you the weather in Russia is very similar to the weather here in Canada, and you don't want to be marching that time of year at any great distances. You don't want to even be outside
Right?
for any prolonged period of time. We're talking minus 30 degrees Celsius, minus 40 degrees Celsius, wind, snow, ice. And they didn't have the high-tech winter gear that we have today, where you might be able to be outside for a couple hours in those severe conditions. We're talking, 1812 here by the story. So not exactly tiptoeing through the tulips up there that time of year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, you're freezing and dying.
Yeah. They're freezing to death and they're going to have to eat their horses,
Well,
Is this the year
400,000.
where that blast happened? That it took out all the trees?
Tunguska.
Is this near that, or I know that's way later, but
That's a very good question.
Yeah,
Very good
I can
question.
talk, I'll probably look it up. But I'm changing my batteries as well.
So we got one new silver, 2-ounce silver anode, 2-ounce silver cathode, uh, hooked up and going in this reaction. But this reaction ran once before and is what made the MonoAtomics that I just harvested from silver from this guy. But I'm running it a second time now that it's a full moon. And if we can play something for 20 minutes. Oh, sorry, Shem. There we go. Got you back. I think. There. I have to just go crack the plastic off of these, break the seal. Shem, do you got anything you want to share, go over here for 10 minutes while I get stuff going outside?
Yeah, sure. It probably won't take 10 minutes though, but I guess I could talk about there's these UFOs in Ohio recently, and they say that they're fake, but I actually saw them myself probably like a month before this video came out. I even messaged my buddy Elkman on Instagram when it happened and said I just saw some UFO or something, and I wish I took a video of it. So I found this video that shows the same thing that I saw. I could share that, I guess.
Yeah.
By the way,
they're
to
claiming
answer Frankie's question earlier, it's the Tunguska with the blast event is almost directly due south from that area that Jim was showing in his video. It's quite far south, but almost directly due south.
Sorry, I was in another room. Were you talking to me?
Yes,
you were
Frank,
asking
you
about
covering your Frank.
Tunguska.
Sorry, I was almost out of range. What was it? What was it?
When you were asking about the Tunguska blast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that Tunguska is almost directly due south from that area that Jim was showing in his video. It's quite far south, like quite a couple hundred kilometers, a few hundred miles, but it's almost directly due south.
Do you think like it was, I don't know, part of an attack like Inky? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Being due south is kind of significant, really. You know what I mean? I feel like.
Yeah, like that whole area from Tunguska sort of northward, and then branching out slightly east and west as well. It sort of fans out as you move northward out of Tunguska. You get that whole pockmarked, blasted out looking area.
Do you think it was a war of the aliens, or is it more modern? I mean, what's the most logical thing?
I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about the whole alien thing. Sometimes I think, yeah, maybe, and other times I think, that's a pile of bullshit. So I don't know.
I'm with you actually. I think that we're not interesting enough. You ever heard of the ants in the jungle theory? We don't go to the jungle to mess with ants, so they've never even seen us. You know, they probably do exist, but I don't know. There's the whole the Sumerian texts that say that there was a war between our creators and another race, whatever, eons ago.
Yeah, this is all perfect stuff to discuss in the next episode, doing with Walter Bosley and hopefully Joseph Farrell, as well as alien scientist and most likely Zertis, to go deep into that specific stuff. I think
I didn't mean to go down that hole.
All good. It's like Swiss cheese here with the gravy for making that Canadian poutine with the taste of 4th of July for our American fam dam. We lost Shem when he started to share. I don't know what happened. Maybe he'll be back. But let's finally finish, because the link is in the description, and I've been trying to finish this the rest of Angkor Wat.
Has
Mm.
external axial dimensions of 189 cubits east-west and 176.37 cubits north-south. Add these two numbers together and you get 365.37, almost the exact length of a solar year. Moreover, the central tower of Angkor Wat has 9 inner chambers, each with a total dimension of 27 cubits in the north-south direction and 28 cubits
10
east-west.
hours in.
Why is this
10
important?
hours.
Because the moon's orbit takes 27 days, during which time it will appear to move through 27 successive regions of the sky. In Hindu cosmology, these regions are called lunar mansions, and depending on context, there can be either 27 or 28. In other words, while the top of the central tower reflects the orbit of the sun, the chambers beneath reflect the orbit of the moon. Put simply, between cosmological and astronomical implications, the entire Angkor Wat complex was built to be an expression of the greater celestial order. While many ancient sites have similar characteristics, rarely are so many seen in one place with such detail. Was the Khmer Empire really this far ahead of what historians imagined was possible? There is another thing, one final detail about Angkor Wat's alignment, which must be mentioned. It has been shown that all the buildings in the Angkor Wat complex are perfectly aligned to the 4 cardinal points on the compass with a GPS level of precision. If Angkor Wat was built by the Khmer Empire some 900 years ago, how could this have been possible? No compass in existence at that time would have allowed for such a level of precision. Take a step back and look at everything together about Angkor Wat we've discussed so far. The astonishing level of building using millions of stones, the advanced water system spanning the largest pre-industrial urban area on Earth, the detailed astronomical and cosmological precision in design and layout. It is clear that Angkor Wat is one of the most astonishing sights on Earth. But in fact, it is not only when you step back that things are astonishing, but indeed when you step closer. Since it first entered public consciousness in the 1860s, one of the things which has always amazed people most about Angkor Wat is its carvings. Simply, they're everywhere, on the walls and pillars, doors and ceilings, even on the outside of the buildings. Although Angkor Wat is the largest temple in the world, every inch of it is covered with carvings, even on places no one will even be looking at. Some of these carvings are huge, like the churning of the ocean of milk, while others are often so small that they can barely be seen unless one looks closely at their intricate detail. Throughout the complex, there are more carvings than one person could possibly hope to examine in a lifetime. But as different people have slowly started to look through these carvings more closely, they have begun to notice some which are extremely bizarre. One such person is independent researcher and noted YouTube personality, Praveen Mohan, who discovered more than one inexplicable carving during his research at Angkor Wat in 2021, in which he examined in person every inch of the temple. As expected, he found that carvings were everywhere, even outside of the temple, in places where people won't even see the carvings. But there was something even more astonishing. First, there was this carving to the sun god Surya, the personification of the sun in Hinduism. Below Surya, in the carving, are 9 figures representing the 9 planets of our solar system, including Pluto, and their orbit around the sun. It is a beautiful work of art. There is only one problem. Pluto wasn't officially discovered until 1930 and cannot be seen without a high-powered telescope. In fact, Neptune, the 8th planet in our solar system, was not discovered until the 1840s.
It's a pretty big problem.
While the 7th planet, Uranus, was only first noted in 1781. Each many centuries after Angkor Wat was said to have been built. How could Angkor Wat's builders have known that there were 9 planets in orbit around the sun? Mohan suggested that an answer may be provided in a different carving, one which depicts an incredible scene centered around the god Indra and a 3-headed elephant called Aidavata. At the bottom of this carving is a man who appears to be watching the scene unfold through a telescope. He stands with a cylindrical device held to one eye, pressing his nose out of shape while the other eye is closed. Did the builders of Angkor Wat know there were 9 planets because they saw them through a telescope? Note that, according to the history books, the telescope was not invented until 1608, almost 500 years after we're told Angkor Wat was built. So how could this be possible? This was not all, though. Elsewhere, Mohan noted a carving which showed a figure riding an elephant with 4 tusks. While some wrote this off as a depiction of a mythical scene, Mohan and others have pointed out that 4-tusked elephants did actually exist 2 million years ago. And in fact, fossils of these 4-tusked elephants have been found in Southeast Asia, close to Cambodia. Could the builders of Angkor Wat have been aware of these animals long before fossils were officially discovered? And if so, how? Something even more bizarre was noticed by other researchers in the Temple of Angkor Thom, a smaller temple less than 2 miles from Angkor Wat, which was a part of the greater Angkor urban area. There, a carving appears to depict a Stegosaurus dinosaur. To put 4 tusks on an elephant, an animal people in the region were well aware of, is one thing. A dinosaur is quite another. How could the builders of Angkor Wat have known about such an ancient creature? As inexplicable carvings like these have increasingly been found, many have begun to ask questions. Is Angkor Wat really 900 years old, built by the Khmer Empire? And if so, where did they get all this advanced knowledge of building and hydraulics, of astronomy, of animals long extinct? Is it possible that the Khmer Empire did not build Angkor Wat at all? And if they didn't, then who did? Could a civilization predating the Khmer Empire have actually been the true builders? And if they were, where did they go? And what else did they know? In 1934, a team of archaeologists led by Jean Comey were conducting research in the main chamber of the central tower of Angkor Wat when they came across a well set into the foundation beneath a large statue of the Buddha. The statue was not an original build, but had been added by generations of Khmers after their empire converted to Buddhism, and it appeared to have been built to intentionally obscure the well. But why? Comey and his team slowly began to remove the centuries of debris which had filled the well, discovering as they did that it sunk far deeper into the ground than they'd imagined. At a depth of 50 feet, they ran into an underground water table which flooded the shaft, but they brought in water pumps and continued to excavate. They were glad they did when finally, at a depth just over 70 feet, they discovered a broken stone box blocking their path, with a strange circular cutout in the top. Within this cutout, they found 65 grams of gold leaf. What could this be, researchers wondered? Curious as it was, Comey and his team did not pursue the question any further. Instead, they completed their work and returned to Europe without recording any further details, while the box itself was mysteriously lost. As questions about the secrets of Angkor Wat began to emerge in modern times, some returned to look at the work of Comey more closely, asking questions and putting pieces together. At the top of the central tower of Angkor Wat, there is a hole which lets the sun shine through. Some have suggested that the process of the sun shining through the hole, down the shaft, and onto the box could have been part of some sort of solar energy device, the sun's rays interacting with the mysterious box to create and store energy. While at first the theory seemed far-fetched, its advocates pointed to an ancient account of Angkor Wat written long before Henri Mu, which appeared to provide evidence of how such a solar energy system could have worked. In 1296 CE, a Chinese diplomat named Zhou Daguan traveled to Angkor Wat during the peak of the Khmer Empire's power, where he stayed as a guest of the Khmer king for almost a year. While he was not the first person from China to visit the place, he was the first to provide a detailed account of the city and its people. Indeed, his seminal work, The Customs of Cambodia, is the only known written account from that time anywhere in the world. Within this account, something incredible is mentioned. As Zhou wrote, in the center of the capital is a gold tower, flanked by 20 or so stone towers and 100 or so stone chambers. According to Zhou, the central lotus bud tower of Angkor Wat was made of or covered in gold. This jumped out to those speculating about a solar energy device at ancient Angkor. If there was some sort of solar energy device buried within the central tower of Angkor Wat, then there must have been a way to access this energy. Gold is one of the most electrically conductive materials on Earth. If, as Zhou suggests, the central tower was originally covered in gold, could this have to do with a projection of energy? Here, many connected Angkor Wat with the work of famed inventor Nikola Tesla, who, in the early 1900s, developed a device known as the Tesla Tower, which was topped by a large ball of conductive metal and designed to pump the energy of the Earth skyward, where it could be accessed by individual receptors around the world. Is it possible that Angkor Wat could have been doing something similar? Theories of an ancient electrical Angkor were only taken further in 2015, once again thanks to the LiDAR research of Damien Evans and Roland Fletcher. That year, it was revealed that beneath the grounds of the Angkor Wat complex were sprawling structures forming the shape of a giant spiral, some 5,000 feet long. As findings were compiled, Evans and Fletcher were dumbfounded. The giant spiral was unlike anything they'd ever seen before, and they had no idea what it could be. Fletcher called it the most striking discovery associated with Angkor Wat to date. While in their report, the two men wrote, "The huge, unique, and problematic structure of the rectilinear spirals has never previously been recognized or even predicted or supposed, and still defies explanation." Look closely at these spirals. Do they not look strangely electrical? Some are already asserting that these spirals must have been part of an ancient energy system, acting as some sort of power grid, storing and distributing energy. As more becomes known about the spirals in coming years, might they provide the proof of an ancient electrical Angkor? These are the types of questions which lead many to believe that the mystery of Angkor Wat might go much further than mainstream science is currently willing to accept, much further even than anyone imagined. Was Angkor Wat really built by the Khmer Empire 900 years ago? Or is it possible that the Khmers only discovered and used it? That in fact it was built long before them by some other advanced ancient builders? Note that when Zhou Daguan visited Angkor Wat in 1296, he was told by locals that the temple complex had been constructed by a divine architect in a single night. His visit took place less than 150 years after Angkor Wat was said to have been built by the same empire Zhou was visiting. If the Khmers had built it, would they not remember that they had? Would they not want to brag about their accomplishment to a foreign dignitary? Saying it was built by a divine builder sounds more like the explanation of a people who discovered a fantastic structure and needed a story for how it got there. Why say someone else built it unless someone else built it? More importantly, if someone other than the Khmers built it, who were they? Did they really know the secrets of not just astronomy and hydraulics, but perhaps of energy generation? Regardless of the answer to these questions, what is clear is this. Even within the official explanation, Angkor Wat is one of the most amazing sights anywhere on Earth, the remnants of a mighty empire and the heart of an advanced urban area constructed by a people with astonishing building skills and precise astronomical knowledge. But maybe it goes further than that. Maybe Angkor Wat was not only the home to the Khmer Empire, but an advanced ancient civilization long forgotten. To this day, research at Angkor Wat is ongoing. You're going to want to stay tuned to find out what might be found. But for now, if you want to further explore the idea of an advanced ancient civilization that predates those recorded by mainstream science and left behind incredible structures which are only now beginning to be understood, watch our video on Nan Madol, the ancient floating city built by giants. Once again, thank you for watching. Make sure to subscribe to our channel if you want to see more videos like
Fascinating. I think I've seen that video before, actually.
Or did you buy locate?
Make sure you subscribe to all our channels, being New West Reset, Tao of Frankie, R2 Frankies, Shem Jacobs, aka Tartarian Truth, BurnEye, the Mind's Third Eye, ScienceGuy, and Crypto Alchemist. I'm gonna shut up and let you take over. Are we watching? Oh, Middleton, Ohio. I saw pictures of nighttime, and all of a sudden I was like, oh no, is it more riots? Apparently there was a bombing in Washington, D.C. today trying to spread riots.
Oh, man.
France is
Wow.
burning.
Wow.
Yeah, so this was a video that they're claiming is a hoax now. Other sources are saying that it's not a hoax, so who knows, but I guess this was...
Is this the
last
territory
Wednesday around
of? Is this the territory of the Mothman? Kind of like a pterodactyl. It is, right?
Middletown, Ohio.
Eastern Ohio, Western West Virginia. With
The
like
Mothman
200
is
witnesses. 200 witnesses.
by
for sure.
Gallipolis. It's by Gallipolis, Ohio. The Mothman. I don't know where Middleton is. I'm gonna look it up real quick. But I know that Gallipolis is where the Mothman is, like around there.
Gallipolis. I'm not familiar with the area. My wife is from there, but she's from the west, the farther side.
Hey, Bernie, I gotta take off, but I
For
want to
sure,
thank
brother.
you very
My
much.
pleasure.
It says
Thanks.
Thanks a lot for coming on, for having me on, buddy. Appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, brother. We'll have to meet up soon and do some more boots on the ground.
Oh, you know it.
Right, and gonna still be doing Medicine Hat right away, and when I do Medicine Hat, I'm also gonna be doing Writing on Rock National Park that has all of the tens of thousands of petroglyphs, as well as Omagh, Alberta, which is Alberta's Stonehenge, known as Canada's Stonehenge. Also called a medicine wheel, but it is recognized as 5,000 years old, ancient astrological calendar in the same area as these giant geoglyphs that we're going to be investigating in Medicine Hat. And right around these Medicine Hat Badlands valleys here, where all of these guys are located, just a couple valleys up is Orion, Alberta, that gotta love Orion, the name, but has those giant ball stones in its Badlands. So
Which isn't far from Vulcan either, by the way.
Good
Vulcan,
point.
Alberta. Yeah.
And so
yeah, I'm looking forward to that stuff, Bernie. That's going to be awesome.
It is. It really is. And this guy right here, once again, looks like indigenous Western Plains warrior face geoglyph. And this guy is in Montana, just below Alberta. So, you know, the geoglyphs we looked at in New York, New Jersey there, and they're everywhere, apparently.
Yeah, it seems so. We're finding more and more of them, aren't we?
Every day.
It's crazy.
Put 10,000 on the map today.
Yeah, right. All right, guys. It was great chatting with all of you. Nice to meet you. Thanks a lot again.
Yeah,
Bernie,
have a
for
good
having
one,
me on.
man.
Appreciate
Good talking
it.
to you.
Take care,
Much
guys.
love, New West Reset.
See you later, guys. Cheers.
Yeah, so this was in Middleton, Ohio, which is, according to, I guess this is 35 miles north of Cincinnati, Ohio. So
Suburbs
I guess
of
I'll
it.
just play the video.
Yeah, might as well.
My computer cut off, but I was saying that I saw something similar to this a couple months before this, and I messaged my buddy Alchemy on Instagram immediately after it happened and told him that I saw it, but I didn't get a video of it because I was driving. But it looked exactly like what's in this video.
Tim, you're in Alberta too, right?
No, I'm
Or
in Ohio, like
Calgary.
Central.
Oh,
I'm in Central Ohio.
Oh, wow.
So here's one of the videos. There are two angles of this, if it even loads, of course. Try to rewind it. So right there in the middle of the screen, the spinning lights, and then it zooms off. There was another angle that someone else got. It was on, I found out about this from Russell Brand's video. He posted about this. It's like towards the end of one of his videos that says something about
Shout out, Russell
UFOs
Brand.
in Columbus. But yeah, maybe I should just play the Russell Brand video.
It's in
That one was
Columbus.
pretty short. And this video was in Middletown, Ohio, which is 35 miles north of Cincinnati. And I saw it in Hilliard, Ohio, which is a suburb of Columbus to the west of it. And
Gotcha.
shortly before that, like a month or two before that, in the middle of day, we were in downtown Columbus off of Hudson Avenue, and we were standing by these railroad tracks, and I was with 5 other people, and we looked up at the sky and we saw all these weird lights that looked like UFOs, and then we stared at them for about 5 minutes, and then one by one they started zipping off. So I have no idea what that was either. But it's like I've really never seen UFOs in my life, but those are two experiences I had within the same year.
I've never seen one either.
I share a kind of similar experience about like 6 or 5 years ago, probably 6 years ago, at my old place, and a friend of mine, Victor, and I were both outside at the front steps at like 1 a.m, looked up, and it was like looked like a cloud almost of like UFOs, and I was like, oh my god, am I fucking tripping? Like, do you see that? And like I look over and Vic's jaw is dropped. He's like, you see this too? And then like all of a sudden they like start going like pew pew, like shooting off sort of thing. Like it just is fascinating as F. And then like others were like moving in, kind of like it almost looked like what you see as like a school of fish or something in the ocean, how they were like moving in and around and like the ball of whatever they were. It was very fascinating.
These stories now are way different since this disclosure thing. You know what I mean? They've taken on a whole new meaning, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the only time I ever saw one before then was when I was younger. I think I was in like
No one's
6th
gonna
grade.
call
It was
you
during the
crazy
summer.
now.
I saw something.
Crazy.
But okay,
Was
here's
this
the
a
Russell
different
Brand
day
video.
that you saw it?
Yeah, the video that I'm showing was like a month and a half after I saw it originally, which it was like 3 a.m. or something, and I was just driving home from work, and I stopped at a light in the middle of the country, and I looked up and saw the spinning light, and I was like, oh, that's weird. I thought it was an airplane at first, but then it zoomed off pretty fast, and I was like, well, that was strange. Wish I recorded it, because I thought about whipping out my phone, but I was like, oh, it's probably just a plane. And then that happened, and I was like, well, I should have recorded that. All right, so here's Russell Brand.
Always like way too late. As soon as like people, when you're in the moment, you just get awestruck, and by the time you get your phone out, and half the time it won't even work for some reason, focus on the things or capture what you're seeing.
Yeah.
the experience will always stay with, and it truly does.
It's probably warping space-time too, which is fucking you all up. Excuse my language. You know what I mean?
Let's see if, so this is the
Possibly.
footage. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just since I was in an area where the cops are bad in, I just didn't want to get pulled over for like stopping in the middle of the street and recording stuff either. But I also, like I said, thought it was a plane, so I didn't really think much of it until it was too late once it left. But it was it was like 5 bright lights, so it was weird. I don't know. So let's check this out real quick. There's 2 different angles he shows.
Right, you've been right before. What I also believe is this stuff's true. We had
Maybe.
multiple viewers reach out to us after they say they spotted those rotating green lights in the sky. Now, Caden Little of Middletown
Maybe.
reached out and he tells us he saw the lights around 10:30 or 11 last night. And take a look at this video he sent us. You can see a ring of bright green lights rotating in the sky, and another video taken by Bryce Garrick also shows those lights. And then all of a sudden,
wow,
and you can see the lights will quickly zoom off to the left of your screen, and then they just disappear.
Now, maybe another reason we're not seeing more of these guys is they're under the sea.
Let's play the first one real quick again. Yeah, so they're saying it's a hoax, but I saw something very similar to this.
Viewers reach out to us after they say they spotted those rotating green lights in the sky.
So yeah, that was
Now,
the first
Caden
version. Pretty interesting.
What was at the very bottom? It looked like a freaking reptoid dude, like walking on the street.
Where?
Right there.
Hold on. Play it again.
You're probably right. You've been right before. What I also believe is this stuff's true.
We had multiple viewers reach
Right,
out to
oh,
us
right
after they
there,
say
but
they
never
spotted
mind.
those
What the
Is
hell
it
is
rotating
that?
green lights in the
Someone's
sky.
holding
Now,
something. I'm
Caden Little
retarded.
of Middletown
That's what
reached out
happens
and
when
he
you've
tells
been
us
awake
he
for
saw
10 and
the
a half
lights around
hours
10.
streaming.
I thought I missed it, but yeah, just, I guess,
Right.
random thing to
Have you
share or
guys-
whatever.
Have you guys seen the movie where he plays God and he tells Nicolas Cage to take a hang glider to Afghanistan and kill Osama bin Laden? It's
What?
the best thing ever. He plays God so well. Like, perfect.
I haven't seen it.
Just saying. Sorry.
But yeah, Bernie, I got to get out of here too, man. Appreciate you having me on.
For sure. Much
Frankie,
love.
good to
Much
meet you.
love. Thank you for being here. And awesome section. I'm most definitely going to edit this and, republish it in a little bit. We're going to continue for one more hour as we get the experiments with the monoatomic silver starting to produce set up on that reaction now. But I also got the cases off, and look at that, putting 4 more ounces, both 2-ounce pure silver, Grandma Green's silver. It's my inheritance from Grandma Green being put in to the experiments of real science, Adept Alchemy 101 for all you beautiful souls tuning in. We're doing live tests to see, does this super moon, the full moon, affect the rate of monoatomic silver production? And that I have so far experienced and seem to prove, yes, it does. Full moon increases the amount it produces. New moon decreases the amount exponentially. The ancient alchemists claim that the moon is the element silver. Thus, I find that fascinating as all hell. Then I've now also found that when making monoatomic gold, that it will do the pure gold, break it down into the white monoatomic and also the gold nano gold colored crystal gold mixed in with that during the daytime. But as soon as the sun settles, it actually starts producing black, dark, almost like a black goo instead of the white, and that it taints it all, and that I never really associated it with the sun setting, and just thought that, hey, you can only run this reaction for 3 to 6 hours before it starts to oxidize, and you don't want to waste your expensive gold. When in fact, now that I've done it 4 or 5 times, I've noticed that it's literally as soon as the sun sets that the gold will no longer be making the monoatomic white, but instead turn into this black, goopy, corrupted powder that is definitely not what you want, and costing you the physical weight of real 24 karat gold to be making it. Thus, it's an expensive mistake to try to make monoatomic gold at night. And why you also want to put your silver in on a full moon, and we're going to try it right now with these brand new ones, see how much we get out of it. And that is what, like another $100 of my family savings we are putting in to this experiment right now. That is cold, hard, physical silver cash coinage, everyone. So
Bernie, let me ask you.
Yes, sir.
So I put mine in last night, probably midday yesterday, and I put a silver anode with the positive, and copper about the same size. So the copper coated the silver. So I just switched it to put the copper as the anode. Should I not do that?
You want the silver as the anode, the copper as the cathode, for that reaction.
And don't worry about the plating thing?
Yeah, it just will naturally do these nano layers of coating.
Okay,
regardless.
I'm glad I asked you. I'm going to change that real quick.
Fair enough. And all right, well, Frankie is changing that up. And as I just got this one hooked up and it doesn't seem to have the best connection, we need to hook these two up, but that's going to take me 5 or 10 minutes. So in that time, we're going to finish off with the last video of the share today. Oh no, I forgot about the Electroculture. Okay, well, let's actually get into some Electroculture first. This is the channel Burnt Church, 1,701 subscribers. The video is let me see here, 4 weeks old, and it says Electroculture Gardening Update, Unexpected Surprise. Let's see what we got. And let me know how the sound is once I have it up. Oops. Darn it. Wrong button. Oh, there's Finky.
Yep. What were you just talking about?
Electroculture. Let me know how the sound is.
It's pretty good. Give me 2 seconds for some.
look at that. As soon as I try playing one freaking video, not through Twitter, we get the ridiculous ads. So that's enough of oh, all right, we'll let it play through. Yeah, I paused it because of the ads, or the muted it because of the ads.
I have a video of my electroculture thing too.
Or people were saying no sound. Was that? Yeah, play yours for sure.
Okay, it's real quick. Oh man, come on. Sorry. Stupid pauses in the way. Yeah, and that's 9 days apart. The closer I move them to the pyramid, the faster they grow too. And 9 days before the second thing sprouted, and this dude's now 3 inches tall, and the leaves are over an inch. And these dudes are barely still sprouting. They're all still below 3 millimeters. Like, I don't know.
Really, eh? So noticeable
pretty
difference.
crazy. Quite a bit, I would say. And one of these has the coil in it. These are all in Miracle Grow, and I've been watering them with rainwater whenever it's not raining. It seems pretty profound to me.
That's awesome. I look forward to the continued experiments and upcoming results.
I don't know if you can see this or not. Because of this, I put a pyramid above I did the same thing. I made a giant one, and I put it above where I'm sitting right now. I can't tell you the difference, but why not, right? I mean, this is pretty extreme. And it reminds me of what Dan Winter was saying. He said that these things grow inside of the compression chamber. You know, like, or not chamber. He used a different word, a compression field, right? He said that, and this is also, it's made of aluminum foil. They're mirrors, especially the big one I made. I took my time and used epoxy. It's also, you know, which he talked about, Kozarov talked about, these mirrors. You have both, and you have the antenna effect of the pyramid, which is the same with the Earth. It's definitely doing something. This is almost. Now, my chick said that they need an arbitrarium, so to be fair, I should put some sort of other cover over the other two, right? I don't know.
Well, yeah, you gotta have. Well, if you put a cover, like to seal it off into like a greenhouse style terrarium on ones with electroculture, you'd have to do it on the controls without, or vice versa. Like whatever you do, make sure that you're being consistent with it with the control sort of situation.
Yeah. For a minute, I thought the other two were dead. It had been 9 days. It had been 15 days since I planted them. You know what I mean? And I was thinking, does it mean that right outside of it is a really bad place to be as a plant, unless you're right underneath it? And so that kind of freaked me out. It made me think, well, hey, if there's a pyramid in the room, I want to be under it and nowhere else. Yeah. And I have a bunch of pyramids I've made, so for all different purposes, I'm trying to make one like shaped like a bell, so like you could use it as a I guess a antenna.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, and the dude with the Qi amplifier, he was putting a microwave antenna. I've made a solid state version of that. I could show it later, maybe. But the point is, I have a bunch of these, and they're 2.4 gigahertz, I believe. They're for DJI racing drones. And so I'm thinking if you stuck one in the top of this and vibrated whatever frequency onto the plant, because I did that basically. You basically make chakra-shaped outer drum, and you put a microwave antenna into it. That's what I was talking about. The chi amplifier. I have a video on that guy too. I'm ready to play whenever. Might do it later on like a private thing.
Oh, you can play it right now. Might as well play the chi amplifier video. That sounds like
okay.
I like
Absolutely.
it.
Okay, perfect. I think it's even on this thing. Hang on 1 sec here. Maybe. I also got this dude, the Walter Bosley guy. I've been taking clips of things that I think should be revisited because they really need to be, you know.
Epic. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And this one too. So he's on a ley line, and he's able to go. So he went around with 2 compasses. Same dude. I'd like to talk to this guy, by the way. So I did the same thing, and I verified this because I'm on a ley line too. And I'm on 2 different spots. One of them is my business where I work. And it's twisting counterclockwise there, and then there's a famous statue in the middle of Savannah, and it goes right through it, and it twists the other way. And I verified both these with video, and they're on here, so I could show you if you want. But I'm gonna go with the chi amplifier, okay? See if I can find it here. Wait. It's gonna be a different video. Sorry.
Did you have it loaded? Sorry, mine kind of crashed.
Sorry, I'm loading it right now. Sorry. The thing is, I have several folders, so it's a little more difficult.
I feel you. I know how it is. So in the meantime, I can share a couple more photos of some alchemy while you get it ready. Here we have the nano coating through caustic. And shout out Mindful Exposures. Thank you for the new logos. Sarah is awesome. Quartz crystal and lye caustic right here. Nano coating through caustic lye, this process.
Crazy.
You can also nano coat through plasma flame or through electrolysis in the anode cathode water.
By the way, Bernie, the video you were playing first, it was talking about the implosion. He was cutting things with even the very first video you were playing.
Yeah.
Would that be similar to the twisting tornado thing we were talking about?
Yeah, type of cavitation, essentially. Yeah,
that's the word. Yeah, I have my video ready to play too whenever you want.
Yeah, we'll just do a little
bit your video.
Now look at this. Like, this is fascinating to me that you can see that it's being submerged into the caustic there, and then this is out. But, oops. What is going on here? Why is it merging like a black hole? Why is it bending this light up of the bucket into? Like, what is going on there?
Yeah, why does this stuff is so light? It's doing weird things with light, huh?
Right? Like, look at this. This is how can we explain this? Like, that's no graphic design or Photoshop or altering that image, or this one not out of focus, but still showing the same thing. Another one and another one. This is nano-coated copper coils, making the white monoatomic copper off of them as they turn into snow globes the first time that you react them back into caustic, or back into salt water from the caustic after rinsing them. And you can see the red, purple, pink copper activated coming out. It seems to be going the other way on that with the caustic. Oh, shout out to my brother One Leg Clay, my man one leg clay, and this was a t-shirt order of mine many years ago. Oh, I don't know. That's that for now. All right. Share away, Frankie. Share away the Tao of Frankie, brother.
Alrighty, here we go. I pre-recorded this too, so that I don't have to have bandwidth to do it. At least that's the theory, I think. Sorry, I put black spaces in between, so. Come on. Is it not working? Hang on, sorry.
Yeah, nothing yet.
Making me redo it, sorry. Man.
One love, Jack Sherlock. Thank you for joining in, and glad to have you part of the community. Our newest Blue Wrench. Everybody gets Blue Wrench, so you can share links, so you don't have to worry about being censored, and so you can also click on everybody else in the live chat that's commenting and get the option to go to their channel and follow them, subscribe, and network with each other, because that's what it should be all about. Still loading that up, Frankie, or?
Almost, sorry.
Oh dear.
Streamyard doesn't like me doing this. Hang on. Oh, here we go. Oh, come on.
Come on, come on.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay, hopefully it'll work this time.
Oh my.
I gotta start over, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
No
okay,
worries.
yeah, it's gonna work now. Okay.
It's going to work now. Very good. Is there sound on it?
The cheating is after that. Is it not loud enough?
No, please turn it up as high as you can.
Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A little bit. Actually, still can't really hear it.
Hang on one sec. I
Yeah, I think it's actually exponentially worse as the pre-loaded as opposed to the just
real
playing
one
through Chrome tab or whatever. By sharing screen, maybe try the present, and then where it says video file, upload it as the video file through the present share screen option, and
really
might give better sound.
Okay.
Which reminds me that we can also have a preloaded little video. So one more time, we're gonna play the Tartarian Truth. Pyramids with freaking laser beams, man.
Oh, I see what you mean. This is cool. Perfect. Okay. There's a bunch more. Wait.
Power. It's at that time. We're 11 hours into the stream. Hello, good sir.
going on?
What's happening?
Not too much. Just enjoying some tea.
Look at this freaking battery. Looks like the Indian temples that are carved out of the freaking bedrock.
2 very boring minutes later.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of this earlier. It's been pretty crazy.
1 nap later.
But he didn't have time right then. So he said he'd be back. He said I would need 2 compasses and a way to bring the electricity, I don't remember what he said, I think it was bad grammar, but to bring it down, all the way down. And then he left, and I went and found a couple of his friends to ask them how he built this machine to alter reality. And the one guy stopped me and he said, no, you got it all wrong. It's not a machine, it's a place. And he's like, this guy called this fat time or a fat place. And I don't know what that means, but apparently he loved that word, so that's what he used. Not surprisingly, the next day after I had woken up, I walked around with 2 compasses at about 6 to 8 inches apart. And right here, they point about 10 degrees off. Now, as you can see, there's really nothing around here. There's not metal to speak of. That's stainless steel over there. It's not going to mess with the magnetic field any. There's nothing around here. It's a natural place that has a weird twisted magnetic field. And it took me a while to figure out what bringing the electricity all the way down meant. And I went and I've got a portable 300,000 volt generator here. It's obviously not going to hit 300,000 volts because the ions will just arc away first. It's a 20 multiplier stage array up to a 15,000 volt little power supply in there. Anyway, rather neat little toy, and I've got it set up to where if I want to reverse the polarity, I can just slide my hand along after it's on, and now I've got the other polarity coming out the other side, and I can do that without zapping myself too badly. So anyway, you want negative at the top, and you want to point that up into the sky, and it will bring the charges down. Now, you do not want to do it on a day like pictured today. It's all overcast. These are the same instructions to get yourself hit by lightning. So do not do that in the daytime. And if I flip it over, and I've got positive toward the sky, it will stop all that energy from flowing. Absolutely stop it. And I tried this on a clear day. I only had a couple of minutes to do it. But I've tried it now, even though it's probably not safe, and didn't get anything because the clouds are probably absorbing it all or something. Anyway, these little charge cluster things in the sky from the sun are getting drawn down by my electric device, and they are hitting a spot with a twisted magnetic field, and the energy from it is absolutely fantastic. And I don't know how many people have been playing with trying to alter reality, but these charge clusters appear to be that spiritual energy that people are using to mess with the world. Now remember, if you're going to be playing with this, different thoughts.
So Bernie, this is going to keep. It's going to come back on again, and it's going to be him again, I think. I just did this so I could find it. Yeah, I just put black spaces in between so I could because there's a whole bunch of stuff that's not organized, all mixed together. That wasn't what I was wanting to play. I did want to play that eventually though, but it's the wrong subject for right now, I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit of electroculture.
Study the way shapes relate to life force. Now, if I want to contain water. I shape my hand or shape a cup in order to contain water. But if I want to contain something non-physical, a physical shape will not help me contain it. But I want to contain this invisible dimension in a physical shape. Now, how can I do it?
I was saving this for a totally
Actually,
different show.
this is done through resonance. Resonance of shape. Because if you enter into resonance with anything, you have information exchange. And the information exchange actually brings them together. So each contains the other. Now, how can we do this? In biogeometry, we have researched the resonance between shapes and the planes of nature. In theosophy, of course, you know, you have the divisions of the planes of nature, like vitality, etheric is one, and then part of the physical, then you have emotional, you have mental, and then you have the higher mentals, and then the spiritual levels. Now we're using a similar categorization, so in planes of nature, and we divide each plane into 12 subplanes, and then we have geometrical shapes that resonate with each of the subplanes. Now, I can't show experiments now of how we derive that, but this is part of the physics of quality, and we have the shapes that enter into resonance with each of the subplanes. Now, those shapes, when used in the forming process of any object, each shape will connect to the subplane in which it is in resonance. And so, natural shapes, all shapes in nature, have all those subplane resonant shape configurations that actually bring in all the levels of the life force into the shape and contain them. So you contain them through geometrical resonance. That's how you contain the higher dimensions. Now let me take the human body. Now, we know that in a human body, where can I test the occurrence of light shape, light force, and this multidimensional communication? We have energy centers for energy wheels that are referred to as chakras, and those chakras are actually, like I have a heart chakra, I have a throat chakra, eyebrow chakra, and each one is a vortex communicating between multidimensional levels. Now, I use my measuring instruments, and those measuring instruments, I cannot go too much into how I measure, how I use certain instruments related to torsion effects and things like that, because it cannot be done in an hour. But suffice to say that we have found that in every place where you have a human center, a human chakra, we have a chakra on the statue. Now, what does it mean having a chakra on the statue? Means that you have life force. Means that you have all the biological functions of the location of that chakra in the statue. But my statue on the physical level is not properly formed. Maybe I have formed the angles, I have formed everything, but I have not formed the material. So what will happen? It will contain all those energies of life, but it will not move, it will not animate. But all the other levels will be contained in it. So what we show that you can actually activate a chakra or increase its emission by raising the hands like that. Let's say the heart chakra, I raise those two hands on the level of the heart chakra. Because by moving the hands, each time I move the hands, centers of gravities move with it. So actually when I do this, the heart chakra increases. So if I want to activate my heart chakra as a human being, all I have to do is this. My brow chakra, I do this. So throat chakra, I do this. So same thing with the statue. And then we test people sitting in front of the statue with bioresonance machines, and we see where they have a deficient, let's say, organ function, biological function in the body, with which chakra is related. Then I place the statue with the right posture in front of them, and all of a sudden you can see a change in the life force in the body and the balance. That means that the statue itself has carried this information. It carries all the levels of light force and emits it to the person. Of course, the ancients, when they did this with the statue, they placed the statue on a sacred power spot so that they have the extra connection, higher connection to the statue. Now,
Yeah, sorry about that, Bernie. It's a little too Phrygian for right now. I didn't mean for that to happen, but I'm not really a techie. Getting better at it though. What I wanted to play is about to come on, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, no worries, Frankie, and sorry, it's 4:20 p.m. Alberta time, so I was smoking a little bit of the ganja.
Anyway, I
goes
built
again.
it because I looked at it and I'm like, this is a really weird patent by a really weird guy that has things like remote viewing amplifier and let's walk through walls patent and all kinds of crazy stuff. So I built a chi energy amplifier because it was easy. I had everything lying around and it worked. Like I couldn't feel it. I've hooked up psychics to it and they can't feel it at all. But like 3 minutes later, they're like, what the heck did this thing do to me? But they can't feel it at all. It charges you up, but you can't feel it. It's a really weird thing. Anyway, the iron cube thing appears to be the opposite. It's pure iron cube, 2 inches square, by that company that sells all the fancy element, different element samples.
Amplifier up real quick. In a private chat. Go ahead and continue.
Oh.
Go ahead, Adam.
Anyway, I was trying to follow an experiment that Stan Deo suggested, and it absolutely sucked all my energy out. It's like a chi energy drainer. And I ran it a couple of different ways, so I'm not sure which configuration did it, but it just wiped me out for about 5 days. It's been about, I think, 7 days since I did it, and I'm okay now. I did hard work outside all day, and I'm fine. But anyway, it's basically it's a iron cube. You take I wound 3 coils around the 3 axes, and when I tried running it with 3-phase AC power, it didn't do anything useful. I tried running it with 2-phase AC power into 2 of the coils with direct current on the 3rd to make a magnetic vortex, and that didn't do anything either. So then I hooked up 2 of the phases, or 2 of the coils to the same phase, and that started doing stuff. I also ran a DC magnetic field on the 3rd, and that's the one that really did the damage. But the chi energy amplifier thing, yeah, there it is. That thing works. I built it. And it's kind of a clever design. He uses a microwave antenna and drives it with a regular signal generator with square wave. So you get ringing in the microwaves, but it's pulsed at the lower frequency from the signal generator. And he gives the frequency in the patent. And he's showing round there, or kind of 2 ovals. The one I built, I didn't have 2 oval things. I only had half. So the top is curved like that, and the bottom is kind of like, well, it's a saucer from a plant, made clay. So it's only half of that, and it seems to work equally well.
Yeah, and Quincy was clear that you can make these things out of clay or ceramics, that they should be a dielectric material, they should have a reasonably high density. And then, yeah, the slot antenna, his slot antenna design really is the genius of this idea, where you don't have to have a microwave source to produce microwave level energy. I think that's the most fantastic part about it.
And it might be a little hard for some people to build. I built it with my tabletop milling machine, and it was really easy to cut out, but you could probably do it with drills and files and manage to make it work.
Oh, for sure. You can go grab a diamond tip glass boring bit and go to your local dollar store and get yourself some ceramic bowls that are about that right size and shape. Probably build it out of that, no problem.
I actually wandered through a hardware store through the section with all the clay pots and found one with a hole already in the bottom because it was meant for drainage for a clay pot, and it was about the right size.
Yeah, that'll work. The idea of using natural materials too in a electronic-based device is super strange, and that's one of the reasons why I think Quincy's patents are so unique. I mean, this guy was absolutely something else. There's no way to tell whether he was a complete joker or just an absolute genius. I highly favor towards the side of absolute genius that decided to disclose in a unique kind of way. And the reason for why this is an interesting case is Quincy released over 12 different patents. And the patent office contacted him on almost all of them requesting more information. He ignored the patent office, didn't ever bother to pursue actually going from the application status to patent approval, while simultaneously continuing to release more and more patent applications. And I think the whole goal there was to just get them into the public record. Yeah.
Okay, and that is the end of that one. And I did the same thing and made basically a solid state version.
You've made a solid state. And
well,
yeehaw! Happy Calgary Stampede, 4th of July, Canada Day, Frankie the Tout with the aluminum hat.
How he built.
Right.
this machine to alter reality.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so I was thinking, why not, instead of using a clay or ceramic, wouldn't glass be better?
Yeah,
or brass?
right. The glass jar, when you seal it, you essentially get your plasma tube or vacuum tube, and you got it. Boom, turns it into plasma. Bam, man, that double look at that beauty.
Yeah, ghetto, but I can put it.
That's not ghetto. That's gonna make some transmutations right there. That is like
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Walter Russell tech going on. Building there, my friend.
Oh, perfect. I thought even better than glass would be piezoelectric quartz or monoatomic inside of here.
Oh, of course.
And I have maybe, right? Maybe that would be the ultimate shape. Is the liquid,
right? Maybe. You got to have the quartz, the diamond, essentially, the ultimate crystal as the container instead of the glass, but in that the lattice structure, the harmonic lattice for what you're trying to resonate with, and then also that lost the train of thought on it.
Okay. Once I put one of them and power it, I have a whole bunch of these dudes.
Oh yeah, when you have monoatomics
in the water,
in the jars. So this is a key point to that jar and the vacuum tubes and the transmutations that happen in it, and that when you put the plasma arc through it, and that I've long suspected and I now intend on fully drying out a bunch of them, washing the powders, and starting to zap them in jars and seal the jars. And put them in microwaves and zap them and get some real, actual crazy plasmatic fusion reactions.
Have you tried distilling?
By the end of the summer.
I wonder if distilling would do something.
Oh yeah, I've got it, and I've also got a whole bunch of distilled water now too. That for specific ones that I will start running as I'll set up 3 or 4 of the exact same. Experiments are like anode cathodes, only with minor control alterations, one being the distilled water, and then starting to use a couple of different electrolytes other than salt, and then also one with a new power supply, and maybe even probably the first one, just a comparison of the AC 5 volts power supply compared to just the standard D battery DC.
I keep wondering about that myself, but everybody is way ahead of me on that right now. AC is hard for me.
DC, I never recommend any novice, anyone new to start. Don't ever start with AC. It is DC only. And that is battery, and it's natural, it's slower, but it is a steady harmonic current state that it will run this monoatomic colloidal electrolysis jar reaction for 3 days. That's how long the battery life lasts on usual for your zinc carbon battery that will power it. And that's all you need. And you can even use a AA or a AAA battery. I'll take my camera outside to show some that I've done. And that it's always 3 days. And it almost always the anode will also be fully eroded down into the monoatomics by the end of that 3rd day, unless you're using harder metal.
I'm really glad you told me that. That makes a lot of sense.
And then finally with it, the psychic test, and just like bending spoons or speaking with goats, there's the leaving it for a week where it's ran for 3 days, it's been dead for 3 days. You come in with your friend on the 7th. You know it's dead, but you go watch it come back to life, and you stare at it, and boom, it starts bubbling again. And the reactor starts producing hydrogen. The electrolysis starts going all just because you've willed it. And sure
Yeah.
enough, my brother Eamon was there in that garage when I did that the first time I've ever tried it, and it worked. And it was like, hot damn, I don't think I can produce that 100 out of 100 times, but that's 1 out of 1. I like it. Now
conscious.
maybe we'll go for round
Conscious.
2, but I encourage others to try this.
Right. It's conscious, I think. Is it a physical form of plasma?
All plasma.
aware?
So here's the thing about plasma is it's higher dimensional matter. So it is physical always in some manner, and it is higher dimensional. And I believe that all plasma has some level of conscious structure and flow to it of self-organization and potential conscious dimension, fractality. That could be the missing key that we are all looking for. Simultaneously, why you have these ball lightning plasma orbs always appearing as not just UAP, UFOs, but spirits, guides, and so much more. Plasma could be alive.
Yeah.
Your
I
blood.
want to talk more next time about Dan Winter. Everything about that video that you posted.
One guy stopped me and he said, no, you've got it all wrong. It's not a machine.
Sorry.
It's a...
He seems to be...
that right there. Actually, now that you bring up Dan Winter, that is awesome that you do, because that was one of the last videos I wanted to play for the day. And it's another global breakthrough energy movement presentation, and it is called The Key to All Forms of Fusion, Vacuum Energy, and Self-Organization. Dan Winter and Jason Matozzo. So, synchronicity, we've got Dan Winter, excellent lecture and presentation that not a whole lot of people have really seen. Only 3 years old and only 1.6 thousand views. So this is one of those hidden gems that I love sharing with the world and all of you, and that's why we are here. Where? Oh, I see what's going on.
Okay, Bernie, my chick's finally getting mad.
Yeah, you should go do your life, brother. Here, I'm gonna end
I'll leave this open though, and I'll listen.
Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here on your channel for a minute.
Okay.
And then I am also going to end it now on BurnEye channel, because it's at 11 hours and 20 minutes. If it gets up to 11 hours 30 minutes, YouTube deletes it. So let's get it saved. So we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna finish off one last half hour, but it's now ended on the Tao of Frankie. But make sure you subscribe to the Tao of Frankie.
Thank you.
And
Bernie never sleeps. Funny.
Oh no, I go to sleep for a day after this. So if you see that it says Real Science 41 planned for an hour from now or 2 hours from now, it's actually about to be 26 hours from now as I go sleep for a day, because it's BurnEye Real Science and we got Alchemy. And thank you for tuning in, everybody, on the BurnEye channel.
Yeah, and Bernie, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure,
It's been fun.
Frankie, for sure, G. And yeah, we will talk soon, my My
Yep,
friend,
yep.
happy 4th of July.
You crazy mother.
Right on, dude. I'm gonna stay on here.
You crazy.
Peace out.
You crazy mother. Yeah.
It's just Bernie. Hey, Bernie, just like last week, huh?
Weekend at Bernie's.
Okay, so no longer live on BurnEye, still live on Crypto Alchemist, still live on Rumble. Oh no, I think Rumble ended. Oh my, because no, we are still live on Rumble. Yes, we are. And on Twitches and a Twitter. And here we are. Let's see. So sometimes though the connection can get eroded and loose with when you have to be very careful connecting the anode cathodes to the coins. So I'm going to now connect the two brand new 2-ounce silvers and put them in as well to vastly accelerate the process. I need to reach out to this man again and do a recording with Nassim. He is a genius and an inspiration, and I've met him and talked with him a few times, both in person here twice over the years and 3 times on Zooms, and been a major many more if their monthly Zoom conferences at the Resonance Academy. This place here we were going to be looking deeper into in the Egypt in America series, delving into the Grand Canyon Pyramid Complex. Why is there an Ottoman amphitheater? Why is there a Buddha's temple? Why is there a Solomon's temple? Why is there a temple of Jupiter, a temple of Apollo, a temple of Isis, of Cheops, and literally 20 or 30 more up in here that it's just absolutely insane what you have here. Isis temple. Look at this. This is the original Isis temple. On the very top, notice you do have a capstone right off the get-go. These are more likely 5 or 6 sided pyramid mountain structures, but they definitely are exactly that. We know it because of the 90 angles, the curved walls, and the giant cave entrance directly below aligned to that capstone. And that in the 60s, the U.S. Army, I guess, whatever FEMA was at the time, National Guard, National Guard. Apparently there was a jetliner accident over this area of the Grand Canyon, and then when the rescue team and effort was over, magically the plane filled in a perfect brick wall. Okay, so this was 9/11, 11/11/11. All right. Okay, so it was like in 61. Inversed. I don't know. I'm freestyling here, but if like. Is that their actual story that it was? As far as I'm aware, I believe I heard this source from goats, gold, and bulls. Is that no? Not Jim Willie, not the Golden Jackass. It was he's a Californian precious metals. Stacker. What is? It will come to me. Very good guy. He's been into crypto, definitely into precious metals. Good friends with anyways, I will look into the airline crash and if that was the rescue party or what investigation that was used as the cover to literally build a fake facade wall covering up the main entrance of Isis Temple. And Isis Temple is just the very first temple from the Southern Rim. I believe, like, just like the main one, and it's still so obvious. All the other ones, they will literally kill you and prevent you from going to and going into. With Apache helicopters, drones can't even fly over these areas, and if you have ones that evade it, they literally use EW, electronic warfare, to crash your drones. Happened to Rexbear League Project, and I'm going to be doing a full episode on the Grand Canyon with Rex and playing that footage of his drone crashing, and immediately thereafter the Apache helicopter, attack helicopter, rising up out of the rim. He got it all on camera and chased them, forced them out of there. Like, it's heavily guarded. It's a no-go zone, and somehow a jet airliner crashed into that hole and it produced this perfect brick wall facade. And what I personally theorized for this ancient macro builder, super civilization, is that what they're calling this red sandstone here layer and this white saying butte faults, limestone probably, that it in fact was a 1-2 dam, and you can even see that it was washed out, and that the water line would have been somewhere along here, and that this was the inner Garden of Eden, essentially, or of it's got Solomon's Temple, the Temple of Jupiter, all 50 of the different ones. I'm not gonna label them or read them all off until we do the full episode on it together with Rex again. And this is the Geoglyphs in Medicine Hat, Alberta, that we are going to be going to in 2 weeks' time. I think that's what I'm going to do for my birthday finally, is go to Medicine Hat. That's what it is. Finally going out there. That's reasonable. Instead of Mount Yamanisk on my birthday, we will go here. And it will be one day after the Stampede is over, so it's official. July 17th, we will be out here. So everybody wanting to tune in to see Bernie and fam and all of you, anyone that wants to meet up and come be a part of it, we are going to explore the heck out of all of this entire area. And I guarantee we're going to find something. We're going to find something big. Topographical map of, you guessed it, this Grand Canyon. And I point this out often. It is a perfect match each peak. So Horus Temple, Tower of Ra, Osiris Temple, Tower of Set, Cheops Pyramid, Isis Temple, Sumner Butte, O'Neill Butte. Yeah, so just some of the other temples and pyramids that are actually named after these gods and goddesses within the Grand Canyon Pyramid Complex there. And, you know, how did an airplane do that? You'd think an airplane crashing into it would cause this. Somehow in backwards worlds, an airplane crashing into it caused this. Okay, so is this when backwards America officially the time reversal happened? Maybe when somehow an airplane flew into a cave and produced a facade of a wall. I think that is when America, when they sealed up the tunnels, the downfall of America. And then we have the rise of such things as Mexico, where they, you know, with the right priests and people and respect and team, jackhammered their way in, opened up, and I don't know how come I have like not been able to find the footage. Literally 1 week ago, for the first time, I found on Pinterest 1 minute short video of them jackhammering in for like 3 seconds. It's showing them breaking in, going down the huge crazy sets of stairs, like the ones that we saw Paul Cook hopefully not go missing on 12 hours ago. We're only descending like 2 flights of stairs directly. This one, as soon as it opens up, you can see it's at least 10 or 20 straight down. Like the bright flashlights just go on until like they just dissipate and it goes into straight darkness and still stairs. And then when they get down, and it's in a huge cavern, and there's like 3 or 4 of them with these like little pumped up kayaks, 2 to a kayak, going through and like then getting to some island. Like it was straight Harry Potter steez. Like, and supposedly this man right here was the one that verified. If you haven't seen my episodes, the U parts of Mexico, the alien U parts of Mexico, and Nassim Haramine's analysis. It's another 8-hour stream, but I have edited it down to 2 hours. I'm going to be re-premiering it very soon, and hopefully for it, I will be able to actually find that video again. All right. Real science, it ain't happening today now, but it will be tomorrow. This was red matter, and this right here is also reactive red matter. You can see it at the very bottom. It's like a deep maroon purple, and then on the coil, it is maroonish red on the right side, and then orangish red on the left, and that it was just taken off as being an anode in a 5-volt electrolysis reaction, and that there is this chunk of floating aluminum that is black and red and undergoing a chain reaction of self-imploding into this red state, black decay state in water, and it's just filled with an insane amount, literally billions or trillions of atomic hydrogen bubbles all going up, sparkling up, and what seems to be cavitation, the star in the jar, and some of them when going through this specific reaction. Here we have the blue oxidized state nanocoating the cathode side here, and on the anode side, the aluminum and copper breaking down again into that red decayed mercury state. Here we have the sulfuric state, the sulfur state, by grounding out to and then getting a double negative into the electrolysis, you will get this yellow sulfur state every time. Also, when a current is live or nanotube structures are broken off from the electrical anode cathode structure, they will bleed out this yellow sulfuric state. Any questions? We are going to also here now on the Twitter. Oh dear, it stopped working again, but that's why we've got a second one open. And in the name of science, that's why we're doing it, y'all. In the name of science. Redoing this baby, and that it is yeah. Kaboomy. There we go again. And yes, we're gonna add it now. I guess before I relaunch it on my second YouTube, because I don't know if this video is copyrighted or not, this is the perfect time to play. If whoever is here right now going up to the 12-hour mark, I have a treat for everybody. Oh, this is a Brucey bonus of Brucey bonuses coming up, my friends and family. Just you wait what I have to tickle ye fancies. Here she be. Found it. It's about to get astounded. Gotta tweet it first. Let's make the... So I have 3 Twitter accounts. All 3 are listed in the descriptions of the videos. I also have 3 YouTube profiles, 2 TikTok profiles, 4 Rumble profiles, 2 OdySee profiles, 2 Instagram profiles, 3 YouTube profiles, one of which is still terminated due to sabotage attack by a like live freaking sicko that was please help me get it back and protest to get Bernard Conkin back. It was a pervert that was running the porn bots that used the StreamYard link in the live chat for the live viewers, imitating the name of a regular community member and stealing their profile picture to bypass the scrutiny for me to let them in. And when I stopped looking for all of 10 seconds, I believe it was, because I was walking from one computer to the other, I got to the next screen and I had a message from Callum. Immediately been like, yo, dude, get him off, and like immediately clicked boot, and it was this Southeast Asian person of male descent with a probably the smallest just it was disgusting. And why did he have to show the world such, like, yeah, but yeah, lost my channel for it. Would like to get that one back. So on that note, I need to restart this baby because my eyes is exactly everything was pyramidal to begin with. Hello, good sir. My eyes. See, what's happening.
Not too much, just enjoying some tea.
Look at this freaking battery. Looks like the Indian temples that are carved out of the freaking bedrock. That it actually does.
2 very boring minutes later.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of this earlier. It's been pretty crazy.
1 nap later.
Look at this shit. They're all pyramids. Everything was pyramidal to begin with. That part seen it here first. That's
weird.
legit.
I'm looking that up right now.
Like, look at this cement rebarred freaking fortification, and then just a dinky wood watchtower on top. But 3 arches worth of cemented caves going into the sides. Everything is pyramidal. This looks like they just took over some Navajo freaking mountaintop. Looks like some guardians. Looks like another guardian.
What? Like, huh? Are you crazy?
Just mind-blowing.
Absolutely mind-blowing.
Oh, just the monastery here. No, the
What's up,
monastery made of the only surviving mud brick building castles from around the whole.
After coming across those petrified pieces of wood and looking into it a little bit more, some of these places that are carved into mountains, that sometimes I just start to think that maybe they were just structures before the flood, possibly, and they became, I guess, there's carved out type mountain looking structures after the flood, maybe, but obviously that's just a random theory.
You're a stupid dumbass.
Like, something fucked this shit right up, but then you have however many eons of actual erosion and life and decay and stuff that has gone on since then. Like, is this the sleeping dude here? Giant guy behind this? And like this natural amphitheater in Colorado? Like, are you kidding me? No, nature doesn't naturally make these perfect freaking amphitheaters all over the place. Look at, like, what is that?
2 hours later.
But that's legit. The, like, oh my god, it just, does that look like a dude right there? I don't know.
You got the Cowboys
Like,
there.
pyramids, CBS to the rescue, blow up some pyramids.
What? The fuck? What? Like, what? Okay, there is no logic to what you are saying. There's no logic there. That's called stupidity.
Many, many minutes later.
But look at this. Cart ruts? Like, I don't think so. It looks like Maltese shit. Straight rock. How is it cut through with wood carts? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that would have to take a lot of traveling over a long time, I'm guessing. Donkey boy.
I just wanna explore these places. Like, look at this hotel. Like, what the fuck? It's in a giant rock. Next to these things.
Hours later.
Guaranteed. I think John Levi has won me over. They're all buildings.
What the fuck?
All right.
huh?
Sorry about that.
I think a lot of them are. When I was traveling to Nashville, I was going past a site called Cave City, Kentucky, and when I looked it up on Google just to see what it was, for some reason all these, like, I guess cities carved out of rock were showing up on Google. I don't know. I still haven't figured out for sure if it's in Kentucky or not. I couldn't find any information about it, so maybe Google is just giving me random photos from other places, but
I wouldn't be surprised though. It's fascinating, and it's more places than you suspect. And
This guy is fucking stupid!
yeah, and I definitely get slow when I've been up for more than a day, and that sleep deprivation zombie mode, you know, it kicks in. And my apologies, and I love, man, you got to be able to laugh at yourself and also be able to use the constructive criticism and realize, hey, maybe you shouldn't be live straight for 8 hours, 9 hours at a time, 12 hours now live right now. But hey, it's in between the 1st of July, which was Canada Day, and the 4th of July in America, right before the Calgary Stampede starts this weekend, the greatest outdoor show rodeo on earth. And, you know, that's pretty much the July pretty lame day. What better to do than spend 12 hours with all of you teaching, learning together, and breaking it up into several different episodes and streams throughout the stream. And I'm about to go back live on the BurnEye on YouTube as well as the Facebook. But first, we are starting out with the, yes, here it is. Ancient tunnels. Oh no. Okay. Okay, here we go. We got it. We don't got it. We don't got it at all. I'm just a sitting duck for a Tartarian lass to slander me words in the metaverse. I make my podcast super diverse with leading ancient tunnels that lead to the inner earth for whatever that's worth. I find it very fascinating. Let me know what you do. The key point being to write down each of the names that are listed of the supposed entrances and exits of the inner earth that are listed in this video coming up here. And as soon as you hear them, you see them, you realize that, well, there's got to be some sort of a truth to these legends, stories, and documentations coming forward of these worldwide network of honeycomb passages underground, and like the daring Kuyu, oh, the rest. So we gotta remove that bad boy here. And shout out Paranoid American. Sent me a message earlier today showing congratulations. So quick, I helped him, and like he appreciated the advice given him, but like structuring his like Beyond Epic podcast. I was like, yo, the first day I saw him like post like 5 of them all at once. So it was like 10 hours of content released all at once. No freaking premieres, nothing. I was like, stop immediately. And he did, and I was like, you got to do like 1 or 2 a day, and you got to set them up as full premieres and do them in order. And he did that, and lo and behold, like 3 weeks, 4 weeks later, he's now fully qualified, both in viewers and like subscribers and 4K view hours to become monetized, and that his channel is now officially YouTube accepted to review his application. So he is under review to be approved for monetization. And Thomas Paranoid American PA makes so many of the AI graphics and backgrounds. We're going to be doing another one very soon together here. And this... oh, is this the one? Is this the one? Here we go. Maybe not. Yeah, there we go. Paranoid American right here. Esoteric sciences, you know. And the metaphysics. Oops. But... so, now, my rambling, as we make it to the 12-hour mark, the ancient tunnels around the world for all of you beautiful, amazing souls. Here we go. This is 4chan.
Ancient tunnels. Like the flat Earth
That's
theory,
like QAnon.
the hollow Earth theory has to disregard accepted science completely. However, I feel as though the inner Earth theory holds much more weight. This is the theory that there is an elaborate system of tunnels and caverns that connect and span the entire globe, some man-made, some naturally occurring. There are countless myths and legends coming from almost every culture in history that speak of tunnels leading to far-flung reaches of the world, connecting to spiritual underworlds and containing many types of creature. There also exists physical evidence of massive underground structures that are still not fully explored, and that have closed entrances and tunnels leading to dead ends. From Derinkuyu in Turkey, the Hypogeum of Halsaflieni in Malta, the Parisian catacombs, the pyramids of Bosnia, the labyrinth of Egypt, Shinauav in Death Valley, along with countless others in North America, Orvieto in Italy, Ellora caves in India, and many more. Do you believe in the possibility of a worldwide network of tunnels? And what do you think is down there, if so? Would it be worthwhile trying to enter these tunnels? And what would be the best way to go about it?
Interesting topic. I don't believe that all those tunnels are connecting. Some of them might do, but I think you underestimate the sheer size of our planet. Those tunnels would have to go under the seafloor as well, which I just can't imagine. That said, I think it's quite possible for there to be greater cavities and caves that are interconnected via tunnels, but stay kinda regional. For example, the North American ones aren't connected with the Eurasian ones. What's down there? I don't know. I know way too little about fauna that lives in really deep tunnels or caves, and I also don't know if living in those lower regions of Earth is comparable to living in lower levels of the sea. Maybe someone can clear this up. Have you read Lovecraft's The Rats in the Walls? I think you would really enjoy that short story.
Here is a list of supposed entrances. Some exist in religious mythology, some are historical legends, some are natural formations, and others are still existing man-made tunnels. Tibet. In Tibet, there is a major mystical shrine, also called Patala, which is said by the people there to sit atop an ancient cavern and tunnel system, which reaches throughout the Asian continent and possibly beyond. The Nagas, underground serpent people, also have an affinity with water, and the entrances to their underground palaces are often said to be hidden at the bottom of wells, deep lakes, and rivers. There are alleged to be many other Buddhist temples that are entrances to the underworld, many having immense immovable stone doors with carvings of serpent people and other strange symbols. Ecuador, Cueva de los Tallos, Cave of the Oil Birds. Egypt. The Great Pyramid of Giza is surrounded by mystery, said to have secret tunnels and chambers leading to many reaches around the world. Also, the labyrinth, which was considered a legend for years, was recently discovered, and the findings weren't released. Research this, it's pretty interesting. Is said to have miles and miles of unexplored tunnels, and is another alleged tunnel to the underworld. Brazil. Mato Grosso is famous for its mysteries regarding secret tunnels, and they also have a similar legend about an underground lake leading to the underworld, as in Buddhist and Hindu mythology. Many explorers have gone searching but never come back. The natives are incredibly hostile and only grant certain people access. Canada. Another entrance is found in the Nahanni Valley, but many of those that have dared to enter this area have been found decapitated, thus giving the region its name, the Valley of the Headless Men. The Nahanni Valley in Canada is the land of the Ojibways, the Slave, Dog Ribs, Stoney, the Beavers, and the Chipewayans. It covers 250 square miles in the southern end of the Mackenzie Mountains of Canada and lies almost 550 miles due west of Fort Simpson on the Mackenzie River of northwest Canada. Hot springs and sulfur geysers keep the valley warmer than the surrounding areas by about 30 degrees year-round. This land of perpetual mist is viewed by the Indians as taboo and avoided. California, southwestern California, holds the legend of Crystal Cave, a large cavern that links to Cocoweek Peak. It was reportedly found by Earl Dorr, a miner and prospector who followed clues given to him by Indians. Dorr entered Crystal Cave in the 30s and followed a passage down into Cocoweef Mountain for about a mile. Here he entered a large cavern that he explored for a distance of 8 miles. Flowing at the base of the cavern was a river, and its banks were rich with deposits of gold. For reasons only known to Dorr, he dynamited the entrance. The exact location of this sealed entrance is unknown today, the Leoba Cave. The Leoba Cave is located in the province of Zapoteca, somewhere near the ancient village of Mictlan, the village of the underworld. The village of Leoba, translated, means the Cavern of Death. The Cavern of Death was located in the last chamber of an 8-chamber building or temple. This temple had 4 rooms above the ground and 4 more important chambers built below the surface of the earth. This building was located in Theozapotlan, and the tunnel entrance leads beneath the mountain. Catholic priests in an earlier period of time descended into the caves with lit torches. They discovered what seemed to be an endless passageway with bones strewn before them from others that had come before them. As they advanced into the mountain, they were assailed with the smell of putrid air and snakes. As they continued forth, a strong cold wind blew their torches out, leaving them in the dark and causing them to take flight hurriedly back out of the cave. In retreating from the cave, the priest claimed they heard ghastly noises coming from within. When they managed to finally exit, the priest declared the cave home of devils and ordered the entrance be forever sealed. The Maltese Cave. This entrance, known as Hypogeum of Hal Saflienti, is located on the island of Malta, near the village of Casalpala, which overlooks the town of Malta. In 1902, workmen digging a well in Casalpala reportedly fell into a subterranean cavern, which connected to an entire complex of caves and tunnels. This discovery led to a complex of caves, 3 of which were a series of chambers excavated out of solid rock on 3 even lower levels for each chamber. This series of underground rooms. When first explored, they found over 30,000 skeletons of men, women, and children inside. The tunnels under the Hypogeum were later sealed off after 30 students entered the caves on a field trip and disappeared without a trace.
Okay, so I paused it right there. The Hypogeum in Malta. So where's Paul Cook? After this video, I'm gonna play Paul's last video where it cut out live when he descended into that dark staircase into the abyss. And well, this is the story of, well, let's all listen together. I'm gonna just restart this little part of the Maltese aspect of this because, well, decide for yourselves.
Saflienti is located on the island of Malta, near the village of Casalpala, which overlooks the town of Malta. In 1902, workmen digging a well in Casalpala reportedly fell into a subterranean cavern, which connected to an entire complex of caves and tunnels. This discovery led to a complex of caves, 3 of which were a series of chambers excavated out of solid rock on 3 even lower levels for each chamber. This series of underground rooms. When first explored, they found over 30,000 skeletons of men, women, and children inside. The tunnels under the hypogeum were later sealed off after 30 students entered the caves on a field trip and disappeared without a trace. The numerous efforts of search parties looking for the children and guide were in vain.
The unfortunate school trip at Malta's hypogeum is easily one of the best spooky stories of last century. Especially the version where the city could hear the screams of children for weeks due to the close network of tunnels beneath the city. Also worth noting that the rope they had been using was cut cleanly by a sharp object, not frayed or worn away.
Staffordshire, England. Somewhere in Staffordshire,
Walker,
England,
the
a field
reptiles.
exists where a man, while digging a trench, discovered a large iron plate beneath the dirt. The hatch was large and oval, with an iron ring mounted on it. This hatch covered an entrance leading into underground tunnels. The only clue we have to its location is that the field is in a valley surrounded by woods, and that a report of its discovery can be found in A History of Staffordshire by Dr. Plott, who wrote the book in the late 1700s. Also, Glastonbury is said to be the entrance to the English folklore legend Avalon. What is now known as Glastonbury was, in ancient times, called the Isle of Avalon. It is virtually an island, for it is completely surrounded by marshlands. In Welsh, it is called Ynys Afalach, which means the island of apples, and this fruit once grew in great abundance. After the Battle of Camlan, a noblewoman called Morgan, later the ruler and patroness of these parts as well as being a close blood relation of King Arthur, carried him off to the island, now known as Glastonbury, so that his wounds could be cared for. Years ago, the district had also been called Ynys Gwytrin in Welsh, that is the island of glass, and from these words the invading Saxons later coined the place name Glastonbury. Glastonbury Tor, the large hill with a ruin on top, was also said to be the entrance to the underworld in Celtic legend, and was a sacred place that people didn't dare to go. There is also a well in Glastonbury called the Chalice Well that is one of the most ancient in Britain. It lies in the Vale of Avalon between the Tor and the Chalice Hill. It has never failed even during times of drought. The water is supposed to have healing properties, and the place has been a point of pilgrimage for years. It has been in use for over 2,000 years. This one's really cool. The Dulce, New Mexico base. An underground military base laboratory in Dulce, New Mexico connects with the underground network of tunnels which honeycombs our planet. And the lower levels of this base are allegedly under the control of inner Earth beings or aliens. This base is connected to Los Alamos research facilities via an underground tube shuttle. Beginning in 1947, a road was built near the Dulce base, under the cover of a lumber company. The odd thing is, according to sources, no lumber was ever hauled, and the road was later destroyed. Navajo Dam is the Dulce base's main source of power, though a second source is in El Vado, which is also another entrance. This information should help you locate the underground complex, if of course you feel brave enough to venture onto the Dulce properties. Most of the lakes near Dulce were made via government grants for the Indians. The September 1983 issue of Omni has a color drawing of the Subterrene, the Los Alamos nuclear-powered tunnel machine that burrows through the rock, deep underground, by heating whatever stone it encounters into molten rock, which cools after the subterrane has moved on. The result is a tunnel with a smooth, glazing lining. Although evidence has been found of this machine, there are no signs of molten rock, and the concept ceased being used after 1983. There are over 100 secret exits near and around Dulce, many around Archuleta Mesa, others to the source around Dulce Lake and even as far east as Lindrick. Deep sections of the complex connect into natural cavern systems. Note, the elevators, lights, and doors at Dulce Base are all magnetically controlled. The area around Dulce has had a high number of reported animal mutilations. The researchers at Dulce Base have also abducted several people from Dulce's civilian population and implanted devices of various types in their heads and bodies. Note, Livermore Berkeley Labs began producing blood for the Dulce Base in the mid-1980s, and human and animal life have now slowed considerably. If interested, it may be worthwhile to check out Livermore Berkeley Labs. Delta Group, from the National Recon Group, is responsible for security of all alien-connected projects. The delta symbol is a black triangle on a red background. Dulce Base's symbol is a delta, a triangle, with the Greek letter tau within it, and then the entire symbol is inverted, so the triangle points down, and the tau is also inverted. A very active UFO base exists beneath Mount Rainier. There are also said to be underground vaults containing records of the ancient Lemurians. The ice cap of Mount Rainier contains a maze of corridors and caves. In August of 1970, scientists climbed to the top of Mount Rainier and entered these caverns and tunnels. Evidence was found indicating that a small lake exists deep beneath the ice cap. It is possible that one could find a way to get beneath Mount Rainier through these tunnels. The Mount Lassen. Mount Lassen, Tehama County, California, is an entrance leading to a large underground city. Near the foot of Mount Lassen is a town called Manten. Ralph Fields Manten found this entrance and claims that it is on the side of the mountain, a little over 7,000 feet above sea level, and is near a rock outcropping, Death Valley, California. This entrance is supported by the local Indian legend, which speaks of a tunnel that runs beneath Death Valley Desert and the people that used to live in the Panamint Caverns. The entrance is in the Panamint Mountains, down on the lower edge of the range near Wingate Pass, in the bottom of an old abandoned shaft. These tunnels connect with the surface also through arched windows in the side of the mountain that look down on Death Valley. During ancient times, these windows were accessible by boat. The windows in the Death Valley side of the Panamint Mountains are about 4,500 to 5,000 feet above the bottom of Death Valley and are across from Furnace Creek Ranch. From these openings, you can see the green of the ranch below you and Furnace Creek Wash across the valley. So, with high-powered binoculars or a telescope, you should be able to see the openings from the Furnace Creek Ranch, or Wash. You can drive down Emigrant Canyon towards Death Valley. You can then park beside the road between Furnace Creek Ranch and the salt bed. From here, the windows should be visible through binoculars. The Brown Mountain entrance. Brown Mountain is in North Carolina, near Morganton. Morganton is about 15 miles north of an actual highway marker, which has been posted by the state, providing any visitor the best view of Brown Mountain. Brown Mountain is an area in which many strange lights have been seen. Canadian UFO bases and the Great Lakes Triangle. Entrances at Lake Ontario may lead to underwater cities. The Toronto tunnels lead to a subterranean city, and Lake Ontario. Light's orange-colored spheres have been seen coming out of and diving into Lake Ontario. The area of highest activity is between Oakville and Toronto. There may be a connection to the Lakeview hydroelectric plant, as many of these UFOs have been seen heading in that direction. Toronto entrance. There is a small opening to the underground tunnels off Parliament Street in downtown Toronto. The entrance is between two apartment buildings and leads to the tunnels via the sewers. The underground city beneath Toronto has its center beneath Gerrard Street and Church Street. Above this area, strange magnetic effects have been observed. It has been noted that this corner of Gerrard and Church Streets seems to have a higher accident rate than anywhere else in Toronto. It is also believed that underground equipment utilizing powerful magnetic fields are responsible for the bizarre equipment failures that often are the cause of these accidents. These tunnels are known by the local Indians and can be found in their legends. After an iron mine in Newfoundland province had been dug deeper than any other, strange things began occurring and the mine had to be shut down. It is now condemned and off limits, which the police strictly enforce. The mining town is located near the Newfoundland-Quebec border. Sneaking in late at night seems to be the only way to gain entrance. Kentucky Mammoth Cave in south-central Kentucky. Mount Shasta, California, USA. The Agarthian city of Telos allegedly exists within and beneath this mountain. Hopi legends say that this mountain is one of the 13 homes of the lizard people, reptoids. Native American Indian tribes of California claim that Mount Shasta is the inner mountain dwelling place of an invisible race of men. Still more accounts describe the mountain as an inlet to the ancient Lemurian world, and that the Lemurian survivors still live today in the tunnels of dead volcanoes. Some suggest that it is a meeting place for the Lothinian Brotherhood, who use a strange force, vis mortuus, to carve caverns out of solid rock. which sounds very similar to the equipment used at Dulce, New Mexico. In 1904, J.C. Brown, an explorer for a British mining company, reported that he had discovered a cave in a hollow in the side of the mountain, complete with one skeleton and hieroglyphic writings on the walls. Brown later quit his job and settled in Stockton, where he lived out his life selling gold trinkets that he claimed to have in the Mount Shasta cave. In 1934, Abraham Mansfield said he encountered a tribe of Lemurians who had dug tunnels connecting Mount Shasta and the Bluff Creek area. A man from San Jose, while hiking on the southern slope in 1972, came across what he described as a reptilian humanoid. Other visitors to the mountain have reported seeing various subhuman cultures, including dwarfs, Bigfoot or Yeti-type creatures, and giants dressed in white robes. On August 16, 1987, believing the mountain to be one of the 7 major planetary chakras of spiritual tuning forks, thousands came together as part of an international harmonic convergence designed to bring peace to the whole world. White Sands Missile Base. Rumored to have an underground complex and tunnels is in the area around the White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. This area is reported to have been the secret headquarters of the great Apache chief Victorio, and is named after him, Victoria Peak. From what I understand, the Army bulldozed the peak out and placed a steel door over the entrance to the mountain passageways. I don't know if this was to keep people from going inside, or if it was to keep someone or something inside from coming out. Maybe it was a little of both. Hardscrabble and Geronimo Peak are also honeycombed with tunnels, caves, and secret entrances. The Hardscrabble entrance leads down a flight of steps to an underground river. Mongolia. The underground city of Xinhua exists beneath the border of Mongolia and China, Rama, India. Beneath this surface city lies Rama, a long-lost subterranean city, Benares, India. While the entrance to Bhogavati is somewhere in the Himalayas, it has been asserted that Patala can be entered through the well of Sheshna in Benares, India. According to herpetologist and author Sherman A. Minton, as stated in his book, Venomous Reptiles, this entrance is very real, with 40 steps which descend into a circular depression, to terminate at a closed stone door which is covered in bas-relief cobras, very similar to the Tibetan temples, King Solomon's mines, Darrow Caves, Superstition Mountains, Arizona. Another area to be investigated is the Superstition Mountains in Arizona. Geronimo would be seen walking into the face of the mountain, disappearing and then reappearing in New Mexico. The soldiers who were hell-bent on capturing the elusive Apache chief were mystified as to how he was able to escape the human net surrounding him and his band. The tunnel systems of the Superstitions are dangerous, though, and are rumored to be inhabited by reptilian-type creatures and supernatural forces. Those that claim to have penetrated the tunnel tell of the remains of ancient structures and a spiral staircase that leads forever down into the bowels of Earth. The main entrance to the Superstition tunnel system links to numerous tunnel passageways which spider web out as far as Central America. 4 corners in southwestern USA, Turkey. In Turkey, the discovery of a massive underground city at Derinkuyu revealed a stunning complexity of deep passageways constructed on at least 10 separate levels. Some estimates believe there was adequate living space for at least 20,000 people. Precisely what purpose this city served or when it was constructed is hard to determine. Kind of a disorganized list. Some have hardly any information and others have quite a lot.
Hi guys. Scott here. First time posting on /x/came here on the off chance, and this looks like a thread I can actually post some info in. I live on the Isle of Mull and we have a lot of Neolithic and Celtic stones, buildings, and worship sites, like most of Britain. My town, Bunessan, has a lot of Neolithic barrows just outside the village. My grandfather, in his youth, would often play in and around them with friends. It's known, you can probably Google Isle of Mull tunnels, that we have these tunnels that run under the isles. My grandfather, being a kid, would also play in these. He told me, mainly because I used to play around them, I never saw anything and never went too deep as a kid as I was scared for obvious reasons. I feel compelled to go now though, that once when playing exploring in them he would hear footsteps deeper in the passages and yells and squawks that didn't sound like Scott or English men yelling. The walls had lots of hieroglyphic type things, could have just been whatever the Neolithic Britons wrote in. Apparently one time one of his friends shouted when he heard the strange noises and they heard the footsteps bolt towards them. Fortunately they were not too deep and managed to get out all right. Sorry, it's not the most exciting story and it may be written all over the place. It's 1:30 in the morning and I'm tired, but this thread reminded me of it. Hope it was of some interest and maybe you can find some info of British and Scottish tunnels that you find interesting. Pick is not one of ours, just a nice looking one from South England.
A smuggler's tunnel is said to run from Smuggler's Farm in Hurstmansheugh, Sussex to the Pevensey Marshes, a good distance away. A whole network of secret Knights Templar tunnels is said to run beneath Hertford Castle, running to Dinsley and other local places. A secret tunnel exists at Pevensey Castle in East Sussex, although not open for public access. It links the keep with the former Market Square and is thought to be Norman in origin. It was reused during the Second World War. Another widely believed legend is that of a long-distance tunnel leading from the crypt of the Lady or Galilee Chapel, under the River Brew to a distant point, possibly to the village of Street, where a passage exists from an outlying building in the grounds of the old manor house. A dog is said to have been put into the tunnel at Street and found his way out at the Glastonbury end. The tunnel is said to run from King's College Chapel to Grantchester Manor, Cambridge, passing under the River Cam. Evidence of tunnels has recently been found beneath St. Luke's, Leek's Old Church, reinforcing legends of a lay tunnel running from the church to Dealacres Abbey. The tunnel is said to run from Newbury Town Hall to St. Nicholas Church. This belief may have started because there are east-west flowing brick Victorian service tunnels running from roughly the Newbury Arcade towards this church. These were exposed to the public's gaze during construction work. The tunnel is also said to run from Newbury Castle, 400 feet above sea level, in Shaw House, 260 feet, thus 140 feet below it. The point of entry is said to be a hollow space now blocked in the southeast angle of the enclosure. In 1930, workmen investigated the legend by excavating the entrance, but found nothing.
Great thread OP, thank you so much for starting it the way you did, because every time I have seen the subject of the hollow earth being brought up it gets blown out by science friends, which is a damn shame because it really is an interesting topic with many interconnected branches that link to other legends and is worthy of real discussion for those interested. It's one of my favorites. Some more stuff to research. The Shaver Mysteries. He achieved notoriety in the years following World War II as the author of controversial stories which were printed in science fiction magazines, primarily Amazing Stories, in which he claimed that he had had personal experience of a sinister, ancient civilization that harbored fantastic technology and caverns under the earth. The controversy stemmed from the claim by Shaver, and his editor and publisher Ray Palmer, that Shaver's writings, while presented in the guise of fiction, were fundamentally true. Shaver's stories were promoted by Ray Palmer as the Shaver Mystery. During the last decades of his life, Shaver devoted himself to rock books. Stones that he believed had been created by the advanced ancient races and embedded with legible pictures and texts. He produced paintings based on the rock images and photographed the rock books extensively, as well as writing about them. Posthumously, Shaver has gained a reputation as an artist and his paintings and photos have been exhibited in Los Angeles, New York, and elsewhere.
I hope that you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. If you enjoyed tonight's story, then please subscribe to the channel as more green texts will appear daily. A new broadcast will appear when the clock strikes midnight Central Time.
You crazy mother. Yeah.
It's just Bernie! Hey, Bernie, just like last week, huh?
Weekend at Bernie's.
Sorry about that. Had far too many tabs open there, and it was no good. Right? It's no good. Solutions want to go like this. And I'm going to see here. We want to play this one now. Where is it? Oh no. Oh no, that is not the right one. Oh dear. There's the one. I think I found it. Smoke them if you got them. 5:47 and 12 hours and 30 minutes in. That's right. I have now been live streaming here for 12 hours and 30 minutes, over half of a day today. And thank you everyone who has supported my work. 8 hours ago, it was, I was making $10 an hour. I have not had a donation in the last 4.5 hours. So that has cut it down to, I guess, $7.50 or $6 or something like that an hour. Now, definitely 1/3, maybe. Ooh, here we go. Is it planned? Oh. But if you'd like to support this work, oops, hold on. Sorry, hold on. See, I don't know how much of that you guys caught. Sorry about that glitching. I'm going to try to get it actually working on the other channel or computer so it's faster, but let's see here.
Is filled with a cacophony of animal noise that can even disrupt the sonic transmissions of submarines. Most of the din is made by a surprisingly insignificant creature, the pistol shrimp. By snapping its claws, it can not only make communication sounds, but something far deadlier. These shrimps are its prey.
How is the sound?
It deals a knockout blow from a distance by using
Ryan
its
Everett,
claw as a sonic
$15.
weapon.
$15.
First,
That's
its claw
minimum
is
wage.
cocked like a pistol.
Thank you everyone for your generosity
Then
donations. I
fired.
believe so far in the 12 hours and
The
31
effect
we've
is
been
literally
streaming.
stunning.
I have been donated a total of $80 between
As the claw
PayPal
snaps
and
shut,
YouTube.
it fires a blast
So,
of bubbles.
Incredibly,
Incredibly, as the bubbles collapse, they momentarily reach the temperature of the sun.
Okay, we do it for the knowledge, the love, and I'm going to do fundraising.
This implosion causes a shockwave that stuns.
We're getting this knowledge out. That's what it's about. If I do get another donation soon, I will play this full hour and a half last lecture.
Using just a
It's
half a watt of electricity. The factors that seem to contribute to these effects include using a large number of stainless plates close together. The plates rub to facilitate releasing the bubbles, driving the cell using square waves, OdySee at kilohertz frequencies, and constantly modifying frequency to optimize gas production. Maury King, who has published 3 seminal books on zero-point energy, recently put forth a scientific model in which he suggests that the excess energy being observed in these unusual electrolysis setups comes from zero-point energy by producing charged water gas clusters, which somehow achieve a self-organizing criticality that coherently activates and absorbs zero-point energy.
Bless your soul, Travis McClung. Everything helps. That $2 that lightens my soul, and listen, yep, keep me going. Hopefully get a little bit more and play this out here. Show the garden and get Electroculture going.
Zero-point energy is everywhere in the universe. It is the foundation of the fabric of space. Other groups, such as exogen technologies, are using these processes to purify water. These energy sources could actually produce culinary water as a byproduct. The day of water power via zero-point energy is arriving. Welcome to the future.
And many more are forthcoming. Car that runs on water instead of gasoline. Can it be true? Well, inventor Stanley Meyer made an announcement today in Colorado Springs. He says he's come up with a device that will hook up to any engine and allow it to run on good old H2O. News 13's Kurt Goff tonight on the possible impact of the water fuel cell.
Stanley Meyer says the answer to dependence on foreign oil lies all around us. In seawater, tap water.
Oops. Sorry, I thought I had that switched over by now. Why is it not working? Come on. What the bloody heck? Is the video there? Is it playing? Can you hear it? How's the...
It was instantly converted to the thermal explosive energy, and as a result, we can run this car down a road on water.
Okay, I made it worse. Sorry, I'll go back to the original here. My bad.
Fits in the palm of his hand, but it could revolutionize the world. You're talking about a pollution-free, totally new source of energy, the voltage dissociation of water. The fuel cell converts water into a gas, hydrogen oxygen, which is released in the form of thermo-explosive energy.
So the water fuel injector simply replaces the spark plug. We hook it to a hydrogen computer system which regulates and meters the flow going into the injector. It processes the water in such a way to release its thermal explosive energy.
The man who invented an engine that can run on water says he's been offered $1 billion in cash by oil-producing countries to sell his patent. So far, he hasn't sold. Environmental specialist Jan Porter talked to the inventor, who thinks that the U.S. auto industry could produce cars that run on water now if they wanted to.
Our industrial base of the world is based on the utilization.
Stan Meyer has a car that runs on water, and that's drawing crowds at this year's Extraordinary Science Conference in Colorado Springs. Myers has developed what is called the water fuel cell injector. The injector breaks down the water molecule into hydrogen and oxygen, and the hydrogen is what powers the car.
Basically, all we do is replace the spark plug and replace it with the water fuel cell injectors you see right here. We simply feed ordinary non-processed water or processed water in here, and as the water goes into the injector, it hits a very high pulse voltage frequency, which instantly converts it into thermal explosive energy. And as a result, we can run this car down a road on water.
Meyer's invention was introduced in Britain earlier this month, and now the Brits have followed him here.
We recently took a scientific delegation to witness Stan's work, to really evaluate it, and came back saying, this is one of the most important inventions of the century.
Turn the machine on, Jimmy Klein fires up his hot new invention. His machine emits a flame that feels only slightly warm to the touch. But watch what happens when he touches anything else. Instantaneously, I can run a hole right down through the center of it. The flame instantly turns hotter than the surface of the sun. Heat so intense it takes only seconds to literally burn a hole through charcoal. 3 seconds turns a brass ball to glowing liquid metal. Tungsten lights up like a sparkler. Steel, red, and other metal slices on contact. Yet the welder stays cool to the touch. No other gas will do that. Jimmy Klein uses an alternative fuel source once thought impossible. But people still have trouble believing him when he reveals his liquid fuel.
Water. Take water and electricity, and we break it down through our very unique electrolysis process.
Klein has just patented his process of converting H2O to HHO, producing a gas that combines the atomic power of hydrogen with the chemical stability of water.
It turns right back to water. You see water running off of it.
Klein originally designed his water-burning engine for cutting metal. His invention would replace volatile assemblies in welding factories. And then one day, as he drove to his laboratory in Clearwater, he thought of another way to burn his HHO gas.
On a 100-mile trip, we use about 4 ounces of water.
Klein says his prototype 1994 Ford Escort can travel exclusively on water, though he currently has it ready to run as a water and gasoline hybrid.
Simply speaking, we can change the world by reducing our dependence on fossil fuels.
These are equivalent to our...
OdySee is helping Klein take his hydrogen technology patents from a 2-room office in Clearwater to consumer markets around the world.
You know what? Microsoft came out of nowhere, came out of the garage. Why not hydrogen technologies?
The duo is already in negotiations with one U.S. automaker and the U.S. government. Their plans have grown from basic welding with water to powering the entire world from the safest and cleanest fuel on Earth. Craig Patrick, Fox News.
Members of Congress recently invited Denny Klein to Washington to demonstrate his technology. Now his company is currently developing a Hummer for the U.S. military that can run on both water and gasoline. So far, his water-powered engines have passed all performance safety inspections, so all systems appear to be go right now, and gives new meaning to the term running water.
And nothing happened.
those cars. I think a lot of us are here because we were fans of Stanley Meyer. And the interesting thing is that Maury B. King has been at this a lot longer than Stanley Meyer ever was. He's been lecturing in this field for the last 40 years. Meanwhile, I want to just share a little anecdote. In the 1980s, I interviewed a German physicist by the name of Wolfgang Ludwig. Has anybody ever heard of Wolfgang? Not even one person. Oh, there he is. One person at the back has heard of Wolfgang Ludwig. He did amazing work in the field of physics, working with energy and healing devices. But when he was a kid, his thesis work was done on the memory of water. And as we know, that's the basis for homeopathy and any number of other technologies, and what is going to be introduced in just a moment here. And he was saying that water could carry information by rearranging the clustering structure of its molecules in response to an energetic input. More recently, Masaru Emoto popularized this phenomena in photographing beautiful snowflake shapes along with other geometry in response to emotional input into water. Today, we learned that water, when subjected to high voltage discharge, can produce another kind of geometric shape, a torus-shaped plasmoid, which can amazingly produce enough force to drive a piston. According to our next speaker, Maury B. King, even hobbyists can now make this water cluster gas, and this gas can run a generator. It's out there. Anybody can do it. What does this mean for the future of our technology? Well, Maury's going to tell us, and he's already told us in some of his books, tapping the zero-point energy, quest for zero-point energy, the energy machine of T. Henry Moray. So let's welcome one of the pioneers in this field, Maury B. King.
Thank you, Regina. I want to thank the staff for inviting me back to give a presentation. Unlimited energy right in front of our noses. Can you believe it? I didn't. I was a graduate student, electrical engineering, systems engineering. My professors were I was friendly with them. They were quite proud of the way I worked. And then something abruptly happened. And I fell from the graces, the lofty towers of academia, down into the pit of kookdom. And what happened to me? It was something I read. Back when we had the oil crisis of 1974, I looked out of my window at my apartment in Philadelphia, and I saw the lines of cars to get gasoline. And just then, my roommate, who happened to be a student of general relativity, asked, "Have you seen this?" He brought me the big book by Meisner, Thorne, and Wheeler, Gravitation. And the last two chapters of the book were Wheeler's theories of geometrodynamics, and talked about virtually limitless energy embedded in the fabric of space, fluctuating at a very, very high rate with incredible energy densities. It's called the zero-point energy or the zero-point fluctuations. And I asked the question, can this become an energy source? So I went to my engineering professors, and they said, never heard of it. None of the engineering professors have heard of it. In fact, most engineers have not heard of it. It's not in their textbook. And yet the physicists have discovered it, they worked with it. And what I found is that we actually have it in our science. It's in our physics. And the engineers just don't know about it. So all we have to do is just learn what's actually there. So we can explain how to tap limitless energy from the zero-point energy. And we can get it using water, of all things. The simplest experiment. And the key to a simple experiment is to have massive replication. And by the time I'm done, you're going to see how to explain it with the standard theories of physics and see how simple the nature of the experiment is. And it's effectively cavitating the water in the popular electrolyzers. What's in common between a car that appears to run on water and an inert gas engine? It is this. Excuse me. An archive form, a micron-sized torus form. We're going to see this 4 times appearing in this talk, twice in water and twice in plasma. And when it appears in plasma, it makes vortex rings called plasmoids. It's like a slinky closing on itself. And they they manifest anomalous force and anomalous energy, and it can occur in water gas clusters and inert gas clusters, and we can make it from the collapsing cavitation bubbles. The main ideas are the zero point energy really exists. Self-organization can occur. When it does occur, it interacts with plasma. It tends to make these vortex rings called plasmoids. They exhibit both anomalous force and anomalous energy. They can cascade to produce larger ones. You can take an energetic matter torus and with an abrupt electrical discharge, convert them to plasmoids with a high voltage pulse. And they can clusters can form in both inert gas and in water. What this offers an opportunity to convert something extremely inefficient, the internal combustion engine, where you inject air and water and fuel.
Having a little connection issue. We'll get right back to it. Sorry, so just double checking that the audio is good for Moray B. King here, and that we're back on. I was showing one of my hydrogen electrolysis experiments outside. It was connected to 4 different jars from just one 5-volt plug-in, and that the 4th jar there, despite being zinc and copper, and it wasn't going blue and oxidizing purple or white, it went to orange and yellow because it had the double negative going into it the way it was set up. And it will probably turn into pure yellow within a few more hours now that it's being active. Oh, you can't hear him. Oh no, sorry. Oh man, sorry about that. And he was just giving gold at that point. Um, man, having issues. Okay, can you hear me? And Sean, feel free to hop on, brother. From another mother, Terran Earthling. Let's fix it because that he was gonna give some golden nuggets for hydrogen energy, plasma, EVOs, and all that super great nerdy stuff right here. This
CPE stands for 0-point energy.
cool.
The names of the gas
fine.
that comes from the
How about now?
electrolyzer, Brown's gas,
Can you hear it
HHO is a
now?
popular name meaning atomic hydrogen and oxygen. It's what Yul Brown thought it was because he was trying to explain why the gas was so energetic. Hydroxy is a popular name, and the correct name in chemistry is oxyhydrogen. But there's a secondary gas. That's the theme of this talk. And it's basically coming from a charged water gas cluster. George Weissman calls it electrically expanded water. He's the one that discovered it first. Omasa gas, he's the furthest ahead on the proper protocol for making it. And certain Gorley recognized there's another gas there, so they named it after themselves, SG gas. Nearly everyone out on the web, nearly everyone, believes the energy is coming from hydrogen. But electrolysis cannot yield excess energy. It costs you more energy to break apart the water molecule than you'll ever get back by burning the hydrogen. So it basically violates thermodynamics. That path has actually lost the energy. In fact, in these electrolyzers, you really don't want hydrogen. You want something better. So what's the energy source? Well, we're going to see it's the 0-point energy. The 0-point energy, back in the 1700s, 1800s, the scientific community believed space was filled with this ether, and then the Earth would move relative to it. And it was a very simplistic model. It looked like it was static. And so when they did the Michelson-Morley experiment, they say, gee, if the Earth's going to move relative to it, we would see the ether wind. They didn't see it. It only ruled out one type of ether model. That's the static ether model. They didn't even rule out the drag model, where the ether gets dragged along. So the modern view of the vacuum energy and essentially the ether is fluctuations of electromagnetic field energy. It gives rise to the uncertainty principle, this underlying jitter to everything in quantum mechanics, and it gives rise to pair production. Electron-positron pairs can spontaneously be created from the vacuum, and then they instantly go away, create, go away, create in this big turbulence. It's well discussed in the standard physics literature. This is a physical review, a conservative journal. It's considered the most prestigious journal in the United States, and they discuss 0-point energy in the journal. Can explain why all the quantum effects arise, why the hydrogen atom is stable. It can actually become an energy source without violating thermodynamics. That's a very important paper by Puthoff. It can give rise to gravity and inertia. It controls inertia. That means the fields coming from the 0-point energy can allow a system, propulsion mechanism to drag whatever is caught in the field as if it didn't have any mass, i.e. a flying saucer type propulsion where you can abruptly undergo hairpin turns without feeling distress from acceleration. So therefore, our physics actually has embedded in it the underlying principles to do flying saucer propulsion. My poor professors are rolling in their grave. So it's called the quantum foam. This is what they call this turbulence. Electrical flux enters and leaves our three-dimensional space in this chaotic fashion. It's more like a plasma, a turbulent plasma. These tiny holes where the flux enters are down at the Planck length, 10 to the minus 33rd centimeters. That's 20 orders of magnitude smaller than the elementary particles. Can self-organization occur in this? At first, the answer would be, no, that's chaos, that's random, everything.
I paused it here because this quantum foam and the self-organization that he's speaking of actually happens non-stop all the time in my exact electrolysis alchemy experiments through the reactions and the quantum foam. That was the term I was looking at at the very start of this stream 12 hours ago, when I was doing the recap, and Maury B. King, the legend and the expert in this field, the Grandmaster Hydrogen Plasma, professor, I guess, really wizard. But yeah, enough of that. I'll play this. We're exactly 13 hours in, so as soon as this is done, I'm going to bed. If I even make it that far, I have been kind of nodding off in the chair. This is just such excellent information, though. I really do want to get it out. And there was one last other, but no, Nan Madol will stay for another day. This is Maury B. King, the king of hydrogen.
Case to randomness. How can that occur? Well, self-organization can occur under certain circumstances. In fact, Ilya Prigogine won the Nobel Prize in 1977 for identifying the circumstances under which a system may evolve from chaos to self-organization. And the system had to require 3 characteristics. It had to be nonlinear, far from equilibrium, and have an energy flux through it. And it turns out the zero-point energy does fulfill these characteristics under certain circumstances. In fact, the energy flux itself comes from a higher dimensional space. Imagine this slot called flatland slot is a plane, and that's our 3-dimensional space. By the way, this comes from brain theory now. They all jumped on board, which is the derivation of string theory, and the word brain means membrane. Our 3-dimensional space is just one of the many parallel universes. This activity is orthogonal to our 3-dimensional space. That's why it appears things pop in and go away, pop in and go away. They're coming from a higher dimension. When the energy passes through, it's incoherent fluctuations. That's the background vacuum fluctuations. When there's a slight tilt to it as it comes through, we call it a polarized vacuum. And when there's vorticity to it, it undergoes, makes the elementary particles. It's as if this flux is the flow of the river, and the vortex is like the whirlpool. So the flow of the river maintains the whirlpool. We see the whirlpool as an elementary particle. And thus, if the zero-point energy flux gives rise to every elementary particle, that means it gives rise to all of existence. Others jumped in on it. Brian Greene has written
gives rise to all of existence, the elementary atomic hydrogen.
Dimension universes and the parallel brains. And the hidden reality is dedicated to that. And the physicists take this stuff seriously. The engineers think they're off their rockers. They don't believe it. I like Lisa Randall's book. She's a Harvard professor, and she talks about some of the problems they have in physics with the standard model and the other things. She's willing to air their issues, and all their issues come from the zero-point energy, because it looks like we have an infinity embedded within. It's like we have an infinity embedded within a point. And what's really happening is there's just another dimension that's not part of their models. That's why it appears to be infinite. But if they start modeling the other dimension orthogonally, they'll make more coherent models. I like Robert Lachman. He's a Nobel laureate. He is basically on the same idea. He says everything arises from collectives, self-organization from collectives, everything including the laws of physics themselves. And I really applaud it, because that's what's required to get self-organization to come from the vacuum to become both the elementary particles as well as a possible energy source when we take that energy into plasmoids. So basically, to cohere the
13 hours into this marathon.
We work with Prigogine's principles. We work with a highly nonlinear system like a plasma. We abruptly drive it far from equilibrium using an abrupt pulse, and we maximize the zero-point energy using the ions as well as vortex forms. Now, typical electrons in a conductor are called the conduction band electrons. Its model is an electron cloud, and that electron cloud is essentially in thermodynamic equilibrium with the zero-point energy, and thus we don't see that in our normal circuits. That's why in typical electrical circuits working with just electron conduction do not manifest excess energy. However, the nucleus of an atom, especially in a plasma, exhibits
I am starting to
strong
fall asleep
field
as
lines
I've been
of
sitting
vacuum
for a
polarization
minute. I should get
converging
back
to it.
to
So
hooking
abrupt
up the
motion of
last
the
silver
nuclei,
experiment so I
this is
can
why
go to
abrupt
bed.
discharge in the plasma will activate the zero point
Love
energy
you
in
all.
a coherent
Thank you
way.
all for being here.
So
Thank you,
basically, if
everyone
you have
who
a
supports
surge,
this work,
very
makes
abrupt
it
motion of
possible.
ions, you can
Every
see how we
dollar
bend that
helps.
zero point energy
And
flux into our
as
space,
you can
and the
see,
component that's
I
along
am
the
working
plane
these screens hard,
manifests
begging for
as
cash
extra voltage
because,
in the system. You
well,
seem to have
I
more
can
voltage
use
than you
it,
should have, but that's that
desperately
voltage
need
can be
it,
used to
but
extract
also
energy.
love
They
it.
see it in experiments, in the collision experiments with ions. They call it exotic vacuum states. And the plasmas in the ion acoustic mode means we're oscillating the ions at acoustical frequencies. They also exhibit large energetic anomalies. Excuse me. The anomalies include large radiant energy spikes, runaway electrons, anomalous heating, and they typically take the form. They notice this even in the fusion experiments, the hot fusion experiments. They take the form of some type of plasmoid, some type of ball lightning shape, and they associate that with the anomalies and the energy. So they're seeing it. They're seeing it in the plasma experiments. They just can't say, "Oh my gosh, I'm getting extra energy." They'd be banished. Then they're joining us. Typically, it's a force-free vortex. It's like a slinky closing on itself. It naturally stabilizes there, as long as you have symmetry to launch them. The plasmoids cohere in the form of an energetic torus. This is a common theme. You've seen this theme quite a bit. The Thrive video stressed this theme. A lot of people have had this vision that the torus form is key to extracting energy. We see it, Nassam Harriman uses a double torus form, and he shows how it can guide the flows on the planet or the sun. It's an archetype. It keeps reappearing over and over and over again. David Lapointe did the same thing. He makes these, with bowl-shaped magnets, he's able to make these torus fields and show how they, in his plasma experiments, create the same shapes that we see out with the Hubble telescope. You see the same shapes. He says these are the archetype form of guiding self-organization is dual torus. Here's a paper, if you like math, it was sponsored by NASA. It was also speculating there might be a zero-point energy fluctuation coherence. Basically, pair production is that these pairs spontaneously come out of the vacuum. That's an incredible self-organization event, right? To make these vortex rings, these elementary charges of that. And these two pairs are entangled, they're coupled to each other. And basically, this is just new this year. The physicists, Maldacena and Susskind, are suggesting entanglement can be modeled by a wormhole connecting the two pieces. And a good analogy for this is the follicosoliton. So if you can imagine that the plane of a swimming pool is like it represents our flatland slot, that represents our three-dimensional universe. There's these counter-rotating vortices that can be made just by scraping a frisbee across the plane. And they're connected by a thin filament. And if you put an ink drop in one of the vortex, it goes in and outlines the filament. Robert Kine made a video. He really talks about it. The follicosoliton is a two-dimensional analogy to that. If we can play this video, please. Push this one. You have to push this one.
The play button on the right line.
Play button on the right. Thank you.
It's a virtual particle.
There was the frisbee up the top. We scraped the frisbee on.
Yep. Oh, look at that. That spot completely disappeared when the dimple was superposed right over it. Oh, look at that. That's amazing. It looks like a gravitational lensing effect. It goes one dipole, then the other, into the shadow. This will be a keeper. There's some interesting.
Okay, back to slideshow. So there's an example of an analogy of something occurring in the plane where two separate things are actually coupled together. And that analogy is the point. That's how we get entanglement between electron-positron pairs. Even if they're separated in our three-dimensional space, they're still connected in the higher dimensional space. And if we connect in both directions, up and down, we can actually make a torus that's going orthogonal to the plane. And so thus we have a single entity that appears to be two separate things when looked at from our space, but are actually connected in the higher dimensional space. And this would be called the hypertorus. If you can play that video, this shows you how a hypertorus would rotate in a higher dimensional space, but when it's projected down to three space, we see it as an inside out type rotation, where it goes inside out. Can you, oh, we won't play it. Just trust me, it takes too long to, oh, okay. He's getting better. So a higher dimensional rotation when projected down to three space appears to be inside out as it goes, but it's actually rotating in a higher dimensional space. And this, by the way, was a criticism of Wheeler's theory at first, because he couldn't explain the complexity of elementary chart, because they know it was some type of double rotation going on, and they kind of just use it math of quantum mechanics to explain it. But in fact, you have to go to sophisticated models like this to actually explain what's going on, and the physics community hasn't quite caught up yet. But when they do, let's just call them a bunch of kooks. A turnabout's fair play. Right? So basically, this higher dimensional flux is orthorotated by the toroid, by the it's a hyperspatial type of rotation. And that's why we get more energy twisting into our space. And that's why these plasmoid forms yield excess energy. They're orthorotating. Right? Ortho means at right angles. The energy. So thus, we can take any matter torus that's somewhat in a high energy state, give it an abrupt electrical pulse, and boom, we take it in a plasmoid, and at the moment it's converted to a plasmoid, it's orthorotating some of that 0-point energy. So the key is to make those torus. With the experimental evidence, Ken Scholler is one of my heroes. He just passed away this year. He's worked with launching a very simple experiment that launches a micron size charge cluster or one of these plasmoids at a micron size. He says from the sharp point, just give it abrupt pulse from a capacitor, and he'll launch one of those ball lightning-like entities, and when it hits a conductor, it makes a crater. What's happening microscopically is a blow up of the point. A liquid melt. The tip starts to undergo a liquid metal melt. There's a slight protuberance of liquid metal that goes into the ionized corona around the tip. And then the tip blows off, and at the instant it blows off, you can see the circulation symmetrically just naturally makes a torus, makes a circular flow that makes the vortex rings. That's how they launch the plasmoids. The trouble is, when you work with a solid tip, you'll wear the tip right off. So what Ken does, he made like a fountain pen. He replenishes the tip with liquid metal. So he feeds liquid metal into his launcher, so he doesn't destroy the tip. It just gets replenished each time. So he's able to repeatedly launch these plasmoid forms. He called them electron volitum, stands for Latin for strong charge, EV. Later on, when he was convinced he had excess energy from the 0-point energy itself, he called them exotic vacuum objects, EVOs. They contain about 100 billion electrons, 100,000 ions. The charge to mass ratio is always in the form of the electron. It always seems to settle out at that particular value, no matter how big the entity is. It keeps fitting that charge to mass ratio, and they contain excessive energy. They can form up into chains into the plasma environment around them. He made positive ones. This is very important because it proves it's not a collection of positrons, because when he hit a metal plate and dissipate, he doesn't get the gamma rays that you expect from electron-positron annihilation. He's gotten to the essence of what makes charge itself from the vacuum. This self-organized mode that ends up making charge from the clay of the vacuum fluctuations itself. I told him this is the most significant of the experimental finds because he's getting to the essence of self-organization from the vacuum itself. And once again, the charge to mass ratio is like the positron. He makes them in pairs, and they spiral around each other. When they hit the plate, they make a dual crater. He makes dark ones. They go dormant, and it looks like you can't see them anymore, but just another small pulse reactivates them. So we have energy storage in this high energy mode that can be reactivated to exhibit more energy. So you're kind of in a matter cluster mode at that high energy state, which can be reactivated. Keep that in mind when we talk about the water clusters. So basically here are the anomalies. They like to adhere to dielectrics. They bore holes in high melting point ceramics. And here's the important point. When they do so, it's not from heat. It's like it's a coherent form of energy that makes the atomic bonds just let go, no matter how hot it does. Keep that in mind when we talk about the Brown's gas torch. Even claims of element transmutation and radioactive reduction. And when we talk about Mark Leclerc's work later this afternoon, we're going to see the same claims. The same phenomena is occurring from plasmoids and from what Mark Leclerc has discovered. So we have clusters coherently combined into a vortex or a vortex ring. They can cascade. Ken Shoulders discovered that. If he takes one EV and uses it to stimulate the next launcher down, he can make a bigger one. In fact, if he lines up the launchers, he can make a centimeter-sized one coming off the end. And he didn't like those. They were too big, too powerful. Whenever they hit a piece of metal in the lab, the EMP that would come off of that would fry his equipment. He didn't want to touch the big ones. It was just too dangerous. And by the way, this makes a perfect unipolar switch where you need to get the energy to propagate down and not reflect back. His biggest energetic discovery is not really well known because he didn't publish it, but he shared it verbally with me. He says when he makes a vortex of water through one of the bore holes, the hole's about 10 microns long, and he shoots one of these EV down through that vortex. There's such a coherent pulse of energy that comes through this, it damages anything that it hits. He couldn't figure out a way to tap it. He said the analogy is like shooting a bullet at a windmill blade. It would just go right through. However, we were brainstorming at the Tesla conference with Jeff Hayes, and he's a big proponent of the Tesla turbine. The Tesla turbine works on the principle of just shooting something through the gap, and the boundary layer makes it go. So maybe a Tesla turbine can tap Shoulders' EV water vortex. So that's kind of an exciting possibility. Any type of larger plasma vortexes can cohere the zero-point energy. It's like we entrain the ether into a vortex form, a coherent form. They see it both in the laboratories, and of course, the nature of your tornadoes. Means that tornadoes themselves, as well as lightning themselves, could cohere the zero-point energy. It could be zero-point energy activators. In fact, anytime you have any type of abrupt plasma discharge, it's likely to have zero-point energy activation. There's inventions made on this principle. These vortex engines, they make a big vortex and they ionize as much as they can. This is the most suppressed invention of all the inventions. These are flat. We hear about them and then boom, they're gone. Energetic clusters can form in inert gases. This is the basis of the PAP engine. The rare earths, great experiment because they don't combine with anything. They don't combust. And yet, when you make a cluster, if you hit them with a laser, they see this in the standard literature. They exhibit this explosive impulse that comes from them. So they're puzzled by that. What's going on? And they show their structure to these clusters. So you make the clusters by hitting it with a lot of voltage spikes. And that was the basis of the PAP engine. I recommend issue 51 of the Energy magazine that completely dedicated to the PAP engine. PAP had 3 patents on the engine, and Russ Griesel covered this later. Basically had some radioactive material to keep the plasma ionized. It wasn't really the source of the energy, but notice when the chamber closes, when the piston closes up, it's carved to make a large vortex ring. So he has these little clusters that are ionized. the plasmoid clusters, and he cascades them to a large one, a very large one. And I think that's the key to really driving the PAP engine. There's been replication attempts. Bob Rohner has presented at the Tesla conference. Daniel Roberts came in and he said, it's easier if we work with like a turbine. We just have to hit them with the blades. But I'm afraid when we make really good EVs being injected, we'll start to put craters on those blades. Russ Grease is here with us at the conference, so he could be giving a presentation later, so I'll let him cover this. But he started an open source project. I highly recommend his paper. That was an extraordinary Science and Technologists, just came out this year. It was a very thorough paper. Energetic clusters can form in water. The reason I like water, it's the easiest of experiments. It allows the garage guys to all do it. Everybody can play around with this idea. Peter Gnu had an extremely simple experiment. He's an MIT professor, and he's given talks over this for years. This is from one of his talks. And he was able to photograph the plasmoid film with high-speed photography coming from his chamber. His chamber was very simple, just a small water container. And he would do the abrupt discharge from a capacitor. You know how much energy was on the capacitor. He'd throw the weight up in the air and see how high it goes. He says, well, I'm getting almost force. And he mentioned, oh, I also blow out my bolts. And I said, you're blowing out the bolts? You didn't even measure that? Oh, that would be conservative. I said, oh my gosh, you didn't even get to where the real energy's at. Excuse me. Gary Johnson, Kansas State University professor, repeated the experiment, but he designed it so his chamber would blow apart, and he made the spherical weights, a hollow chamber. And then when he did the discharge from the capacitor, they go flying up the guide wires. He could photograph how high they went up, and now he proved there's both an energy anomaly and a force anomaly. And he knows how much input energy he had on the capacitor. And the key thing on these experiments, that the discharge has to be very, very abrupt. If it's not abrupt enough, you just get a normal discharge in water, nothing special happens. But there's a certain threshold that would be hit where all this activity happens. Harold Aspen's written about this for years, about the enormous explosive effects from these pulse ion discharges in water. Here's a website where they want to try to use that as a principle. Well, it's pretty tough. If you're starting down at the water, at the ground state, and we're effectively in these big discharges, making plasmoid in the chamber to blow it apart. Stan Meyer was using this as the basis of his final invention, was the injector plug. There was basically a pulse plasmoid device. He would mix water, ionized air, and rare gas. Here's a top view of it. It's kind of like a little shower head. He put the three things in, and boom, he would give it a big spark, and it would have the anomalous force on the piston. It was a complicated device because they had to pre-ionize the air at the laser. Brown's gas is even simpler still. So we're going to say Brown's gas is just not hydrogen, oxygen, but it's that secondary gas, electrically expanded water or charged water gas clusters. We want to see that the modeling fulfills both. It was a welding application that Yul Brown applied to Brown's gas. That's where you notice the anomalies. The big anomaly is a very cool flame. You can quickly pass your hand through it without burning your hand, a little bit above the boiling point of water. It doesn't even boil water, yet it can vaporize tungsten. Look at that temperature, about 10,000 degrees. This was the big clue. It says not one welding torch can come up to the vaporization temperature of tungsten, and this little tiny Brown's gas torch, it's hardly even hot, can do it. It told me everything. It was the key discovery. I said, holy cow, you got yourselves one of those EVs in there. You're making the same thing that Cone Shoulders was making and observing the same thing. It causes the atoms just to let go. It's not heat that's doing the welding. It's a coherent effect coming from the plasmoids, these EV plasmoids. The anomalies pretty well can cut through anything. Claims of element transmutation. We'll get into that when we get to Mark Leclerc's work. The biggie, the cool flame that can sublimate tungsten. It's not addressed in the scientific community. They just ignore this. To me, it's incredible. George Weissman, I credit him for making a discovery called electrically expanded water. He made the announcement in 1996. He said electric shock is observed when the water implodes spontaneously. He's not putting the engine, you just notice it in storage when it implodes. He'll get electric shock, and there's some type of liquid crystal structure. He was surmising that. There's been some replication. Ron Mitchell replicated this. When you make the secondary gas, it manifests as fog. That's what you see. Most of the time, this is not happening in the electrolyzers. You get it, but when it's going really, really well, what George Weissman observes in his transparent electrolyzers, he says when it's going really well, there's lots and lots of turbulence going on and a lot of activity. And you start to see the fog coming off. And he thought, oh, I'm making a lot more hydrogen. But I think it's the other way around. It was the turbulence that caused the cavitation to make the secondary gas. And that's why you see a lot more coming off. It manifests as fog. When you see it coming off, fog coming off your electrolyzers, you know you're on track. The water gas is heavier than air. You can fill a balloon. This is a garage guy experiment. Store the balloon for a day or so, vent away all the hydrogen. Balloons can't hold hydrogen very well, and it still exhibits the balloon torch experiment. George says just fill a little water bottle with it and carefully turn it over and take the lid off and let the hydrogen vent away. And then when you spark it, you'll see an imploding ring go down. There's a heavier than air gas stored. That's the secondary gas. Leads to the action item for chemistry departments. Create some Brown's gas, vent away the hydrogen, study the residual gas. Does it burn? Does it still exhibit the Brown's gas torch anomalies? What is that gas? What is its structure? This is straight up chemistry departments. They pretty well have not looked at it except for one. That's Chris Ekman, did it at Idaho State University. And what he did, he found out, gee, it's not diatomic hydrogen, not monatomic hydrogen. It appears to be gaseous water with the excess electrons. And he confirmed the low temperature of the flame and the vaporization of the tungsten. So what we're going to find out, cavitation is the key to making that water gas cluster. Mark LeClaire contacted me in 2011, and it was like a perfect fit. I did not know what the structure was, or what the structure was. It was his work that gave us the key. Creates microscopic craters, carves trenches, even transmuting elements. And it creates these water clusters, all from his experiment that manifests excess energy. He connected the dots. And this afternoon, we'll talk about his work and his discovery, because if his experimental work repeats, it will change the world because it's so simple. We know about ultrasonics and sonoluminescence. This is a symmetrical bubble collapse. When we hit water with ultrasonics, typically mixed with some inert gas, the bubble collapses symmetrically, and we see a light getting emitted. This bluish light, if it were thermal, would appear to be at a huge temperatures, above 10,000 degrees. It would look, people got excited, says if that's thermal, then we can use this for hot fusion. Now, Julian Schwinger, a Nobel Prize winner, said, no, that abrupt compression is cohering to zero-point energy. So we got a Nobel laureate suggesting that in the model. And that abrupt correction is actually, compression actually coheres to zero-point energy and gives it off as light. So the good news is we're getting some zero-point energy cohered. The bad news is we're dissipating as light, and we're really not getting that much in this experiment. However, something happens when the bubble is near a surface or an irregularity. Instead of collapsing symmetrically, it starts to form into a torus. And going through the whole of the donut of the torus is the reentrant jet. And all the energy of that collapsing bubble goes to compress down into that reentrant jet. And there's extreme pressure. So we're going from a micron scale down to a nanometer scale. And under those extreme pressures, about 300,000 psi, we form a solid state of water, a macroionic water crystal. And this was the discovery of Mark LeClaire, an expert on cavitation. And he says these carved trenches, and at the tip of it is what he called a plasma bow shock wave. It's the active where he thinks the zero-point energy coherence. And I says, my gosh, that is identical to Ken Shoulder's EVs. It cemented the deal. He made the same phenomena except using water. What could be simpler? And so there it is. We'll talk about it this afternoon. It manifests as self-acceleration. Ken Shoulders observed this thing as well. If you let it keep running, it keeps accelerating, accelerating, accelerating. They see a propulsion effect going on. It's like this plasmoid is propelling itself and building up extra energy. And that's how it gets to the transmutation. He has to let it build up its energy first before it strikes the surface to cause the nuclear reactions. Here's a model. We'll talk about it that he drew. Basically, there's a linear axis of water molecules. In the solid state, the water molecule is actually 180 degrees apart. It's not as traditional because we're in a solid state form at this point. We're a water crystal. And Chris Ekman discovered a little bit of preliminary evidence of linear water with excess electrons. That's what his discovery was. And he realized that would not be stable just as a lone molecule. It would have to participate in some type of cluster to be stable. And where that type of thing happens is Rydberg matter. This is in the standard literature where a number of atoms participate together in a coherent structure where the electrons are way out at the d orbitals. So the electrons are in a high energy state. This crystal can actually form into loops. And these loops are stable under half a micron. And so this is basically the model. The electrically expanded water, we have the electrons out at the d orbitals. The hydrogen likes to hug it. The internal structure has the linear water closing into a loop. So everybody's model is fulfilled. You have the torus form. You have the electrically expanded water. This can polarize. They've seen polarization chains. Observed because it's flexible. They've observed these bubbles, but they like to hug each other. Andrea Puharch talks about that. A lot of people thought they were hydrogen bubbles, right? But these are actually the water cluster bubbles. And thus, when you take one of those water crystal rings, hit it with abrupt pulse, boom, we make the plasmoid. So many inventors have cavitated the water inadvertently. Didn't mean to, they just end up doing it. Very typical is electrolysis gas in the narrow gaps. The electrodes have a rough surface. Paul Zaguris made them extremely tight gaps. This is hard to do, under a millimeter. He roughened his plates just by sandblasting. He said they're very important that that 45-degree angle makes a sharp lip crater on the plates. So he was the best at making plates. Could make it well. Here's a picture of a sandblaster. And he would just pull water in from the bottom. He actually made a car to run on it, and out would come the gas. He could just suck the water in, out would come the gas from the electrolyzer. Another way to make turbulence is just blow air through it. Archie Blue did that. Didn't know why, right? But it makes the turbulence and it makes the cavitation. A mechanical vibration, as we pointed out in Massa, he intentionally cavitates by jerking paddles, making jerk very fast. And he's able to run an engine with no air input at all. He's able to store the gas under pressure because it's not hydrogen, and he allows the storage to leak away the hydrogen. And I highly recommend this video. The white gas smoke is generated, so he sees the fog gas. And Vossa is the closest to having a consistent protocol to generate this gas.
東京大田区のプラントメーカー、日本テクノ。日本テクノの大政社長が開発したこの攪拌機。従来のようなプロペラが回転するものではなく、低周波の振動で攪拌する。中の水は安定して循環するという。洗剤を入れても泡が全く立たない。一体なぜか。通常電気分解すると酸素と水素が発生する。しかし、大政社長が過去にこの攪拌機を使ってメッキをしたところ、難点とされる大きな泡や水素の爆発が発生しなかった。
振動が伝わっているために表面張力が壊れてですね、泡が形成しようとっても壊れちゃうんですね。だから泡は作りたくても作れない状態がこの現象じゃないかというふうに言われてるんですね。
これをヒントにした大政社長、水に電気を流すと白い煙のようなものが。これは酸水素ガス。普通の電気分解だと水素と酸素のガスが別々に出てくる。このガスは振動攪拌機でないと得られない。
酸素と水素のガスがですね、元素が ナノ、マイクロバブルになって出るところが従来のですね、電気分解と全く違うんですね。そしてあと安全な酸素と水素の私の考えでは結合体のガスが得られると。
水素ガスは分子が細かいため、容器などに保存しても漏れやすい。しかし、このガスは2年近く同じ圧力で保存されている。大政社長は酸素と水素、2つの分子が結合し、特殊な構造を作っているからだと考える。ガスの用途はまずバーナーの燃料だ。温度はおよそ700度で、火の中では低い方だが、鉄板を切断できるほどのエネルギーに変わるという。さらに新たな用途も生まれようとしている。東京海洋大学の伊藤教授、7月に酸水素ガスを用いてある実験を成功させた。タンクに溜めた酸水素ガスを燃料に小型エンジンを動かすことができた。空気の取り込み口は塞いでいる。ガスの中に酸素があるため、燃焼時に空気中の酸素が必要ないからだ。水からできた燃料のため、燃焼後はまた水に戻り、有害な排ガスは発生しないという。
非常に安定な圧力を加えても爆発しない。インフラとして整備して自由に給油と同じように給ガスができるような状況が作れれば、自動車の燃料として置き換わる可能性というのは十分にあって、
ガスの正体を調べようと大政社長は液化を試みた。酸素はマイナス183度、水素はマイナス253度で液化するが、このガスはおよそマイナス178度で液化した。
構造はわからないにしても、新しい、地球上で水の第二の水ができた。エンジンとか発電機だとか、今化石燃料に変わるものが水から作れてまた水に戻るというふうに、究極のね、地球を救うね、燃料ですよね。全ての燃料にしたい。
解明できていない部分が多い酸水素ガス。だが、大きな可能性を秘めている。
Oscillating fields. Exogen technology was lead engineer Stephen Barry Chambers. Stephen Barry Chambers' sister was Marilyn Chambers, who happened to be the wife of Stan Myers. So after Stan died, she took all the plans to her brother. They founded Exogen. He has 3 patents. They're all the same. And what's unusual about his patent? He did one thing unusual. He puts a toroidal coil under the water. Now, who in the right mind does that? Why would you put an electrical component under the water? But to make a long story short, an oscillating toroidal coil will make an oscillating electric field around it. And if you have charged water clusters, they'll oscillate with it. And in that oscillation, they'll create the turbulence, which creates the cavitation. Just do it straight up with ultrasonics. Interesting web article here that says not only do you use an ultrasonic transducer, but use some zinc oxide crystals, because that piezoelectric will generate some voltage for you that helps emit a burnable gas that they think is hydrogen. And this came from the University of Wisconsin a couple years ago, that they just some of these piezoelectric crystals in ultrasonic stimulation. So this is a good idea to make that gas. And another improvement is just to sputter the water through the electrolyzer, to go cavitate it and charge it by electrostatic rubbing. This work comes from Provinslick, bubbles and steam electricity. And basically what he describes is thundercloud dynamics. We're mimicking thundercloud dynamics, or the dynamics of a Van de Graaff generator. Same type of dynamics. So with the still water acts as a dielectric belt, and the rough conductive plates act as the combs. So basically, we can start trying these means of cavitating the water. Sputter the water across the bottom of the electrolyzer, use a cavitating pump to circulate the water through the electrolyzers to make a lot more of the clusters. Let the plates vibrate themselves. It's called recavitation, like the reeds of a harmonica. and that would help cavitate the water, get circulation and vibrate your apparatus. And so the goal is to use these principles to make a self-running system. Self-running system, it's basically you run a gen set, you let the output from your generator drive the electronics, to drive the electrolyzer. 2 teams have claimed success. There are ways to cheat. You can hide alcohol, any hydrocarbons, so you have to make sure you're not cheating. So if you do it yourself, you know you're not cheating. There's chemical reactions that can work with hydrogen, but because they wanted to go open source, they weren't looking for money. I recommend these studying their work because I think these guys were honest. Steve Eaton made an announcement in 2010, self-ran with the generator, the Troy Belt generator, and he had some power left over to light the bulbs. Here's his device, very narrow gap, 1/32nd of an inch. He used a spiral line to cause the water and gas to sputter up like a barbershop hole. He found he had a big one. He didn't know about circulation, so he had to make a large one to get the over-unity effect. Oliver and Valentine worked with a very poor generator. This thing might only be 15% efficient. And they worked with a very good cell with fragile gaskets that could vibrate. And that cell is, I think, the trick of why they were successful. And they rode on an elevator for about 8 minutes in a closed loop fashion. So, and Stefan Hartman made a really fun video that we'll show at the very end, spicing in the Apple commercial because they think, voila, they made the breakthrough and they're trying to share it with the world. So in wrapping up, 0-point energy exists. It can be it can become an energy source when self-organization occurs, forms the plasmoids, and if you make vortexes of them, you even get more energy coherent. Cavitation makes the reentrant jet, which makes the water crystal that can form into the ring, and then the charged water gas cluster looks like fog. And when we take that cluster and give it an abrupt pulse, we make the plasmoid. And when we have the plasmoids in the internal combustion engine, we make a huge anomalous force that taps the 0-point energy. And our action items, chemistry department, make Brown's gas, remove the hydrogen, what the heck is left? And inventors, make a self-looping system, and then share your information with the world so others can do likewise, because together we will make a new world. Thank you. Thank you very much. A couple acts. I've got the cover story of the December issue of Infinite Energy magazine. The books are out there on the table. And this is the website where you can download all the information, every PowerPoint presentation, including this presentation. Just Google water, fuel, ZPE. Thanks again. Oh, yeah. Go ahead and put on Stefan Hartman's film because it's fun.
How long is that film? I was going to say, can you take a couple questions?
60 seconds.
Okay. Will you take a couple questions after that, Maury?
Sure.
Yeah, we've got a little time.
Well, how come you were rushing me if we had a little time? Oh, cool.
Well, I have 2 questions. One is, when we were doing this a long time ago, this is like 20 years ago, we started finding when you move the water, weird things happen that made it way, way more efficient. Have they, from what you said here, have they got that down to not quite a science yet where they can get that, like you're saying, the fog every time? Because when we were looking at stuff, we found that maybe 15% of it would be what we call the water gas. It was basically a new form of water, but the rest would be hydrogen and oxygen. With this way, are they getting it like, what percentage of it now is that stuff that isn't hydrogen or oxygen now? What are they able to get up to?
Excellent point. Basically, we don't want to make hydrogen. So what you want to do is cut back the current. Hydrogen are proportional to current. You just want high voltage stimulation. So you want to minimize your electrolyte, right? Maximize your turbulence, and maximize your cavitation.
Why don't we go ahead and show this quick film, and then we'll pick up the Q&A.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I guess we can answer questions.
Where can we access this presentation? You already said that.
Google water fuel ZPE. And the PESWiki site will be the first hit. It'll be under subsequent material.
Okay. We know about cavitation with ultrasonic. You also mentioned you can create cavitation with vibration on the plates of the fuel cell. Yeah.
Okay, that's your question.
No. Can you use audible frequencies to vibrate plates and cause cavitation?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think you get a little more at ultrasonics, but yes, you can. It can definitely. Okay. In fact, I think it happens at all different frequencies. The idea is to get the plates to move together.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, she has the microphone.
You were stating that the particular motor they were using that ran for 8 minutes was a very low efficiency motor, like using 15% efficiency. What about using a higher efficiency motor?
Yeah, like Steve Eaton. Duh. Well, they were working on a very low budget. These are like garage guy hobbyists. In fact, they went to all that trouble to jerry-rig the timing. And you just saw in the video. That was a lot of trouble.
So
I personally would recommend spending a little more money.
You're also saying that those high energy, like water bullets, I'm kind of new to this, but water bullets, they said they work better on a turbine, but that will tear up the turbine blades. What about magnetic turbine blades?
Right. This was a Tesla turbine that doesn't have blades. That was a big thing about the Tesla turbine. Yeah, boundary layers. Good point.
I don't actually need to buy it. I can probably just speak up. You mentioned somebody who was creating rough surfaces on their plate for surface topology. I don't remember who it was, but they said that 45 degrees angle inclination was important when creating the surface topology. Can you elucidate on why, or do you have any ideas?
Yes. With the craters from the strikes from the silicon carbide, this is microscopically, would end up having very sharp lips on the crater. And when you see cavitating pumps like Griggs does in this patent, he stresses the importance of the sharp lips on the edge of the holes, on the irregularities. And Zagoras just lucked into discovering it.
Thank you.
Oh, another question adjacent.
When you're making the pt2 gas and you're getting this fog coming out of the experiment, what makes you think that that's not just steam from people?
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out what's the temperature of it. On the video of who replicated it, said it was very cool. It was a very cool fog to the touch. So that could be an indication it's not steam.
I have a question about the longitudinal or the Amperian forces in the spark gap that was launching a weight into the air in one of the presentations. So this thing on Amperian forces and closed loop systems, if you do a high current discharge into an electrode that has another electrode on top as in a closed loop system, you observe a lot more matter force, newtons of force than what Maxwell equations allow for. So I'm curious, with producing hydrogen, is there ways to control that to make the ortho and para hydrogens more efficiently so then you get the exact burn you wish, like how to actually change the molecules either through electrostatic or electromagnetic interferences, like filters going through there?
Okay, to interpret the question, I'll answer by saying the point of the presentation is we don't want hydrogen, either ortho or para. By the way, ortho and para are very close in its enthalpy. The ortho is a little more. 3/4 of normal hydrogen is ortho, and then 1/4 is para. On the electrodes themselves, Grenouille's experiment is just straight across, just pretty simple geometry.
Hey, thanks for being here. Really enjoyed it. If I ran moist air through a 25 kV spark gap, just click, 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 what would I get?
Well, lightning.
Really? I mean, if you ran that into a car engine, is it going to start getting 9 miles per gallon or what?
I think it'll require a little more than that. We need to get this cluster form. That's my opinion, coming from the cavitation. So if you've got an ultrasonic transducer and we've got some of these cluster forms, and then start sparking that, that fog that comes off, it might get us there. So I'd love to see that as an experiment because it would simplify things all the more. We could get the electrical stimulation out of making the gas and just say it's coming straight from the fog, from the cavitation fog. But we still might need some electrical input because we're polarizing and we're getting the charge to separate on the cluster itself. So it's not clear yet. Nobody's really tried experiments along the lines that I've been suggesting because they all say, no, it's hydrogen. You're not going to tell me any different. And that's how far I get. Right?
I was under the impression that if you start doing cavitation of aluminum, that you would get transmutation of many, many elements across the periodic table, including the ones above 90, which could be radioactive. And if you start playing those games, you could make yourself sick with radioactivity. You didn't touch on that at all that I heard about, or did I miss it?
You didn't miss it. It's happening at 4:30. Mark Leclerc, the inventor. Tune in at 4:30. 10-2.
I think we have time for just one more question. Anybody?
I was wondering if you, if there was a common frequency that was noticed, or if there were common patterns that were noticed at the moment of cavitation. I would suspect they would have something to do with multiples of gold ratio.
Okay, I can address the frequency question. Basically, what Zagoras got the right idea. We're running these things at kilohertz frequencies, very typical in the kilohertz bands with pulsing, and everybody's thinking, oh, that's the resonance of the water molecule itself. It's not. Water molecule's up there at the terahertz band, but at those frequencies, those are very good frequencies for cavitating. And so what they're doing is they're making the entire apparatus mechanically vibrate at those frequencies. And when you have water and gas coming off and everything else, that characteristic frequency tends to change. And what Zagoras did in his electronics, he would keep changing his stimulation frequency to match the mechanical resonance of the whole system. And thus we do have a resonance, but it's not just of the simple water molecule, it's of the entire apparatus.
Lori, thank you. I think that's it. We're out of time, so let's give a big hand to Lori.
Thank you.
All right, like there were some serious gold nuggets in that Moray B. King Global Breakthrough Energy Movement conference lecture there, and posting it one more time in the live chat, the link to Global BEM YouTube channel and that full presentation. We are, you know what? We're 14 hours and going strong. We're a lot, I think, not quite, if 2 more hours and America will be celebrating the 4th of July and I can hop on to bed or to someone else's 4th of July streams. Just rescheduled Real Science episode 41 from today, an hour ago. Oops, 2 hours ago. I think it was scheduled for maybe an hour ago, one or the other. But for Wednesday now, so it'll be on July 5th. Jeremiah, if you want to hop on right now, though, to do some of the plasma EVO stuff that you are working on, good sir, by all means, let's get her done right now if you're up for it, my friend. Otherwise, it'll have to be on the 5th. And it's a great time of year for all. There we go. Updated. It is updated. Happy 4th, everyone. 2023 Tester Lab. Happy 4th of July to you as well, fam. And CC not sure. Oh, who is that? Is that if Elkman, that's you in the background, and you just need, it's that you can't verify. I will change the settings. If that's not Elkman, I don't know who it is. Elkman, you're welcome to join. Any open panel columnists, come on up. Let's discuss as I get to this last. Nothing is visible. The magic happens. Yeah. Let's see here. So, what do I have visible? Here we have this most recent. This was straight MonoAtomics silver collection. Only silver. Compressed down. Now we're trying to make some more here, but I got to get this guy fully reacting with the 2 other coins that are almost set up. So while I finally finish doing that, we've got one more for all of you. Beautiful, beautiful souls. Nan Madol. Macro terraformed. Redonkulous.
To the pyramids of Giza, to the Moai statues of Easter Island, and the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan, these sites force us to rethink what our forefathers were capable of, and whether the facts contained in our history books might not tell the whole story of our past. In the middle of the endless expanse of the Pacific Ocean in Micronesia, there lies a megalithic site as inexplicable and mysterious as any on Earth. A site which has been a breeding ground of legends and secrets for centuries. And yet, despite its status as one of the most enigmatic and unique ancient sites in the world, most people have probably never heard the name Nan Madol. There is perhaps a good reason for this. The Micronesian island of Ponape is truly in the middle of nowhere. Off its shores to the east lie more than 5,000 miles of open ocean, until you hit California, while to the west, another 2,500 miles of ocean to Manila in the Philippines. The island itself is small and mostly insignificant, a mere 13 miles of inhospitable terrain from end to end, covered in thick jungles and mangrove swamps, with a steep mountain rising in the middle. Yet, despite its remote location and inhospitable terrain, Ponape is home to the remains of megalithic architecture on an unparalleled scale in Micronesia. In the shallow waters off its eastern shores stands an unfathomable stone complex, 92 artificial islets built on top of a coral reef over an area a mile long, all linked by an elaborate network of stone-lined canals. These stone canals give the place its name, Nan Madol, which translates to within the intervals. In more modern times, Nan Madol has been given another name, the Venice of the Pacific. It is not hard to see why. Throughout the complex are a series of unbelievable structures made from enormous basalt stones, walls standing as high as 58 feet tall and measuring as much as 17 feet thick, columns and buildings, all made from stones which weigh anywhere from 5 to 50 tons, stacked in the manner which one might construct a log cabin. Astonishingly, it has been estimated that over 750,000 tons of stone were used in the site's construction. As David Childress, who conducted several investigations at Nan Madol in the 1980s and 90s, put it, the whole project is of such huge scale that it easily compares with the building of the Great Wall of China and the Great Pyramid of Egypt in sheer amounts of stone and labor used, and the gigantic scope of the site. Simply, Nan Madol is without a doubt one of the most astonishing megalithic sites anywhere on Earth, and in fact, the only one ever built atop a coral reef. But who could have built such a thing? In modern times, carbon dating conducted on the stone megaliths at the site suggest that Nan Madol's construction began around 1180 AD, leading to the conclusion that Nan Madol was built by the Sodalor dynasty, which ruled the island of Ponape at that time. According to this theory, when the Sodalors were overthrown in the late 1600s, the site was abandoned, leaving the mysterious ruins which remain to this day. And yet, additional studies done at the site indicate that the earliest settlement there goes back well beyond 1180 AD, to the 2nd century BC, or maybe even beyond. Perhaps the mystery of Nan Madol goes many years beyond the Sodalor dynasty. If Nan Madol was built 1,000 years ago by the Sodalor dynasty, a simple question arises. How did they do it? Firstly, no stone quarries exist in the immediate vicinity of the site, meaning the enormous basalt stones which make up Nan Madol must have been transported there from elsewhere. But how? The island of Ponape is too rugged to get stones across, meaning that whether Nan Madol's builders got the stones from the island or another small island somewhere else in the area, they would have had to float them across the ocean to the site. Initially, some proposed that they could have done this using bamboo rafts, a theory which was quickly invalidated when the sheer weight of the stones used in Nan Madol was considered. In fact, in 1995, a Discovery Channel special on Nan Madol tried using bamboo rafts to float stones weighing 1 to 2 tons, only a fraction of the size of those used in the site's construction, but found the rafts quickly sunk. But say, for the sake of argument, that Nan Madol's builders were able to get the huge basalt stones to the site, whether with rafts or by another unknown method. This still does not explain how the stones were lifted and stacked into buildings and walls and canals by people who did not even have pulleys or levers or other modern technological advancements. Even today, to lift a 50-ton stone is a great undertaking, requiring a powerful crane and an experienced crew. So how could a population hundreds of years in the past without such a crane or even basic instruments of leverage have accomplished it? But again, even if the Sodalors were able to transport the huge stones to Nan Madol somehow, then lift and place them without pulleys or levers, this still leaves a hole in the explanation. At the time of the Sodalor dynasty, the population of the entire island of Ponape is estimated to have been between 20,000 and 30,000 people, including children and the elderly. Simply, this population doesn't line up with the labor required to complete a project like Nan Madol. The desolate island could barely support the day-to-day lives of its inhabitants, let alone an undertaking like the building of Nan Madol. Some have estimated that, given Pohnpei's population and the number of working-age people on the island, Nan Madol's creation would have taken more than 3 centuries. What all of this means is simple. Though scientists believe Nan Madol was built by the Sodalor dynasty around 800 years ago, they actually have no idea how it was built. To answer that question, we may have to look somewhere else. According to the oral history of the Pohnpeian people, Nan Madol has a very specific origin. It begins with the story of a group of 7 men and 9 women who set out from somewhere across the ocean looking for a new home sometime in the distant past. During their journey, they met an octopus spirit who directed them to an unknown island in the Pacific Ocean. But it was a trick, and when they arrived, the island was no bigger than a canoe, nowhere near large enough to settle on. Luckily, the travelers possessed magic powers which allowed them to call the rest of the island above the water. And there they settled, building a stone altar in the middle and naming the island Pohnpei, which meant upon a stone altar. Over centuries, 5 more groups of settlers would arrive on the island, each bringing secret magical knowledge of how to move mountains, raise reefs, and shape the island, building, over time, a flourishing civilization. Eventually, a 7th group arrived, bringing the mightiest sorcerers yet, the brothers Olosipa and Olosopa. It was these brothers who built Nan Madol by using their magic powers to fly huge basalt stones through the air as if they were weightless and stacking them into islets, canals, walls, and buildings. So powerful was their magic that the brothers conquered Pohnpei, founding what came to be known as the Sodalor dynasty. In some ways, this oral history fills in the story of the island of Pohnpei back to a time before history was written, a tale of conquest, civilization building, and dynastic rule, explained through a dramatic myth. But look closer at the story, and specifically the ability of the brothers Olosipa and Olosopa to levitate huge stones weighing up to 50 tons through the air using some sort of magic. Some have suggested that this was not magic and that the story was not myth at all, but rather the folk memory of a lost technology. But what type of lost technology could have allowed an ancient people to levitate enormously heavy stones through the air? If you've watched our channel before, you probably already know the answer. It is called acoustic levitation, described as a technique of raising heavy stones by matching the sound frequency of matter, rendering it weightless and moving it into place. Consider the ancient megalithic sites around the world built from huge stones which would seemingly have been impossible for the ancients to have moved, let alone used for construction, from Stonehenge to the Great Pyramid of Giza, and many, many others. According to some, the existence of these megalithic sites suggests that the ancients may have mastered the art of levitation through sonics or some other obscure method that allowed them to defy gravity and manipulate massive objects with ease. Adding to the intrigue is the fact that in almost every culture where megalithic structures exist, there's some kind of legend that says the huge stones were moved by acoustic means, either by the chanted spells of magicians, by secret songs, or by massive gongs, trumpets, lyres, or cymbals. If you want to know more about the secrets of acoustic levitation, make sure to watch our video exploring the subject in detail by clicking the top right corner or opening the link in the top pinned comment. But could acoustic levitation have been utilized at Nan Madol? Might it be the secret behind an ancient people moving and stacking stones of many tons, recorded in local history as 2 brothers with magic powers? Perhaps. Or perhaps there was another explanation for Nan Madol which is even more incredible. For centuries, Pohnpeian tradition has warned of the terrible powers associated with Nan Madol. Locals believe that the site is looked after by spirits placed there by the ancients to protect it from outsiders, and that anyone who disturbs the site will be cursed. Maybe this is just a myth enacted by locals to discourage colonial powers from damaging their history. But what if it isn't? Outsiders from Europe first reached the island of Pohnpei in the early 1800s, whereupon they immediately took note of the ruins at Nan Madol. One of the earliest to do so was the surgeon of a trading ship named Dr. Campbell, who eloquently recorded the site in an 1836 paper titled Island of Ascension. In his words, Nan Madol was the work of a race of men far surpassing the present generation, over whose memory many ages have rolled, and whose history oblivion has shaded forever, whose greatness and whose power can only now be traced from the scattered remains of the structures they have reared, which now wave with evergreens over the ashes of their departed glory, leaving to posterity the pleasure of speculation and conjecture. For decades, that's all European knowledge about Nan Madol amounted to, speculation and conjecture. Until the 1870s, when a Polish anthropologist named Johann Kubary arrived at Pohnpei in the midst of an historic journey. Kubary had taken a job with a trading company in 1869, which sent him across the world to the Pacific Islands. There, he visited the islands of Samoa, Palau, Eben, Jaluit, and others, gathering never-before-seen samples and earning a reputation as one of the greatest collectors on Earth. In 1873, he arrived at the island of Pohnpei, where he would undertake the first systematic exploration and description of the ruins at Nan Madol, no longer gazing from afar, as Europeans before him had, but diving into the site as an anthropologist in an attempt to discover the site's secrets. Despite vigorous warnings from locals about Nan Madol's curse, Kubary collected numerous ornaments and implements at the site, and even discovered unexplored crypts which he named the Royal Tombs. As he recorded in his work, all the tombs we explored were filled with coral. Everywhere we found remnants of human bones and very primitive ornaments, bracelets and necklaces, implements, stone axes, and so on. The shells of a spondylus species, pierced at the hinge and used as chest ornaments, were strongly represented. They were put in great numbers with the dead in the tomb, and they appeared to have been a special testimony to the piety of the natives. We have also found round discs in the tombs, pierced in the middle, so highly valued today, which serve as money, and to adorn the waistband and the headband. The presence in the same vault of many lower jaws and frontal bones indicates family burials, and the number of the particularly noteworthy tombs which contain bones being limited to 13, we conclude that they were exclusively tombs of kings or chiefs. By 1874, Kubary was ready to return to Europe with his incredible cache of artifacts recovered at the site. But on the way, disaster struck. In the words of one trader who accompanied Kubary's journey back to Europe, as their ship attempted to maneuver through the narrow ocean passage at Jaluit near the Marshall Islands, instead of heading the vessel for the southern arm of the passage leading to the anchorage, Becker, the captain, ran her stern onto a point of reef which divides the main passage into the north and south arms. He blamed the bad steering of the vessel, but others put it down to his stupidity. The ship was totally abandoned that evening, and her hands took up their quarters at or near Capel Station. During the next day, the sea got up and broke over the vessel, laying with her deck to seaward. Her hatches got adrift, the cargo was washed out, and then her decks blew up. At 3:30 p.m., the mainmast fell. Next morning, the brig was completely broken up, and nothing was to be seen except a confused heap of broken and twisted iron, wire rigging, and some battered spars. Just like that, the ship was lost, and hundreds of Kubary's crates containing much of Nan Madol's history sunk to the bottom of the ocean, lost forever. For Kubary, the shipwreck was devastating, but unfortunately, things would only get worse for him. In 1879, the trading company he was working for went bankrupt, leaving him without employment. He decided to stay on a plantation he had purchased in Pohnpei, where he married a local woman and had 2 children. Tragically, however, both children died in childhood. Then, in 1882, Kuberi's plantation was demolished when a hurricane passed over the area. The few coconut palms which were left standing were then quickly wiped out by a plague of beetles which followed the hurricane. With nowhere else to go, Kuberi slowly set about rebuilding his plantation, taking intermittent work with trading companies or museums which sent him around the Pacific Islands when he could. That was until 1895, when local Pohnpeians revolted against Spanish dominion over their island and completely destroyed Kuberi's plantation once and for all. Without hope and penniless, Kuberi would commit suicide in 1896. Was this the curse of Nan Madol at work? Had Kuberi brought this terrible run of misfortune upon himself when he removed artifacts and bones from the site in 1873 and 74? By the early 20th century, Pohnpei had come upon German rule, and the position of governor had been given to a man named Victor Berg, a mean-spirited and vicious individual who had spent much of his adult life in the Pacific Islands. Despite being heavily warned against it by locals, Berg would begin exploring Nan Madol in 1907. Deep within the complex, he discovered a sealed tomb said to contain the remains of Pohnpei's ancient rulers. Shockingly, within the tomb, Berg found skeletal remains unlike those any had seen before. The bones were enormous, seemingly belonging to a race of giants some 10 feet tall. Was this even possible? Berg wondered. And if so, who were these giant ancient rulers? The night of his discovery, as Berg tried to sleep, a wild storm rolled over the island, hammering the terrain with lightning and torrential rains. In the distance, Berg and others swore they heard the sound of conch shells echoing off Pohnpei's mountains, while, even more bizarrely, strange glowing orbs purportedly filled the sky as the storm raged. The next day, with the storm seemingly having passed, Berg was determined to continue his work on Nan Madol. But as he headed to the site, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and, without warning, dropped dead where he stood. Immediately, the locals claimed that Berg's fate had been sealed the moment he had disturbed Nan Madol. His death, and the storm which preceded it, proof, they asserted, of the supernatural powers which guard the site. A German physician stationed on the island had another explanation, proposing the cause of death to be sunstroke and heat exhaustion, a curious diagnosis for an otherwise healthy man like Berg, who had been in the Pacific Islands for many years and was well accustomed to the heat. Yet, how he died is perhaps not the most important question which arises from the story of Victor Berg. Whether his death resulted from sunstroke or curse, there is still the matter of what Berg discovered before he died: skeletal remains which seem to belong to giants. Oral history says that the brothers who built Nan Madol were sorcerers. Could they also have been giants? Could this explain how they were able to move such heavy stones? One thing is for sure, this was not the last time giants would be connected with Nan Madol. After World War I, control of the island of Pohnpei passed into the hands of Japan. Like those who had ruled the island before them, the Japanese also took to investigating Nan Madol. However, what they allegedly found went far beyond anything prior. Today, the record of Japan's rule over Pohnpei is fragmented and mostly missing, since many Japanese records from the area were lost at the outbreak of World War II. Yet, some remaining sources indicate that before the war, Japanese scientists discovered that the existing ruins of Nan Madol built atop coral reef were only a piece of the puzzle, that in fact, Nan Madol extended further out into the ocean and beneath the waves, that it was actually an entire sunken city. It was there that the Japanese were said to have found huge platinum coffins on the ocean floor. Incredibly, when they broke up the coffins in order to bring them to the surface, they purportedly found the skeletal remains of giant humans standing 10 feet tall inside them. Could this really be true? What is particularly interesting about these findings, like Berg's findings before them, is that the idea that a race of giants existed sometime in the distant past is not confined to Nan Madol. In fact, it appears across human traditions. In the book of Genesis, for example, there is a record of a race of giants deep in the past known as the Nephilim. Even in modern times, enormous skeletons seemingly belonging to giants have been discovered all over the world, in the United States, Africa, the Amazon rainforest, Asia, and elsewhere. Is it possible that the existence of giants sometime in the distant past could explain Nan Madol? If it sounds impossible, you're going to want to watch our video, which brings together all of the astonishing evidence discovered in modern times, which suggests that ancient giants were real and coexisted with early humans. Then, you might want to take a look at our video on the Book of Enoch, which at one time was part of both Jewish and Christian canon before it was censored out, and tells an entirely different history of humanity than what we know today. One centered around giants and savages that endangered and pillaged humanity. But maybe to find an answer to the mystery of Nan Madol, we need to move beyond the giant bones allegedly found there and focus on the platinum coffins they were discovered in. The fact is, platinum coffins are not the only thing which has been found off the shores of Nan Madol. In 1939, a German explorer and author named Herbert Rittlinger, who had visited Nan Madol during the time it was under Japanese control, wrote of what had been found there in his book, The Measureless Ocean. According to Rittlinger, the discoveries off the shores of Nan Madol, in fact, went far beyond platinum coffins. As he wrote, beneath the ocean was a brilliant and splendid center of a celebrated kingdom that had existed there untold millennia ago. The reports of fabulous wealth had enticed pearl divers and Chinese merchants to investigate the seabed secretly, and the divers had all risen from the depths with incredible tales. They had been able to walk on the bottom on well-preserved streets overgrown with mussels and coral. Down below, there were countless stone vaults, pillars, and monoliths. Carved stone tablets hung on the remains of clearly recognizable houses. What the pearl divers did not find was discovered by Japanese divers with modern equipment. They confirmed with their finds what the traditional legends of Pohnpei reported: the vast wealth in precious metals, pearls, and bars of silver. In other words, Nan Madol was only a piece of an astounding ancient city long lost beneath the ocean waves. Interestingly, this lines up with Pohnpeian legend, which speaks of another kingdom under the ocean, off the shores of Nan Madol. In more modern times, further evidence has emerged supporting this theory. In the 1970s and 80s, archaeologists noted an extensive network of tunnels and caves beneath Nan Madol, leading out into the ocean. One team followed this network to a collection of stone pillars and structures some 100 feet under the water, speculating that it was only the start of a vast network of underwater ruins. But since then, no full-scale investigation has been undertaken to determine what might lay beneath the ocean. Could there really be another kingdom under the ocean? And if so, who built it, and where did it come from? Some believe they already know the answer. On this channel, we have covered in detail the legendary lost continent of Mu. For the uninitiated, the idea was first introduced in the late 1800s by an archaeologist named Augustus Le Plongeon, who claimed that while working in the Yucatan Peninsula, he had come across a series of ancient Mayan transcriptions which told of an ancient lost continent named Mu that had been submerged beneath the ocean sometime in the distant past. The idea was picked up on in the 1920s and 30s by a man named James Churchward, who asserted that during his time as a soldier in British India, he had become privy to a set of ancient clay tablets which told of an ancient lost continent in the Pacific Ocean named Mu. According to Churchward, the continent, which stretched 3,000 miles from north to south and 5,000 miles from east west. Some say there is even more evidence which says yes. The island of Ponape, while apparently in the middle of nowhere, is in fact located at a noteworthy location on the globe, smack dab in the middle of a 300-mile-long zone in which typhoons are born and the first stages of their power and severity are developed. Today, we know that typhoons are formed not only as a result of cold air currents colliding with warm ocean waters, as has long been postulated, but that they also have an electromagnetic component. Given its location, some look at the huge basalt stones of Nan Madol, which have strong electromagnetic properties, and propose that they must have been put there in order making and protecting the area. In other of intentionally constructed weather modification project. Already, this suggests a technological capability beyond what is possible in modern times, but some have taken it even further, looking deeper into the electromagnetic properties of Nan Madol. Consider that the island of Ponape produces consistent subtle seismic activity, which generates piezoelectricity. Some believe that when this piezoelectricity meets with the giant magnetized basalt stones laid out in canals and walls and towers at Nan Madol, the site becomes a power source, as author Frank Joseph described in a book on the subject. Transforming the basalt's naturally vertical magnetic field into a spiral would amplify the power of any piezoelectric discharge by swinging it around in a narrowing, tightening circuit, then focusing the beam of its concentrated corona discharge skyward. More simply, Nan Madol was never a city. Certainly not in any ordinary sense of the word, but a power station undoubtedly constructed by the Pohnpeians' ancestors. Incredibly, this sounds not unlike the pioneering work of Nikola Tesla, who proposed something similar for his legendary Wardenclyffe Tower at the turn of the 20th century. If you have not yet heard of Tesla's work on this subject, you've got to watch our video which examines Tesla's belief that the Earth could be pumped for electricity and how he thought it could be done. The link is also in the top right corner and in the comments section. Could the inhabitants of Ponape been working with the type of power source proposed by Tesla thousands or tens of thousands of years in the past? Could Nan Madol really have been an ancient power station, fueling an advanced ancient civilization? One thing, at least, is clear. Even if Nan Madol is simply an 800-year-old megalith built by the Sodalor dynasty, it stands as one of the most amazing structures on Earth. But it might be so much more than that. The key to the secrets of humanity's past, of the mythical continent of Mu, and an advanced ancient civilization.
Okay, just like that, boom. Nan Madol terraformed on a macro scale. Same with, well, what has to be New Jersey, New York there, all that we took a look at earlier, and the different pyramids, all the macro megaliths and everything else. Now let us take us a little look-see at some electroculture, different people's results that they are getting themselves and the methods that they're doing it, and see these increased crop yields and the positive, awesome real world results yields that people are getting, the increases. Okay, here we go.
Here you see the area with electroculture, with magnetic antenna, with broccoli, with potatoes, with leek, and with onions. And here we have the magnetic antenna with basalt, paramagnetic basalt, and also charcoal or biochar, and the magnetic antenna. And now on the left, here we have only the magnetic antenna and basalt, paramagnetic basalt. So potato, broccoli, leek. You see huge difference. Again, here with maximum of electroculture, and here with only basalt. And now with nothing here. This is with nothing. So that's really very poor. The potatoes are really looking very shy, very little. Little broccoli, little leek, everything is little. You see, when you do nothing, you have this on this earth, in this soil. And with a little bit of electroculture is already a lot better. But this year, the broccoli is not very well, but it's a year like this. But the other vegetables are growing. We are 3 July 2023 in the mountains. Very cold climate. It's around between 15 and 20 degrees Celsius now. So it's not very hot in summer. It's really a cold summer this year. And here with the maximum of electroculture. So here you see that they are beginning to flower. So that's very nice. Here also, but they are little, and there the control group really a lot more little. You see on the grass around, it's very dry. It's not very green, but it's a cold and dry year, seems to. So thank you for listening. I hope you have seen the difference of different techniques. And here it's also with only basalt on the right, complete white. But there I've put an atmospheric antenna with it. You see? But it's not working well because there are huge trees close by. And then you lose a lot of energy to the trees that are here a lot more higher. But it works because I see some results since I've put it. It grow better. But the wall white, it's very poor soil, even more poor than on the left. And I saw a difference. So it's coming back. So, but here a lot better with different techniques of electroculture together. And here you see, close to the magnetic antenna, it's even bigger. You see to the broccoli. And the further you go away, the more little. And the same with the leek. The further you go away, the more little. And on the other side, the same. So, you see. You see, and here further away also. But the most beautiful are close to the wire of the antenna. So have a nice day, and till next time when I will show you new observations. Bye bye.
Oh, that was actually a pretty splendid video that looked to demonstrate that there was a very noticeable size difference in growth rate between the garden and plants that had electroculture compared to those that did not. Now, I think it is just time for me to finally close with the stream that I've been wanting, which will also lead into the next stream with Jeremy Reese, alien scientist, and everything that is going on with the UFO, UAP conspiracy and all of that happening. Or do we continue it? All right. We are going to have a 5-minute intermission so I can go to the bathroom. And then if there is a 20 or so dollar donation through YouTube or through PayPal, I will do one last more full hour, or, well, I guess $50. I'll do the 2 full hours. And we will rewatch this epic Bob Greenyer Ode Owl Delphi, the oracles and sacred geometry decode of Bob Greenyer of the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, streamed yesterday, and absolutely just golden nugget after golden nugget after golden nugget for us in the free energy cold fusion hydrogen community. Either way, it's definitely worth watching. Sorry, I'm waiting for my very slow computer tabs. I meant to grab, I missed it. I should have tried to click on Tesla Tech Steve Alswick's place, it's called, but his episode with Moray B. King, where I hopped on the live stream and got to talk to Moray and meet him over Streamyard a few months back. And we'll have a full future interview with Moray B. King in the future here sometime in the fall, hopefully. And again, it freezes. Fricking cracksity. What is going on? Well, that's why I have so many different backups. Let's watch the Nunez's and their coil presentation from Global BEM instead, as well. It's top notch too. If I can get a donation to make it worth staying, please and thank you. This is 14 and a half hours in. We are here. So this is dedication, education, and advancement. And it takes so much work setting up all of these electrolysis, alchemy experiments, the MonoAtomics, all of it. Like I've been doing this now like 15 years worth of my own time, resources, own physical gold and silver I put into this. $100 more worth of silver just into this guy right here alone right now. And that's on top of the other two. So there's 4 2-ounce silvers in this one jar alone. That's $200 right there, US, like putting into it. My God, I'm bitching because I'm stressed and tired and need to go to bed. I found a dexedrine. Why I've kept this thing going. Full disclosure, I found 2 10 milligram dexedrine pills that were left over from, God, must have been like university, I think, in my bathroom drawer when I was cleaning it out. the other day, and I decided to take them this morning to get some stuff done, and well, pushed it through, and we are 14 and a half hours in. But don't expect this again anytime like this week or probably even this month, as I don't have a prescription for that stuff these days. I used to as a young adolescent, but not anymore, and I don't really plan on it or getting more. It was just a find in the of a score in that bathroom drawer. Huh. How do you like them lyrics, y'all? Happy 4th of July. Back to Bob Greenyer we shall play and continue the alchemy experiments and real science. Hey. Come on, where did it go? Hiding in Twitter, of course. Drawer score, you know it. There's Bob Greenyer. Oh, is this Japan or where? If this is in Japan, Bob Greenyer's here. That's Japanese. That is identical to those other ones we were looking at 12 hours ago now.
To their land,
But
and turned them over to the superstate that became India. The king of Travancore, which is one of the 3 kingdoms of Kerala, was the very last person to sign into the union, his lands. He agreed to never have a child, which was part of the arrangement. But he made one condition, that the temple and all of its contents, which was not known at that time, even though the viceroy had tried in the 1920s to gain access to the vaults. The temple and all of its contents, whatever that may be, will not be part of the Indian state. So this land on which the temple is and the contents is actually the property of the god. And that's what he said. It's the property of this god. It's not his, and it can never be the state's. It's the property of the god. He didn't want to anger the god. And there are 2 snakes, I think it is, on the main vault. And they've literally found hundreds of billions of gold and gems and religious artifacts and like literally buckets of almost mint condition Roman era coins, and from trading with the Chinese and everything. They're all in here, and it has to be kept for the god according to the king of Travancore. So when you think about these in context, and the fact that the king lived in a palace which was completely made of wood, it makes you wonder what these great ancient civilizations knew. Thank you.
Yes. It's about 12 kilometers away. It was actually very near where I lived. And they were given $5 million to do this kind of cataloging process. And they went, see here, was very special to me. So it's a large amount of iron. The image on the left is supposedly of kind of lizard type, dragon type creature up here. Okay. Now, the other thing is it has these 2 snakes, and the 2 snakes actually are, you have almost what like a ram's horn down the bottom here, a vortex and a counter vortex, and a central line with the chevrons moving up. But you also have these 2 very, very distinct circular structures. And within them, there is a fleur-de-lis. Now, one could argue that this is the side cross-section of a lotus, and I think there is some relationship with Egyptian sort of mythology about the lotus, and also you get lots of associations with the lotus in Asia as well. But in Malayalam, the lotus is called Padma, and so the temple is called Lord Padmaswami Temple. So it's related to this lotus top, and that might actually be what you might call, how should we put this? It has a lot of correlations between various ancient beliefs. Now, this was very early on. So this was, I think, January 2018. I put this slide together. And what I found interesting was that there's 12 spots around this fleur-de-lis here. And I thought, like, you know, this is for storing precious things. And here, over here, we have, I think it's a gold coin. And it is from the Bosnian king, Tictoc the first, from the 14th century. And this is the reverse of the coin. But on it, you'll see the Maltese cross, which we know and love as the symbol of God-controlled power, right at the top center. And then we have fleur-de-lis, so on, around there. The actual shield here has a whole bunch of fleur-de-lis on it. So we have a lot of fleur-de-lis. Like the English crown, it has a series of fleur-de-lis coming off the top of the crown. But also, what I found very interesting was these features that seem to go all the way around, and there's 12 of them around the outside. This number 12. We've got number 12 here. We've got number 12 here. And, you know, if you could imagine these fleur-de-lis are these kind of sort of like fleur-de-lis structures here, and they are pointing in, then if in the center, this is effectively energizing the king. This king is the center of power. Are these fleur-de-lis here the representations of the two fleur-de-lis here of the two vortex? Maybe, don't know. This snake is facing one way, this snake is facing the other. Okay. So is this the kind of same representation? So this is like much older, I understand, than this. Not totally sure about that, but this is certainly 14th century. But it's kind of pointing in, like you had a regularized structure around the outside, and then you've got this another line here and another line here. Anyway, I found that this structure looked remarkably like the Neil Gould aka lion's paw print, which is the symbol of my remote view.icu blog. And also the birdie fits in there from the Russian work on the magnetotor electrical radiation. And this actual sphere here is from the work of John Hutchison. Again, this is a John Hutchison structure in our large sample, which we hopefully will be able to have a look at in more detail moving forward. But really, it is this combination of the Maltese cross and the fleur-de-lis or lotus. And you will have seen also the lotus from the top in many pieces of art. So you've got the circle there, circle there, circle there, circle there. And effectively, that is almost like the Maltese cross in its own right, if you've got the inverse piece here, inverse piece here. So anyway, all right. So I got very interested in the fact that, like, maybe there was some knowledge of this because of what's on this coin in Bosnia. So I did a bit of investigation back in January 2018, and I found that apparently there is the world's largest pyramid called the Pyramid of the Sun in Bosnia. Okay. And so if we look in a bit closer, now the interesting thing is the Nile Delta is here, Alexandria is down here, and somewhere over here is the Great Pyramids. So you got it on one side of the water here, and then right up here. Now, when you look at where the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is, you've got Italy here, you've got you know, Rome over here, you've got Constantinople as it was probably then, you know, Turks, Ottomans, the Greeks all here, the Romans here. This is the center of power for the universe, according to the majority of the people that were living at the time here. And obviously Spain over here. So it's Age of Empires stuff going on here. And the Bosnian Pyramid seems to be basically slap in the middle of that. And if we go in a bit closer, you can see here the Bosnian Pyramid. Okay. Now, I thought, well, hold on a minute. I've actually been to this area a number of times. Actually, the first time I went to what was then Yugoslavia, I was 13, so that was some 37 years ago. And I actually went to Dubrovnik, which you might be aware of from the Game of Thrones series. And I have been to North Croatia, and I've been to Zagreb, and I've also been to Kosovo in the past. So I've kind of been a little bit around this area. And what struck me, obviously, because I was in the O-Day initial slide deck, I'd realized this kind of D4D structure of the Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower. And it occurred to me that pretty much I was sure that Tesla lived in this area. So Tesla had a very high IQ, somewhere between 160 and 310, depending on how you're measuring it. But the first point I want to raise here is the fact that he was born in Smiljan in Croatia. Okay. Now, I know the Hungarians or the Austrians like to claim him because at that time, this was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but he was born in Croatia, in modern-day Croatia, okay? I know the Serbians like to claim him because they see that part of Croatia as being part of Serbia, and yeah, but anyway, where he was born is Smiljan in Croatia, which was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the time. Okay. So let's add that onto the map, and we have that Smiljan, Croatia, here is just 200 miles if you're going to walk it across the mountain range to the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. So, like, if you were wherever you are in the world, if you think, you know, what is an important structure 200 miles from me, you know, what's the most significant structure you can think of? Well, maybe, you know, you have something as significant as what's claimed to be the largest pyramid on Earth. Maybe you don't. But you could have thought that, like, the cultural aspects and stuff of this area might have influenced Tesla. And then I found out that his father, and this was more recently, and this is why I led down this route, was an Orthodox priest. And he was also a gifted writer and poet, which means he's very, very creative. So there's lots I could talk about with respect to his family and upbringing. This is all being done to death. But what I think we learned by looking at the Coptic Christians is that they encoded the information extremely precisely. And the story of the Knights Templar was, as we found out, that at some point they protected these Coptic Christians, and then at some point they fled to Scotland, and from there, Scottish Rites, the order was shared the information with Italy and Scandinavia and the Russophile countries, but also that the knowledge was kept within the priesthood. And so the fact that Tesla's father was an Orthodox priest got me extremely, extremely interested. And So yeah, so maybe Tesla was living and breathing this technology as he grew up. He was in this rich area, right in the middle of these former empires, and in the middle of one of the largest empire in the region, the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the time. Incredible things were being invented, and so forth. So, you know, his father, Orthodox priest, I think that's a very, very significant waypoint. Then the other waypoint that I think to try and think about Tesla. Now, you see, Tesla claimed that he was, you know, maybe receiving information from aliens. Well, maybe he was, or maybe he was receiving them from his bloodline. As I've argued that your DNA effectively is like a cryptographic key. It's like your private key to your bloodline's knowledge in the Akashic record. And if that's the case, then wherever you've come from, you have access to that knowledge. So he might believe he's receiving information from aliens, but he might be receiving information that was laid into the Akashic record that he has very good access to, where normal people wouldn't. And, you know, if you want to have this whole nature-nurture debate, you know, like a baby is born without knowing anything, although they do know how to breathe, and they know how to suck, and they know how to, you know, cry and things like that. You're going to have to look at things like, I don't know, cows. I mean, they come out within a very short period of time. They're walking, and they're straight on to sucking milk, and, you know, they do what they need to do as a cow. But when you think about like something like an earthworm or a caterpillar, there's no caterpillar school, is there, to teach them to start chewing the leaf that they're sitting on? And there's no pupa school that when they emerge from the chrysalis teaches them to start flying and go and mate, is there? There's clearly innate knowledge. Okay, so we're essentially, he's remembering or gaining access, in my view, to either his prior life or a bloodline, and it might seem like alien to him because the technology is so awesome. Okay, so one other interesting thing about Nikola Tesla is that I think at the turn of the century, that's 1900, I think the average, or certainly in the First World War, the average height of Europeans, I think, was something like 5'1" or 5'2". I know this kind of, it's roughly that, don't quote me on it, but I know this because other than Holland, the Moravia area that I live in has some of the tallest people in the world as a kind of average height here in Brno and in the Moravian region. And as a result, during the Austro-Hungarian Empire, they actually drew battalions of fighting men from Moravia because they could get many, many people over 6 foot. So that would give them a huge fighting advantage. Now, where are these people, you know, coming from? They generally breed to a, you know, high height. Well, Tesla, you know, unlike many of his scientific contemporaries, he was extremely tall. You know, 6 feet and 2 inches, 1.88 meters. And so I thought, well, you know, where are these people distributed that have this height, and why are they there? You know, what caused them to be that? Well, there's a great paper, and I've given the link to it in this next slide. And this is about the mapping of the mountains of giants. And so this is the anthropometric data from the Western Balkans reveal a nucleus of extraordinary physical stature in Europe. Okay, so what you're looking at here is, this is Kosovo here, where I'm waving my mouse around. And you've got, so it's modern Kosovo, North Macedonia, Here, Skopje. This is Pristina. I've been to Skopje and Pristina. Been fortunate enough. Down here you have Dubrovnik, and sorry, Dubrovnik's here rather, and this is Split is here, and Rijeka is up here. And what you can see, this whole region has people that, well, certainly this kind of area are over 183 centimeters. Okay, on average. Mean height of young men. So there's a lot of tall people than that. This is the average. Okay. And down here, just to the west of Kosovo, in Albania, or this is Albania here, actually, just to the north of Albania, you have these people at 185 and above on average. Okay. So these are super, super tall people. Now, what else do we know about Nikola Tesla? Well, he had these distinctive features, and there's a lot of debate about, you know, what these features are, but some people say they're Albanian, rather, and some people say they're Vlach, which is Dacian. Okay? So before we go on, again, you got Albania here. So is it Albanian? I don't know. If he is Albanian, then he's very close, or in that region, then he's very close to the extremely tall people here. The people I know in Kosovo call themselves of Albanian origin. So he has these very, very distinctive features: Albanian, Vlach, or Vlach rather, and Dacian. So first off, from this paper, there is another really good image that they have there. And it's this one. So you can see Romania up here, Bulgaria, Serbia. This is Kosovo here with Pristina, as I was just showing you there. This is Macedonia. Again, Albania comes up here. So sort of on the crossing point between the north of Albania, Kosovo, who consider themselves Albanian, and probably Montenegro would be of Albanian origin. So this was Greater Albania at one point, as far as I understand it. These extremely tall people in the now Montenegro part of what probably would have been the Greater Albania is, you know, where the center point of these tall people are. And then there is this, and that right there is in this whole region here that they call the Dinaric Alps, okay? So the so all of this black area here is the Dinaric Alps, okay? The dotted line here is the actual mountains themselves. So it's literally in the mountains where these super tall people are, you know, focused. So where, firstly, if we are to say that maybe he's Dacian, where is that? Well, so it's Romanian-Bulgarian border. Dacia is a region that it's a Roman region on the sort of Romanian-Moldovan border. So this is Romania. This is, well, it's not there anymore, but there, but it's Moldova, somewhere around here. So this is the Dacia region. And if we go in closer, this is the Dacia region. So you can see I've got a spot here for where he was born, and this is where the Great Pyramid was. Now, there is an old image about the races in Europe, and this is on Wikipedia down here. And if you look here, the what they call the Arbrat or Dinaric, it's here. You can see it's the same kind of mountainous area, but also you can see it's up here north of this Dacia region. Okay, so there's a large area north, and there's a sort of northeast and then southwest of this Dacia region. Okay, and then there are odd pockets. So you've got pockets in Liechtenstein, going maybe into Austria. You've got a pocket here in North Italy, all of North Italy. So like you've got the area of Venezia, of Milano, Verona, Padua, all the way down here, and also into Switzerland and into kind of like, you know, the area in Brittany here. These are kind of the areas that they're saying that the Dinaric, or I can't read that, it's Adbrat or something, but Dinaric is the one that I'm interested in. This isn't so clean to see here. But here's another image which you'll find easily online. And you can see that in this Montenegro, Kosovo, and northern current Albania, rather than greater Albania, the proportion of people that are Dinaric is in excess of 50%. Okay? So it almost doesn't matter where it is from here. And also on the other side up here, there's another area where it's 50% greater than 50%. And you have this region in between, which I was referring to as Dacia earlier. Here, so Dacia is in between these two regions of extremely high Dinaric race. Okay? The other thing to note is that the extent of Dinaric race goes all the way through to the south of England. So you have Cardiff down here in Wales. You have obviously Londinium, London down here, and the ports. You have Paris. You have Barcelona. You have Rome. You know, it goes all the way down to, it doesn't go to the southern, very southern part of Italy, but one might imagine it's in Sardinia. Also down all the way through to the end of Greece, essentially, nearly, very, very nearly the end of Greece. Okay. Doesn't go into the Ottoman Empire, the Turk Empire. It goes all the way through Ukraine, Just the southern part of Crimea is not. So this is the extent, but you can see very, very, like at least 5 to 10% goes all the way through Switzerland and through Liechtenstein, through Western Austria, much of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the whole of Slovakia, all of the Czech Republic, and so on. And in southern Germany here, but in fact, all of Germany has, 0 to 5% pretty much. Okay. So, moving on. What did I do differently here? Did I do anything differently? No, that was meant to be a different slide. Okay, so I've kind of cleaned these points up, and I've given a couple of specifics here. So our birthplace of Tesla is here. The Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is in the 35% plus Dinaric area. Okay. The other 35% plus Dinaric area is up here, and Dacia is in between. So it is very likely that he is Dinaric. He looks Dinaric. Certainly has these features that are one would expect. He certainly has the height of a Dinaric person from the mountain giants. And it's because Dacia is in between these two regions of high Dinaric concentration, then I would suggest he is likely of Albanian Dinaric origin and mountain giant. Okay. And it makes sense that he understood his technology by seeing a snowball accreting mass and going down a mountain. That was his thing. Now, if you look at the Dinaric skull with the sacred geometry, you can see it is a precise match in almost every aspect. So I've already shared these images before. So that being said, I felt that the region that we are seeing here might have some very, very important material in it. And So I have this belief that the ancient peoples encoded their most important information into artwork. And art would only persist in materials that have a long life. And if you wanted to promote an idea, what would be the thing that has a long life that many people would have exposure to, that you could encode the information on? What would you use? I'm asking you to give me an answer here. What would it be? Anyone got an answer? What thing could you put artwork on that would persist for a long period of time, people would not want to lose, and everyone would get to see it? Gold, good. Sculpture, maybe. Religion, possibly too. Stone also, yes. Close. Okay, I'm going to help you guys. We got rock, gold, stele, headstone, pass the information through your children. Great. Paintings, yes. What are these things that last a long time that lots of people would hold and treasure? What have I shown you at the start of this? What did I show you at the start of this? Yes, Terranart, gold coins. Gold coins. I showed you a gold coin that started my journey, didn't I? This gold coin with these very important symbols on them. Very, very important symbols on them. Okay? So I went to some numismatic sites, and I will try and find them in a moment. But if you look at this whole region that I am drawing your attention to, it is the powerhouse of trade for the planet at this time. You got the Egyptians, you got the Turks, the Ottoman Empire, you got the Greek Empire, you got the Prussian, you've got the Roman Empire, you've got the Spanish Empire, you've got the French Empire, blah, 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 whatever. There's a lot of very, very interesting things going on in this area. It's almost like the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is in the center, but in the center between the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun and the Giza Pyramid really is somewhere in the ocean here. But if you wanted a defensive position, it would be somewhere around here, which is in Greece. Okay, so I looked at coins, and firstly, I'm just going to go and show you two coins, and then I'm going to try and pick up the websites, which are somewhere in the millions of tabs that I have in, and they've been there since a long time, a very long time, maybe the beginning of last year, but anyway, I don't know, a long time. So I might have difficulty finding them, but I have two images here, and one is this, and this is, I believe, it's referred to on the numismatic site as a thunderbolt. By the way, this is exactly the same representation of the fleur-de-lis as you have either side of the 1775 gate of number 10 Downing Street. It's basically exactly the same symbology. And I think this is, either, and we can look on the numismatic site if I can find it, but this is about somewhere between 600 BC and somewhere, maybe 380 BC, but we'll find out if we get to the site. So I'm just going to overlay the sacred geometry here. And there we go. So we have our little nodule in there. Now you see this symbol. Interestingly, anyway, we saw the symbol in other places, like in Hokkaido, in Sapporo. You see it in India. So on. It's like the weapon of the gods, because it is the gods' toolbox. So, but, I look through a lot. There are many, many, many representations of this, but on one particular series of coinage, they nailed it. They absolutely nailed it. You ready? You ready? Boom! There you go. This, my friends, is the mother ball lightning. Yes, it has the chi rho, but this is before John the Baptist had taught possibly Jesus, to fully decode the chi and the rho. So it doesn't have the rho on there, but it does have the center spots. Yes, it's the Vajra in Indian terminology. And if I play here the sacred geometry, it is absolutely precisely correct. Absolutely precisely correct. So, and you can also see it's got a bit of fractality. We have the 4 substructures around the outside and the alternating substructures. Okay. So this got me very, very excited. This actually is the coinage that was, this is a Macedonian coin. So if I go back to that map that actually has the countries in it in a legible sense here, it's Macedonia here. So, and Macedonia is kind of like this whole Albanian region. So if you had these people trading with these people and so on, like what is the extent of this coinage and what other places that are interesting around here? Well, I did a whole bunch of research and I came up to the conclusion that Delphi in Greece, which is about here where my mouse is kind of like halfway between the Bosnian Pyramid and the Great Pyramid of Egypt. And maybe I didn't know much about it, but I kind of got a sense I needed to go here. And I was looking at different things, and I came across. I started to think, well, you know, other than coins, what else are, you know, having something very important on a coin like this is showing, you know, everyone else that you know how this works. You know how this works. This is the great, in my view, it's the total symbol of power. This symbol here, the Chi-Rho, the Christ. It's the one true way. And you must know that those that are in the knowledge will know that you know this science. You might not choose to use it, but you know it. And by presenting and projecting the fact that you have this knowledge, people might think twice about attacking you. But if they were to attack you, you might like to show in other ways that, you know this knowledge. Okay, strike fear into people. Now, other than coinage, what is that other way that governments project power? What do they do to enforce things? What would they use? Swords, very good. We'll see a sword in a different presentation artifact. Swords, yes. But, you know, it's not just about, you know, battle isn't just attack, is it? Shield, very good. Very good system automation. Shield. I thought, what is best to, you know, I've already shown you sword hilts from the Helsinki Museum in Finland, which have encoded the information precisely, absolutely precisely. I used it one of the title slides for the Windhex update, a Windhex, and there's more to come on that, by the way. There will be another update imminently. I have to do some things in Germany in between, but anyway, shields, bang on, yes, shields. Okay, So I thought, let's have a look at some shields. And I got this. And I thought, you are bleep kidding me. What? What is this? And when I saw this, the one thing I could think of is this on the right. This on the right. It is the monopole. The ultimate system of power. Tool of power. Absolute ultimate power. It is this bit, the Sothic triangle coming down. As we've seen since, it is this bit coming down. Okay? It is, you know, here's an ancient aliens, but here's the sphere, and out of it there's a little hole, and things spew out. This is it in physical actuality, in my view, misinterpreted by the authors of Ancient Aliens Season 18, Episode 16. And yeah, so here we have the encoding of the auspicious symbol into this structure and this blue sphere around the outside. So that's what I saw. I saw this being the monopole, which I discussed previously. And that, for me, I thought, where is this from? Where is this from? It's from Delphi. Now, Delphi, as I learned when I was there, but I didn't really know until I got there, but I knew I had to go there. When I saw this shield, this is what's called a votive shield. This is an extreme piece of art that is buried with someone, and it's specifically to protect them from in the spirit world. It's got that level of importance. Okay? But this style of shield was important to all of these major empires, and it went all the way around. And the thing about Delphi here being kind of a great place between the Pyramid of the Sun and the Great Pyramid over here, as I understand it, having been there, they say that people would travel from all over the Mediterranean to visit the oracle at Delphi, and I said Red Oracle, your name was appropriate today, and they would, the oracle would say who to go to battle with and who not to go to battle with. They would travel all this distance, and, you know, just amazing, just absolutely amazing. And so I had to go there, and I wanted to see if they had any coins. I wanted to see if they had any coins. That's my main reason. But the other reason is I knew that this, and this is my photo from the Delphi Museum. The photo that I could find on the web that was half decent was actually taken at an angle. And so I couldn't, you know, test the geometry. And I haven't actually had time to properly align it, but I'm going to do a little bit right now live in Photoshop. And you can see kind of what I'm getting at. I don't know where it's specifically going to go, but you'll get what I'm going for here. I think maybe not. So here we go. That is our Delphi shield, our votive shield. I'll give you the proper name for it in a minute, and I'll show you a document talking about its distribution across Europe and its different variations. Okay. But here we go. It's a beautiful image, very, very high resolution here. It's partially reconstructed, so you can see where the original stuff is here and where it's failed here. And apparently they have deduced that something that goes around here, which I'll show you in an image in a minute because it's just madness. But I will first overlay the sacred geometry. Okay. So as we know, the double layer of our ball lightning, okay, is the inner side of it comes to the bottom here when you have two of the circles pointed together. Okay, it's the Sothic triangle here, the Christ center, and so forth. Now, I don't know exactly the position here. I don't know whether the notch in the Sothic triangle is kind of represented by this bit here. It's not quite right. So I don't know whether I've got the position right, because there is 3 double layers. So there's many positions I could put it in, and I just haven't had the time to fiddle about with it and make a decision. It might be that the final double layer out here is the actual real one. I don't know. But the fact that it is the angle of the Sothic triangle, and it has an extra notch down here, and it goes to the center point, essentially, where the gyro is to me pretty stunning development. So for me, this was a no-brainer. Now, I need to go and find the image of the sketch of the votive shield. Okay, so here is the sketch of the votive shield. Here it is, if I get the right one. Okay, there we go. If I pull that down there, maybe? Okay. Okay, so here we go. This is the sketch of the votive shield. Now, one of the reasons I think it might be any one of these 3 things here, or these might be multiple double layers, is, if you can believe it, they have a double helix around in the center of these 2 bits here. So I'm saying that this is the inside of the double layer and this is the outside. So that is apparently what was on this, these kind of bits here, and these double layers, is this double helix here. Okay. Now, if you want to know, and I've done this before, but if you want to know how weird my life is sometimes, I had decided to go to Delphi. I had a mere 3 days in which I could do it reasonably. And I decided to take my beautiful wife, Kim, and the kids to give them a little bit of culture. But I had to go to Macedonia Airport in the northern Greece. It was the only place to get an affordable ticket. I had to hire a car, which was extremely cheap, and I drove 1,200 kilometers over 3 days to go down to Delphi and drove past Mount Olympus. And when I got back, I had a day's turnaround, and then I had to go and visit Mr. Matsumoto. And on planning for going through this, I ordered a cam link here. And this was so that I could have a small kit that I could record Dr. Matsumoto when I was with him. This was the plan. And obviously that didn't happen. But if I had not bought this, I could not have recorded his videos of his experiments, which you will see. And they will be part also of the conference presentation, at least one video at ICCF 25 in Szczecin in Poland. So I bought this. And when I went to go and pick this up, bearing in mind this is within 12 hours of me, well, actually it's within about 6 hours of having to get on the bus to go to the airport in Vienna, to going down to Macedonia Airport. this got all a little bit weird, because I am standing, having picked this up at the bus stop, sorry, the tram stop in Brno, and I'm waiting for the tram to come. It's taking a little bit a long time, and I'm running low on time, and I see this directly opposite where I'm standing. Okay, and you're thinking, Bob, what are you talking about? Well, the roof is interesting. It has these 4 little vortices with a central beam. I thought that was interesting. The gilded window frames were interesting because we have these vortical type structures. Here's another nice one. Yes, these vortical structures. But really what got me was what I'm seeing here. And it's not a thing that's structural. It's these things here. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about these. These are chiros. Here's a close-up of it. So literally on the day that I'm getting ready to go, this is a cable in the way, by the way. It's not something on the building. I'm just getting ready to go to Delphi, few hours before I get on the bus. And there it is. Why were they putting these features onto the building? They are just an architectural feature. They're not something that is keeping the building upright. They're there for a reason. Whose reason? Don't know. Okay. So, I'm going to show a video now. So the other thing about Delphi is I'm thinking it's like the center of this world, the world as it was known then, the center of the world. And in fact, there is something there that they say is the center of the world. And I'm going to show you a video of it that I took when I was there. So this is the omphalos. It's the sacred omphalos. It's meant to be the center of the earth. Is it the center of the sacred geometry? Who can say? But it does have, at least on this side, these vertical stripes, and it has these vertical striations on it. It's not carved. It is extremely regular in shape all the way around. It seems to be a little broken off at the top. And as you get to the top, you can see these striations going up. Striations all the way from the bottom to the top. Okay. Again, is this a helicoid? You've got something there and something that way. It's going the other way on the helicoid. But definitely you have the vertical marks on the top. It looks quite dense. Okay, sorry. Yes, I was muted. Okay. So I'm going to get a picture, something about the omphalos here, for those that don't know what the omphalos is. But yes, according to legend, it was the start of the universe. And when I say I'm going to get the omphalos here, my computer's frozen completely because it is stupid hot in here. It's very, very hot here. Okay. Okay, let's see if this is going to work. Omphalos. Let's see if I can spell it correctly. Omphalos. Right. So I also have a picture of me. There is another omphalos that the Romans made, and they put on a very interesting tower. If I can get a picture of the tower for you, it's incredible. It's really incredible. I think it's showing the vortex that occurs with a tornado. So I'll see if I can find that for you. So here it is. The omphalos is a religious stone artifact. In ancient Greek, the word omphalos means navel. Among the ancient Greeks, it was a widespread belief that Delphi was the center of the world. According to the myths regarding the founding of the Delphic oracle, Zeus, in his attempt to locate the center of the earth, launched 2 eagles. I've got to echo, sorry. Yeah. 2 eagles starting simultaneously and flying at equal speed crossed their paths above the area of Delphi, and so was the place where Zeus placed the stone. Omphalos is also the name of the stone given to Cronus in the ancient world of the Mediterranean. It was a powerful religious symbol. Omphalos syndrome, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So this is the Roman omphalos here, which is this interwoven spiral meshes. But the original omphalos is the one that I showed you, which is out in the Temple of Delphi. Like I say, I have a picture of that, and let me go and find that. Okay, so let's have a look here. There's so much from this place to share with you, and I'm not going to share it all today. I might pick some highlights. So just here's a curious little thing. This is the lamppost in Delphi. And the symbol of Delphi is this delta. And when I see the delta in this form, it really does look like the Sothic triangle. But what I'm arguing about the omphalos, the original omphalos, which let me see if I can get this. The original omphalos here is that I believe that this is the top of the sphere of, the Sothic triangle type cone. If you look at the influence patterns on the birdies in the Russian work, they kind of have this top part of the profile. It doesn't come to a hard point because at this point, it's basically matter collapses and matter is being pulled into here. And this is kind of the real curve of it rather than the actual pictographic kind of triangular sense to it. Now, I'm going to try and find this document here. I'm going to go less ordered this particular part of the presentation, because I'm going to find, so that I don't forget it, something which I referred to earlier, and I haven't shown you yet. So where is that? Give me a sec. Oh my God, I'm burning up. I'm literally burning up. So, first up is this document here by one Claes Una, and it's Rock, Art, and Metal Trade. So, some petroglyphs talking about these different areas, and this is a map showing the major sources of copper and tin that survived, that supplied Scandinavia with metal in the Bronze Age. Copper deposits are marked with yellow stripes, while sources of tin are marked with silver. So you can see basically tin came from Cornwall, and Cornwall, or this part of Devon here, was the extent of the Dinaric people. Cyprus was a big place for this sort of stuff. I saw some mines there. Sardinia. And down here, right next to where you have Delphi, you have a source of copper. Okay. These are some of the forged axe type things that you see, and they are not too dissimilar from the Ukonafasara, which is obviously close to Sweden, in Finland. And you can see various axes. Also, apparently on Stonehenge, it's decorated with these, what look like, in my view, Ukonophosaurus. I have to say, they do look like these birdies. Yep. We have one of these boats as well, and two Ukonophosaurus, or two birdies, coming towards each other. Okay. But this I found very interesting. I had no idea until I looked at this document that these were marked onto Stonehenge. Okay. Going down here, we've got other sort of petroglyphs and stuff. These are ingots from Crete, and so forth. And then we've got our men that people like to talk about a lot in this space. Yeah. Are these Vikings? Are they just Vikings? Or did Vikings be like this because of you know what? All right. These here are very interesting to me. These are meant to be shields. Chariots. Iberian on this side, and Scandinavian depictions of chariots. Bring me my bow of burning gold. Bring me my chariot of fire. So these look more like Evo structures to me. They're about the right shape, aren't they? You got your two vortices, the central bit, and the stuff coming up. Yes, they do look like chariots as well. A lot of things look like runes in Scandinavia at this time, to be fair. Okay. So a whole load of different markings here, blah, 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 blah. Now, here we go for our votive shields. So this is from Portugal, iconographic expression of a pan-European warrior symbolism. The Ervidel 2 stele from Baixo Alemtejo, Portugal. Okay. So we have our votive shield here, very similar to the one that you saw. And here it is. These are the trade pathways from Cyprus to southern Greece through to Sardinia, to Spain, and all the way up to Scandinavia. These are the paths, and through Europe here. Okay. And somewhere in this document, it has something about the votive shields. Maybe I got it wrong, but anyway. Yeah. I thought it was in here. No, it's a different document. I've got it somewhere. Anyway, let me see if I can find what these things are called. The Delphic shield. And then we'll have to go into... Where is it? Let me find it. I shouldn't be doing this now. How is everyone? Yeah, so the votive shield here, this is an image of it, was from 700 BC. And why can't I find this document? It's a real shame because the document I'm looking for has many. Oh, it might be. This is the one. I've got it. Come on. Why can't I download that now? I downloaded it earlier today. Where is it? Oh dear. Sorry. Apologies. Not that one. Not that one. No. Okay. The document I want to get you is this one. It's called European Bronze Age Symbols in Prehistoric Greece. Okay. And you'll see that versions of this shield okay, I'm going to do it like this. My. Okay, I've got it. Okay. It's not my usual quality of giving stuff. No, this one here. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So, Barry Moley, European Bronze Age Symbols in Prehistoric Greece. So, reconsidering bronze shields and spears from Delphi in their wider context. So, here's Delphi. those that don't know. And you've got the Cyprus over here. So here's another version of this shield. Here's the one that you've seen in stupidly good quality. And you see as it goes around and it's used by different cultures, it has slightly different variations, but it always keeps this little notch. So I think this is like a Roman one. C, maybe I'm wrong. This is from Pilsen in the Czech Republic. This is what they called them Hersprung shields after the first one that was found. So, and where can we find it? Maybe this isn't the document. Oh, right. I did a whole bunch of research on this, and you're not going to see it today. But anyway, there we go. They're all over Europe, and the Roman ones, if you can look at Hersprung shields, it's probably, let's do a search on that. Let me do a search on Hersprung shields. That's kind of what they're called, Hersprung shields. Maybe we'll have better luck. Okay, so here is a kind of like, I think this is a kind of different type of one here. There we go. Okay, more like the Roman type. So they kind of appropriated it. Yeah, anyway, you've got things coming through these 3 layers to the center. You get the idea. And here's your sword hilts with your vortices on it. So yeah, it's on the swords as well. So the aspects of the technology are there, in my view. Okay, all right, that's enough of that. I will see if I can find the coins. If not, I'll put the references to the coins in the blog. Okay, so I found the coin site, or one of the pages of the coin site. Anything else? So the numismatic site you need to go to essentially is called Wild Winds. Okay. And you can see a whole bunch of different coins here. Look, we've got our 6-pointed vortex with our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ring spots around it with your double layers. This ring spot vortex in the center with your double layer. Yeah. And what do they say here? This is from Macedonia. This is 187 to 168 BC. Macedonian shield style with star formed by 6 crescents in the center. Okay. What else we got? Here's another one with your 6 half structures around the center. To me, these imply that it's kind of like the other orientation. Okay. Here's the coin that I was referring you to here earlier, both sides of it. Okay. And to a degree, this looks a lot like the omphalos here. But it's actually a hat of the kind of region. These are like felt hats that they make in the region. But are the hats a symbol? Anyway, that's that one. And so what does it say about this? It says here, Macedonia, again, 325 to 310 BC, Macedonian shield. So this is actually, it's actually a symbol of a shield on the coinage with thunderbolt between 2 dots in the center. With thunderbolt between 2 dots in the center. Surrounded by 5 crescents. 5 crescents, I would say 4. With 5 dots between each. I think that's 4 and 4, actually, my friend. I count 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, definitely 4, but okay. Now, this is interesting because what you're seeing here, with a similar type of structure here, this is the caduceus. This is the symbol of transport and trade. This is the symbol of caduceus. Of course, we have the caduceus vortex. So on one, you actually have the upper part of the structure of the ball lightning. And then on the other one, you have the beam that comes out of it. Okay, so maybe it says that. I don't know whether it says that on that one. Does it say that? It says Macedonia 323 to 301. Macedonian shield with caduceus in the center, surrounded by 5 double crescents. With 3 dots between each. Macedonian helmet. Yeah, so it's a Macedonian helmet. I was right about that. With ear flaps, rows, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Again, caduceus in lower right. So this is the symbol of trade and transportation, caduceus. And I'm arguing and have argued that that is the caduceus spiral that comes out of the ball lightning structure. So this to me is a look at ball lightning from the top, and it is a symbol of a shield. This is kind of a different orientation. So this isn't showing the vortex. This is showing the Chi-Rho, but without the rho, because this is pre-Christ decoding it via probably John the Baptist, but it does have the center spot. So this is one of the most accurate you can find. You can actually find the Chi-Rho without the spots on other coins. You can even get some like this on eBay. So here's one, again, with the Chi-Rho, but less precisely designed. Again, it says here, Macedonia, 325 to 310 BC, Macedonian shield with thunderbolt in the center. Okay, so it is thunderbolt. Here is a different one, which looks more like your Vajra. Okay, the Vajra symbol. Okay, and this says here, Macedonia, 323 to 310 BC, Macedonian shield with thunderbolt in the center. Okay, and 5 double crescents. So here's another one with the Vajra, not so well rendered this time. Macedonian shield with thunderbolt in the center. So the Vajra, again, here's one very poorly made. Thunderbolt in the center. Here, another one, more like a Vajra. Shield with thunderbolt in the center. Okay, thunderbolt in the center. And there was an Alexander the Great. Where did he go? Did he go to northern India? Maybe he went to northern India. This one's rather nice. Ring spot with another couple of layers, a bit like our votive shield. Again, these are shields, but done into coins. Macedonian shield with dot in 3 circles in the center, surrounded by 5 double crescents. Okay, another one with a caduceus spiral, symbol of trade. So back then, in my view, they were representing directly the technology. Now, are they just trying to preserve it? Did they really understand? This one, again, is the Chi-Rho with the 2 spots. So it's another example. But for me, the most accurate one I saw here, I mean, here's another one, but it's not right. The most accurate one is the one that I showed you first up here. Not that one from the top. It's the one that I have in my slide here. There we go. All right. Oh, yes, Corky, you really do have a boom coming here. Yes, you're right. He's ahead of everyone. Okay. Right. I have so much material from Delphi to share with you. So much. So it's going to take a lot of work to go through these different things. I will include the link to the Bronze Age symbols and also to the coins. But what am I referring to here in my little way? I think we'll probably close out with this. Yeah. So what happened was I was preparing a presentation for you guys, actually, on the last evening I was in Delphi. And I said to the children, I said, here's the budget. Go downstairs and buy something. Yeah. Get something for yourself. And I did the work for you guys for 2 or 3 hours. And then they came back and said, we know what we want, Dad. We know what we want. They said, these really, really little cool miniature owls. I thought, owls? Well, that's nice, isn't it? I wonder why they got owls here. And these two little guys, this one was the one that my daughter chose, and my son chose the little black one. This is in alabaster, and this is in bronze, as it would be. And it actually says Athens on here in Greek. It's sort of embossed into the cast metal. And so, you know what? I went downstairs and they said, we want those. I said, seriously, you want owls? You want owls? Yeah, we want owls. Now, whatever. I went into the shop. I said, my kids, they really like these owls. Can we have a look? So they look at them. And I said, so what's the significance of owls, right, in Delphi? And the woman in the shop says, what? I said, why so many owls in Delphi? They go, well, that's the symbol of Delphi. I go, oh God. Stupid Bob. It's the symbol of Delphi. Of course, it would be the symbol of Delphi. Why is that interesting? Well, because, of course, it's in the sacred geometry, isn't it? It's in the sacred geometry. It is, if I lose the thing here, the owl is this bit. You got your two eyes here, and then you have the golden ratio lines, and that's the bottom of the beak. And that is the owl. That is the owl. Okay. It's also on the votive shield. Okay, it would be. Right. Okay. So feeling a little bit embarrassed, I thought, well, they're getting two owls. That's really cool. It's the sacred geometry. I said, is there anything else that's like I should know about symbology, about Delphi? Like what is the most important symbols other than the owls? They said, well, it would be this. And I'll find something like she showed me. She showed me something like this. In fact, a whole collection of things a bit like this. She showed me this. And this, and this, and this. And I said, I'm sorry, but have you got anything where these are actually perfect circles and this line doesn't go out longer? Because it shouldn't do that. They had lots of symbols that look like this, which look like a Vajra, right? But I said, this isn't correct. It shouldn't be like this. You should have a perfect curve here, a perfect curve here. They should meet here and here. The center line's fine, but the center line shouldn't really go much higher than the curvature of here. And it should be from the center of here to the center of here. And I said, what is this? He said, this is the double epsilon, right? Okay. All right. So this is, I didn't find any coins in that museum. I did actually go to another museum. That'll be another presentation. I've got unbelievable amounts of material. It is a incredibly special place, Delphi. Incredibly. If you ever get a chance to go there, you must go there, right? It was worth driving those miles and being tired for so long to go there to get this. So I said, you've got to have something. So like, there was many things that they had in the shop, and all of them were wrong. And I said, let me see if I can find you what it should look like. Okay. So I had a look. And this is what I found. It's just on Google image search. This is what I found. I said, that there, that is what it should look like. Right? So, bearing in mind, I already showed you what the double epsilon effectively here. This is how you would represent it, because this is a vortex. This is the ring in the center that is represented by the two spots here. Yeah. When it's showing, where is it gone now? Why does it do that? This. I said, you've got the curve here and the curve here, and this is the line through the middle. Okay, so this is that loop there. This is that loop here. This is the vortex that comes through the middle, but that flux of chi is caused by this vortex, and you're just seeing this end on, because this is a slice through the whole structure. It's a slice through the whole structure. But if you are kind of representing it in slightly more 3D, it is correct to have a straight line, but it has to go to halfway along here. So I said to them, it has to be, and can only be, the correct way to represent this has to be this particular way of showing it, which I've got somewhere. Did it go now? Oh no. Oh dear, I've lost it again. Okay, this one, like I just had. Right, this one. That, I said, is what we need to be looking at here. Okay. All right. So I thought, well, you know, okay, what is this image? What is this image? Because it appeared to be on Wikipedia. And I went to the Wikipedia article when I got back to the apartment, very disappointed that I couldn't find this symbol that I could buy from Delphi, it being the symbol of Delphi. As you can see here, the Delphic epsilon is the double epsilon, the Delphic epsilon is the purported symbol of epsilon team. I thought, what is epsilon team? What is epsilon team? Okay, so here we go on Wikipedia. The epsilon team, Greek, blah, 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 Omada epsilon, is an alleged secret society. Okay, secret society, okay. Appears in Greek modern folklore. Conspiracy theories, oh dear, they mustn't want this to be talked about. Ufology. The team was first described in a 1977 book and supposedly consists of prominent Greek people who possess secret knowledge of extraterrestrial origin. Boom! What? Are you serious? This is the symbol they choose from Delphi. I had no idea was the symbol of Delphi. Is the symbol that they choose as a secret society from this region where these people that birthed Tesla came from, the center of the universe, that was this omphalos, which is the shape it needs to be, the original omphalos. And they're saying they're choosing this for their... Okay. And of course, here we go. Beginning in the 1980s, literature about the society became infused with anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, right? So people writing about the Epsilon team started to say there was some anti-Semitic conspiracy theories going on about this. And the Epsilon team is in a cosmic battle against the Jews. The body of beliefs related to the Epsilon team has been labeled Epsilonism, and those subscribed have been called Epsilonists. Okay? Whatever. Do you see how weird that was? Before I go, I see that chiro on the building when I'm picking up this. Okay? Why do I see it? I see it because I'm going to Delphi because I saw it on the coins. And the coins are representations of shields. The shields that have this precise geometry on it, represented in various ways. One, the thunderbolt, the caduceus spiral, and the votive shield, which is the monopole. So I'm going to Delphi. I see it on the side of the building. I know I'm doing the right thing. I get there and my children choose to find for their gifts 2 owls. 2 owls. 2 birds, which are the sacred geometry. And I go down and I say, okay, cool. Let's see what you want. There's 2 owls. And they tell me this symbol is the symbol of Delphi. This symbol that they showed me, which is not the symbol of Delphi, these rubbish ones. Anyway, the rubbish ones, which look a bit like Vrajra and so on. Okay, because if you extend this out, if you just stretch this, it is Vrajra, isn't it? It's like, if you just stretch that out, it is Vrajra. But the Vrajra is not properly represented. Okay, this is the correct representation, and I would argue actually that probably the one that's on the this is even better. This is even better. It's more accurate because if you were to take a slice through the structure, this tells you everything you need to know. You have your double there. You have your vortex cores here. You have the vortex cores that you're seeing a slice through the half of it there, and you have the resultant vortex center going through the middle. It creates the monopole. The monopole is this. That is the sacred geometry. It is what's running the pyramid. It is what is causing this. Maybe you could call it panspermia. I call it like it is, this is the same thing. It's just poorly represented. Okay, this is what's on the 1775 front of the Downing Street. Okay. It relates back to all of this. Okay. Nikola Tesla was born in a place very close to the largest pyramid on Earth, apparently, where this was felt to be important on this coinage. All of the symbols, the major symbols of this technology. His father would have been privy to this knowledge, or certainly had an opportunity as a priest, because the knowledge was passed through the priesthood. Okay? So he was living in the right place with the right kind of lineage. He has this, location and this giant, and I don't know what's going on with that whole thing, but I believe that the people who knew this, so the argument about Epsilon team, effectively, is that they're both off planet, and the people in that believed they were in a cosmic time eternal battle with other species. So that is the conspiracy theory that was laid onto the Epsilon team. But I cannot argue that this is the technology. So that was boom 1. It is represented in these Hirschsprung shields as the monopole, which is the represented here in this fractal level as the auspicious symbol. It is what's driving the pyramid, and it is what does this in nature. It is the ultimate power, and it is in our faces, and it's perfectly in our skulls. This has been a very weird journey for me. A very, very weird journey. If you have any questions, now would be the time to ask them. I will put more references in that I've just missed, and they are abundant in this particular presentation. I have a whole bunch of links to Epsilon Team. There's not much out there, actually, that you can read, but that's probably because it's a secret society, right? Probably secret societies are not wanting everything that they know to be public, and this one took a lot of flack. But for me, this is the real winner here. This meant for me, when I saw this and I saw this, I had to go to Delphi. I had to go to Delphi. I had to understand why. And Delphi is the center of the universe, as far as you can see, if you consider the whole of the Mediterranean here, and the fact between the Bosnia pyramid of the sun and the pyramid at Giza, it's kind of basically in the center, on a line almost through them. Anyway, there we go. That's my hypothesis. Right. Yes, it's the ultimate weapon, Paul O'Neill. When will I go to the Bosnian pyramids? I don't know. I've got so much work to do, things to get done this summer, and it all costs money. So I will be going to visit one of your colleagues here in the chat in Germany, and it is confirmed that he has the exact model of little robot from looking for heat that was constructed and designed around the time that Lion Aka Neil Gould bought the original one. So I believe that that has the best chance of replicating Neil Gould's Lion reactors. We have the actual fuel prepared by Neil Gould, and what I'm going to do is go and see what status of it is, document it, and take a setup to hopefully Artifact will be able to integrate a T7 Pro, and at some point later we will run the experiment. So yeah, and this is not an artistic, I know what you're saying, but this is beautifully accurate. There's the other coins were not made as beautiful as this, but this is the double epsilon. Now I've got one more boom for you. I've got a bonus boom today. Why not? I only actually found this out today by looking at someone talking about epsilon, double epsilon. Because apparently, let me actually find the quote. Let me see if I can find it. Oh dear. Such a mess of slides. Where are we? Okay, so. Ah, dear. How it all comes together. So this is a blog, which I'll give the link to on Epsilon Team. And it says here, Dan Brown, writer of the Da Vinci Code, which was a misinformation, which was terrible, really, to be honest, would probably run a new series of novels if he probed behind the myth and or reality of Epsilon's secret society, otherwise known in Greece as Armada Epsilon or the Epsilon Team. Armada Epsilon's symbol is the Delphic Epsilon, two E's connected back to back and supposedly appearing in ancient Greek and Inca monuments. Okay? Some researchers claim that the symbol has also been seen on UFOs. But wait, that would mean that we have actually seen a UFO, right? Well, alleged reports from eyewitness accounts in the 1940s incident in Roswell claimed that on the debris salvaged from the apparent UFO crash were the words, "this," which means freedom. What if this group does indeed exist? Is it based on other secret societies such as the Freemasons, Illuminati, or even the Bilderberg Group? Legend or not, myth or fact? Today we open the X-Files on the Armada Epsilon. This is one of the closest kept secrets from the public eye. Many people or mainstream media have attempted to address the issue, but were quickly silenced, and the topic or anything revolving around them was swept under the carpet. You will notice that there is extremely very little known of this group, though the internet or books on the mainstream media, and through the internet or books on mainstream media, and yes, they are on a contact-based coordination with NASA. Politicians have no direct contact with this organization. The members will never identify themselves, and if there is some form of leak, they tend to laugh at the conspiracy that even such organization exists. You know, would there ever be a president that would go sailing in the Greek islands? I don't know. So, what is this society about? What is its purpose and its origins? Do such exceptional Helens actually exist? And if yes, why have they not come forward? Why do believers claim that members of Armada Epsilon have advanced knowledge of secret technology that is so great that it can safeguard Greece and the world from threats? Are their minds so advanced that they are able to telepathically converse with aliens? Or are they just a gifted group of intellectuals that have aptitude to understand codes and writings inscribed on ancient ruins that are not commonly understood by man using the gift of Hellenic mythology? Better yet, is this whole story just another tale that was passed down from generation to generation, so we, the Greek people, can feel safer knowing that this unique circle of Hellenes will surface when we are at harm's way in order to protect us and stand up for Hellenism? I will try to answer all of these questions, but please keep in mind that this subject is so controversial that it cannot be tackled in one. Okay, blah, blah, blah. You can go and read this. I will provide the link if you can't find it yourself. So, yeah, the Greeks have Epsilon Supreme Council on Mount Athos, Orthodox version. Oh, it's Orthodox Christian. Interesting. Wasn't Tesla's father an Orthodox priest? Anyway, at the monastery of Vatopedi, and every year a group of illustrious brothers of the United Grand Lodge in England, go there for a special summit, including Prince Charles. Don't forget his father is Greek and baptized Orthodox. So Orthodox guys know this. Okay, all right, fine. The group apparently practices in secret old pagan rituals, much like they did in ancient Delphi. Some say this Armada Epsilon a coincidence. Yes, Jackie Onassis. Yes, very good. Yeah, so it's blah, 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 blah. Right, I think you need to hear that Greeks are higher than other nations because their DNA is different, much like their skeleton, which they say implies that the Greeks are reclassified and not like another mankind. They hold of the messianic remarks by affirming that Syrians or the Armada Epsilon will come to save Greece. Well, obviously this is old. They represent myths and legends, blah, 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 blah. So obviously, whatever. You can read this. You can read what you want. But I'm interested in this bit here. Well, alleged reports from eyewitness accounts in the 1940s incident in Roswell claim that on the debris salvaged from the apparent UFO crash were the words, "This," which means freedom. Okay, right. This, boom, is Tom DeLonge. This apparently, according to Tom DeLonge, and the wreckage had Greek symbols on it. It spelled freedom. And then we have a double epsilon here and a double epsilon here. Just saying. Now, what happened to Tom DeLonge? Wasn't he like in with a lot of UFO people and he kind of got them out of the woodwork and then tried to get it released and then disappeared? Oh dear, there we go. So this apparently is what was on the crashed UFO. And we have a double epsilon here and a double epsilon here. Correctly proportioned, by the way. It has the thing and, it's not very clear, I have to say, but it doesn't have this extending out. It doesn't have the two sides of the E's going too far. Okay, there we go. I think I'll probably leave it at that, but there we go. That is my journey in a incredibly small nutshell to an amazing set of circumstances where I knew I had to go. It was because of this particular Chiro type structure. Saw it on the building before I left. And go there and find out that it is the symbol of Delphi. And there's a secret society that use this symbol and they believe that they have secret knowledge of extraterrestrial origin. So I therefore am saying that when I said at the beginning, OdySee's secret, I am very, very, very firmly in the position, unless someone can convince me of a wholly different structured universe, that the sacred geometry is the secret, the great secret. It is God's toolbox. It is the Vajra when it's stretched and distorted, but it is ball lightning. Ball lightning is the secret to all hidden technology. That's kind of basically it, really. That's all I want to say. I have many things to share, which are just beautiful from my museum visits in those 2 days in Delphi and surrounding area. The region, there are trees in Greece and possibly even in the flat area that goes out to the port in Delphi that are producing olive oil. And they're the same trees that were there when Jesus was alive. And because of trading, if you had olive oil in the Middle East at that time, it's quite likely or quite possible that you would have got olive oil from the same trees you can have olive oil from now. And in fact, there are even olive trees that are old enough and still bearing fruit to have been around at the time that so-called the pyramid was thought to have been built, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Of course, we have a different potential thinking on that. So, yeah, exactly the same trees. Like, I think there's some trees that are 5,500 or 6,000 years old and still producing olive oil. So you can literally have olive oil from the same olive trees around Delphi that were consumed by the people of the Bible. Okay, so I'm going to see if you've got any questions here. No, 4,500 years. No, I think the oldest tree is like 5,500 or 6,500 years ago. I think it's on the island of Crete, actually. It's a fairly big tree. really, for me, I almost don't need to see any more. The Delphic epsilon, but properly encoded in these pre-Christian coins here. And these pre-Christian votive shields are the monopole, and it is ball lightning. Ball lightning is the monopole. We know it is, we know it is, we know it is. Therefore, this would be the symbol of power to see you through the spiritual world, and it would be the symbol of power that you would want to have in some form or other on your shields, or shields as represented as coinage. And through the money, you are effectively projecting your power and control. They worship the owl at Bohemian Grove. Well, I don't know whether they do. They certainly, I understand, have an owl there. Yeah. Thank you for your kind words, Bernie. So someone's just written something. The mysterious connection between owls and UFO contact. Okay. You know, in the house that I live in, BurnEye, right? In where I live, above the door, above the door is an owl. It looks down on me every time I enter and exit the house that I live in. When I was a kid, my nan, who's had a relative who was a priest, and I had to bury her a few hundred meters on Ilkley Moor, her ashes. I interned her ashes on Ilkley Moor, a few hundred meters from the stone carving of the auspicious symbol from the ancient pagan peoples of Europe that believed that this is the way the sun worked. The same ones that are in northern Italy that I included on my Sochi presentation from October the 4th, 2018. And she would send me and my siblings out in the autumn to go and collect fir cones. And she would repeatedly teach us how to make owls out of fir cones. And if you look at the plumage on owls and the shape of a fir cone, it kind of looks right. So I grew up regularly making these little decorative owls from fir cones. Cones and owls. Cones and owls. Go and look on YouTube. Or not on YouTube, on Etsy.com or something. Whatever, for fir cone owls. It's really easy to do. It's fun. But yeah. Standish, it's a pleasure. I've been wanting to do this presentation, itching to do it. So if you go and look at my commentary when I arrived in Hokkaido, everywhere I went, this is like just a few days after leaving Delphi, everywhere I went, there was owls staring at me. The first restaurant we went into, and then I found out that the owls were the symbol of the native people that were got rid of by the samurais about 450 years ago. The other symbol that they used on their battle cries, on their battle like headbands and stuff, was the Vajra, which is the ball lightning. It is very weird to, within a few days, have seen it in the Czech Republic, have seen it in Delphi, and then have seen it in the Aboriginal peoples of artwork and artifacts in the northern Japanese island of Hokkaido. Euro sign looks sus now. Well, it's 2 dashes across. No, it's not. Okay, I'll just see if you've got any questions. Otherwise, I'm going to call it a night. Thank you for your time.
All right, we are at 16 and a half hours. I think it is time to end it. This was one epic day before Independence Day, July 3rd. And we are live right now, also on both BurnEye and Crypto Alchemist, with the Drew World Order, aka Chalk Body Outline, CBO, also known as Get Chalked Up, and Drew's panel. You can probably hear Shem, Tartarian Truth, going off in the background there. Part of the panel, Toilet Bowl Earth, Drew, many others, all available, or all on the panel that is restreaming to my channels right now, so that you could just simply hop from one video to the one live stream to the other if you so wish. I'm just working on getting the link for everybody. Love you all. Hope everybody's having a blessed holiday weekend and week. Pseudo-Jew. Not pseudo-Jew, it's crypto-Jew. Take it from the Crypto Alchemist, okay? I took a couple of religious studies in post-secondary, and I had a professor from Israel that taught us it's called a crypto-Jew. The ethnic and religious Jews that hide their Jewishness to infiltrate into other cultures of their goyim.
So they actually really are Jews, or are they like super Jews?
They're super spy Jews that suffer from identity crisis. And, oh, look at that little raccoon go.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying I'm correct with what I'm saying. I'm just sharing what I think about as I'm doing this type of research. So I could 100% be wrong. Do they got the Tay-Sachs or no? The what? What? Tay-Sachs disorder?
Homunculus says what?
Never mind, dude. Tay-Sachs is a genetic disorder that it's a type of psychosis, but mostly Semitic. Like, they're 20 times more susceptible to it if you have Semitic genetics. Tay-Sachs. Anyway, I don't think I've heard of it. It's like the sickle cell or what? Nah, bro. It's like rabies, but for like rats.
Okay, sorry, I'm still live on this one. Khazarian, Fake Jew, yes. So the Khazarians are the 13th tribe, right? They're the infiltrators. They are the Zionists. This is what I was taught by my Orthodox Jewish Israeli professor. Absolutely great guy. He was against Zionism himself. He just happened to be a Jew born in Israel in the occupied lands and grew up there and witnessed the assassination of the president it was like I believe socialist president that was for all about peace and stuff, and that he was like on stage or like right up front on stage or something as like a blossoming political science student, like in his mid-20s, and that right the night of the election or the day of something, I forget the exact history, I'm gonna have to look it back up. But anyways, my Israeli professor saw the guy, their hope and leader, get assassinated right in front of him, shot dead, and killed his hopes and dreams, at which point he fled to took his family and left Israel and came to settle in a more peaceful place and not have to worry about, well, the violence today. It's insane, actually. In the West, you do still have to worry. It's absolutely backwards, and that's a whole other rabbit hole for another day. And yes, nothing being said here is meant to offend. But the homunculus is still here. I'm just doing my other stream in 17 hours as well to try to shut down. All right, sorry about that. Running 4 live streams at once, technically. And so we are live on 2 live streams on 2 separate YouTube channels, as well as on 3 Facebooks, 2 Twitches, 3 Twitters, 2 Rumbles, and my God. All right. Toilet Bowl Earth, right? So Toilet Bowl Earth inspired me to get this is truly a garbage can Earth, because it is both flat and round. You have garbage can Earth filled with recycling great minerals. We have, but inspired by TBE, that is Toilet Bowl Earth, not to be mixed up with his partner in crime on the Drew World Order block, known as EBT, EBTX, Enslaved by Truth. Yeah. Maybe I should just stream it over, keep it going. Why end it? It's this length. Might as well just keep it going. Here we go. This is the one. I think I figured it out. I'm pretty tired. I've been streaming for 17 hours straight. Oh my goodness. I'm going to sleep well tonight. Already 10 p.m. My God. Happy Independence Day, 4th of July, America.
I just pulled it up.
Let me know how the sound is.
Called the seizures. TAY dash.
Do the liturgical practices of the church, they basically consider them like atheists.
That's where the whole debate comes in for the corruption of the church to begin with, which is the result of original Islam, and also the split between the Nestorian Christians and the Catholics, though, the Western and Eastern Christian split, right? Because one side said some things that offended the other side. One side said that Jesus was God and was the Son of God, and the other side said that Jesus was just a prophet who proclaimed the original laws of God, which I'm not saying either side is correct. I'm not trying to cause any problems with anyone. I'm just talking about historical problems and facts, I guess. So
yeah, that just was not going to work. So here's the link for the stream if you wish to go watch it now that we are ending here. thank you, everyone. And yeah, right. I needed to end it definitely before 18 hours. That's 18 hours. YouTube deletes it. Okay. Let's call it a night. Thank you, everybody, and everything does help. Bless everybody that your generosity, your continued support, and helping me make this work and continue making more of this monoatomic Ormus. And so look at these 4 different colors, I guess, before we go. 4 different colors of this aluminum zinc mixture out of the same jar that I was able to separate and start rinsing here. I've also got a full silver one that's not in this screenshot or in camera right now, but right behind it we do have a big jar of 8 ounces of pure silver, 99.99 silver, 4 2-ounce coins, and it's actually condensing silver at the bottom now, and we are going to see it start amassing just in the same levels as the aluminum zinc copper compounds here. And well, shit, I didn't quite finish, and it's not, I still have an hour before 18 hours, so I guess I should move these guys outside and finally give an agricultural alchemy update before we go. So in that case, I am going to mute myself out and just reshare the Chalk Body Outline Drew World Order panel stream. That actually works out while I finally get this ready. All right.
They each have this layer where they continue on, like, oh, our religion was corrupted, so now I'm a prophet. It even happens with the later versions of religion, like Bahaism and stuff like that, which aren't even considered Abrahamic religions, but the people who practice them consider them to be Abrahamic religions. So, I mean, it's so hard to even talk about this kind of stuff because there's so many factors that come into play, like so many different distortions. Like people say that the Bible didn't exist till 1611 with the King James version. You know what I'm saying? Like there's just so many arguments that you can consider in this debate where it makes it impossible to come to, I guess, common terms on anything. But we're still having this conversation just to have fun, I guess. But it's become kind of not fun because people got offended. So I kind of feel bad.
Welcome. Can't be getting offended out here in the YouTube streets, man.
Yeah, I guess so. But it does suck because yeah, it's more along the lines of like, I guess at the end of the day, it would just be nice to try to have a better world in some way, but however that's possible. I think that Christian beliefs are probably the closest thing to having that type of world that we want to live in, because it allows anyone to live their lives anywhere they want to, and you just have to be accepting of it. So I'm a strong proponent of Christianity.
Well, I don't think that Christians would agree with you that that's what the Christianity means, that you just accept anybody for what they believe. You know?
What makes you say that?
Because I've talked to a lot of Christians, I've debated with Christians, and you know they don't all think that you should just accept people for who they are, and you know you should be open to people. And I don't know, is there a particular aspect of the message of Jesus that you could point to that's saying that?
I can't quote it directly off the top of my head, but
now you're talking about rednecks, though. The redneck Christians are the ones that don't want to accept people for who they are, and xenophobia and shit. Those are different than European Christians, obviously.
Yeah, but I can't give a direct quote. But when I was, for example, listening to like reading the Gospel of John, there's part in it where Jesus is like being tortured, and he's going through all that stuff, and he's talking about basically I don't have any enemies and stuff like that, and like it literally brought me to tears. So I'm thinking like, holy shit, this guy is fucking awesome. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like this guy is going through all this stuff, and he's still able to treat people like they're his brothers, and like He has no
Yeah,
enemies, and everyone's good. But you could be completely right. I'm just and Muhammad.
Muhammad has stuff like that, and Job says stuff like that when he's suffering, and you know what I'm saying. So there's people who show, mercy towards people who hurt them, all throughout the Bible, So Jesus is continuing the message that's already there. You know what I'm saying, right? So he's trying to exemplify or be the epitome of something that's already there, in a sense. But I don't think that as you said before, this was the message already, but then it got corrupted. You know what I'm saying? So then it goes with what you were saying. It would just be, he's just trying to revivify, a previous tradition, and I think that's what Christians would agree. But along those terms, they would agree that it's exclusive, because like, look at just Romans 1, where he's like, look, certain type of people you don't want in your community. And then look at Corinthians 1, where he's talking about the different sects and the different groups of people who follow Cephas, they follow Apollo, and all that stuff. And he's trying to, weed these people out from the community, separate the wheat from the chaff. So there's all these messages where, he is saying that, it is an exclusive message, and that the people that are in the church are part of the body of Christ, and imitate me as I imitate Christ. So everybody who's outside of that is outside of it. So they would have it be an exclusive message, and then you see the same thing in in Islam, where you see like, the Muslims are part of one nation. Every Muslim is a brother to every other Muslim. And in the Judaism, obviously you have the whole concept of Israel. In Exodus, it says Israel is the firstborn son of God. So that's irreconcilable with the Christian message. If you think Israel is the firstborn son of God, and you think that that's a country and it's not a person, you know what I mean? So
yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I just think that they're, well, actually, no, I'm not going to say what I have to say here. But yeah, I respect your point of view on it 100%. And like I said, I'm not trying to cause division. I'm just talking about it, I guess.
No, me either. But I just think, like, first thing to seeing, like, be your way out of the matrix is like seeing it for what it is. And it's just kind of just like, just seeing like, okay, well, there's a reason why people debate and disagree about these things. And these are some of the starting points is what I'm pointing out. It's like, oh, there's just paradoxes within the message themselves that seem to be irreconcilable facts,
I just think that a lot of the debate and the paradoxes within the message come from a human source as opposed to from God himself. That's
have
my
you
argument.
guys heard of Billy Carson?
I've heard the name before, but it's not ringing
Billy
any bells right now.
Billy Carson is just cool. He's like a base black guy, and he's like, fuck Bibles, bro. It's all about reading tablets. You gotta read cuneiform tablets.
Yeah,
you gotta read tablets and shit. Y'all are reading off a paper. We're talking about
TV. He works with NASA.
Dude, I'm talking about tablets and shit, bro. You guys are talking about Bibles and shit.
He's talking about a fucking iPad tablet.
I know your forbidden knowledge, Billy Carson. He's good stuff, but he's definitely the guy that got Cecil on that red-haired, blue-skinned giant folk.
No, that shit's for real, bro. They're from Aldebaran and shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck your Bibles. I'm reading tablets, right? I'm reading cuneiform tablets. I'm reading hieroglyphics and shit.
Well, what if the Mormon tablets actually claim that they are cuneiform and Sumerian and
Mormons can't even fucking Mormons. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You freaking, I can see what the freaking Mormons ate. Fuck Mormons.
Mormons.
Smith.
Sorry, that was
Look at
pretty
Smith.
funny,
You look
but
like you're in a damn
not
horror
really
movie
at
or
the
something.
same time. Pretty bad. Mormons. How about my aunt, uncle, and
ready to kill his wife or something, dude.
nephews and nieces?
That's a bit
Great
much.
people, extended large family. I love them. And
Yeah, I've been drinking. What's up?
Not F them, Cecil.
Probably been drinking again.
I was trying to fill the
We're the
break.
codes, man. We're the codes.
Both
Well, here's one for you.
Tablets of the
So
same
it's kind of
language.
related to
So,
what you're saying. I posted in your chat a second ago. On the 33rd anniversary of the JFK assassination, Kobe, which translates to Israel, Jesus literally said, "You will be Israel" to Jacob, which Kobe translates to Jacob. He was 6,666 days on the 33rd anniversary of the JFK assassination. You know who was born that day? His name was Juju Smith-Schuster, and he showed up at the Super Bowl in a dress this year because he's trying to tell people there's no men left. Because the day JFK died, so did the writer of Brave New World. Thought that was a weird coincidence. And then Juju shows up in a dress to the Super Bowl. Because our country's being destroyed, well, nothing happens.
Where's that Rochelle revealed, dude? We're gonna put
Man, fuck that dude. Fuck that dude. That's why I'm really shit, because I don't come on here. I don't say my shit to other people, and I say, be like me, I'm so fucking holy. I'm a fucking terrible person. I'm fucking lit right now, bro. I was doing pretty good. I'm fucking backslid. I'm lit as fuck. So I'm a real person.
This is the Smith we need for tonight. We're gonna lock you in the elimination chamber in the Hell in the Cell with Rochelle reveals.
Man, fuck.
You
I don't need that drama.
Fucking numbers until
that guy's a fucking nutcase.
That's funny, man.
Tablet.
Yeah, fuck those tablets. I saw ETB. No, I'm not. No disrespect to you.
Love Agent Smith, man. Operating through the matrix and the numbers and shit.
Those emerald tablets is bullshit.
Yeah, emerald
it's a
tablets
lie.
is not real.
They got their knowledge because they were taught it by the fallen angels that came down, the 33 and a third. That's how we learned all this knowledge. That's why it's called Freemasonry. And their thing is 33 and a third. And they built all these They built all these Masonic structures all over the world that can't to this day be replicated. They say they can't.
Bro.
They can't lift those stones. They can't align them that way.
Stone tablet, stone mason. Are you
something like that?
What did they build that can't be rebuilt today? The Masons.
Great pyramids.
A fuck lot. There's a hell of a lot that they built.
Baalbek, Gobekli Tepe, or however you say that one. All kinds of different things.
It looks like some fucking stones. They just like stood up. It looked like shit.
Yeah.
Gobekli Tepe.
Yeah. This next year. And I've shared that before. It's going to be a big day. Maybe not that day. They got something planned. Didn't they used to sacrifice people on the eclipse at those Aztec temples? They did.
Fuck yeah.
They did.
Hey, have you guys
the
seen
sun
that
will
movie?
be darkened and the moon will turn to blood before the day of the coming of the day of the Lord.
Have you guys seen that movie Apocalypse Now?
I don't watch movies, but tell me about it.
It's a movie.
The Apocalypse Now, it's about Vietnam.
Oh, no, I never seen that.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning. You know, they're freaking blowing shit up. They're like surfing on Vietnam Beach. Anyway, they made an all black version. It's called Now Apocalypse.
July, America.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Damn. Was there blacks in Vietnam? There had to be, right?
Oh fuck yeah!
They were the cannon fodder.
Say what?
Were they the cannon fodder or what?
Nah, bro, but they was over there complaining about having to have a job and shit. They was
hey, it's officially happy 4th of July, America.
Hey, it is 4th of July.
Daniel 7:4.
Yeah, bro. I've never seen any movie. I just talked to somebody about this. There's no movie I've seen. You can name any movie, and I'm like, no, I've never.
No, we should be.
Never seen this TV show. Never seen anything.
I'm the same way. Any classic movie, Back to the Future, Star Wars.
Okay, I've seen shit like that. I've seen.
I haven't seen any of them. None of them.
Yeah.
Not a single one.
People are like, "Have you ever seen Scarface, dude?" I'm like, "No," and they're like,
"I have that." Taxi Driver.
Scarface only.
A little dark. That's a good one.
Never seen it.
Never seen the Back to the Futures though.
I've seen the shit like E.T., you know, like shit like that.
Yeah, E.T. Come on, I've seen that.
Where's E.B.T.? Have I seen Ace Ventura? I think I saw Ace Ventura, but I was like high as a fucking kite. I don't really remember it. There's like a portion of my life where I was just like smoking
Red-
acres, so like I don't
Red
remember
cock.
much of it.
Amazing. Very creative.
So wait, Smith, you said say that one again. The
33rd anniversary of the JFK assassination. Kobe was 6,600.
No, the other one, the 9,000 one.
6,666 days old. 9,999 days later is the eclipse. And I
Later
think
than
maybe
what? Later than Kobe?
later than that 33rd anniversary of the JFK assassination. So if you want to count the end date from Kobe's birth until the eclipse, 16,666 days. I mean, some of my stuff, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe that's a coincidence. How about like CDC, like the CDC or ACDC, Highway to Hell? When that song released, Obama was 6,566 days old. I don't know. Probably a coincidence, I guess. I don't know. But if you see all the other ones I have, it's not. It's not. On Jordan's first finals game against Magic, Kobe was 4,666 days old. And so I said that on Jim Bob's show, no disrespect to Jim Bob. And he's like, why don't you count whatever? Well, you didn't give me a chance to tell you, Jim Bob, that same day, Kobe was also 666 weeks, 4 days old. So it was a pretty significant day that he was 4,666 days old and 666 weeks old also. Same day. Passing of the torch. First finals game.
What is your blood alcohol content right now?
It's dude, this is where I'm at. This is what's left.
what is that?
That was a half gallon that was maybe here.
Oh, that looks like is that some plastic bottle shit? Is that the
Oh, that's plastic bottle shit, man.
Oh,
I already went to the expensive stuff. I had some Pendleton the other night, man. I'm just drinking the cheap shit.
He's like an American Indian, bro. He drinks liquor and he's like going into the astral plane and shit. Just like
that's pretty accurate there.
Indians can't drink. I had an Indian roommate way back in the day. They cannot drink at all.
Oh, I can drink. That's for sure. Am I same person? No, I should not drink. I should.
Are you Indian?
I am.
Oh yeah, then you definitely shouldn't be drinking.
I agree. My grandpa died in a gutter on alcohol.
So
he literally laid down in the gutter in Seattle and died.
That's what my grandpa did too. But my grandpa died in a walk home from the bar, which was like 4 houses down from the house, and he like walked home and just laid down on the gutter and died.
Yeah.
Couldn't even make it 4 houses home.
Yeah,
fucking crazy. So what does all the codes mean, Smith? That's what the chat wants to know.
I think it means that it's coming to the end here. So on the day Magic announced that he had the fake virus, on the 311th day, just listen, Kobe was 4824 days old. When's the eclipse? Is it on 4824? Magic announced he has a fake virus on the 311th day. The NBA shuts down on 311 and goes to the Magic Kingdom. And Trump says drain the swamp. But that's what they did when they built the Magic Kingdom. They're casting black magic on us. Satan's the Lord of this world. Does that make sense? I'm not crazy.
So what do you think about, like, for Kobe Bryant, for example? Do you think they just like they pick him because he has those days and then they like invest in his career, or do you think he's just born to like be that guy?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I thought at first like they make up some of these dates and stuff, and I'm like, there's no way. This guy up top, he seems somewhat interested. He's not dogging on me. That's cool. I appreciate it. But even if people don't think it's that's fine. But if you saw how much I had, dude is like a Bing commercial. Whatever the fuck that means, bro. You know what I mean?
Why would Kobe be so important to this?
Well, Kobe translates to the supplanter, or the one who takes the place of someone else, like a false idol or an antichrist. He was baby Jordan.
So you think,
why is Jordan so important? There's a whole culture around him. He's the first signature shoe athlete. He's the first billionaire athlete. He's known for what? His all-mocking tongue. Name one other person known for an all-mocking tongue besides
Miley Cyrus.
Besides Kiss. Kiss.
Miley
and
Cyrus.
what's Jim Carrey's name in The Mask? Stanley Ip Kiss. It's an internet provider kiss of death, and it's coming. I'm telling you. It's coming.
And also Kobe is like beef, bro, and beef is a bull, and bulls got the horns like fucking.
I know you're talking shit, bro. You're talking shit, but if you heard my research, That's
I'm
exactly
trying, I'm trying to be like you, dog. I'm
exactly what it's like. And what's Kobe's sister city? It's Seattle. Now space that into 2 words. It's Seattle. It's cattle. And Kobe's founded in 201, like Event 201.
Wait,
I don't know why that's hard for people to understand. You don't have to like my truth.
Man.
It's not my truth. It's the truth.
I'm just a
Nothing I
little
say is
confused. Did something happen recently with Magic Jordan or Magic Johnson? Are you talking about when he originally got the
Magic
AIDS
fake.
virus?
Okay, so you got Johnson and Johnson, which Trump endorsed, and there's both agendas. Johnson Sr. fakes that he has something, a disease. Johnson Jr. fakes
Bird
that he
flu,
is
dude. Bird flu.
Fakes that he is something, a woman. Johnson's kid fakes that he's a woman, and they're born 19845 days apart. What are the chances? 1984.
Magnetic.
What about Herschel Walker's kid? He's also a woman.
Yeah. Okay, it's everywhere. So that's the agenda. It's Q trust the plan.
What would be Kobe's significance? I don't get it. Like, why would besides the name? I guess not that I don't get it. What I'm asking is, like, why would he become famous and stuff? Do you think like the Lord uses him, or you think?
No, that's I don't. You asked me before when he had me on the first time. You're like, well, just tell me it's a matrix, and then I'll I agree.
Well, if you were
but
trying
I
to
don't
say
know
you're
who's
assuming
behind
like
it because
I would understand your argument better.
Because God has everything planned from the beginning, but Satan, I believe, is the Lord of this world. I do feel like he is in control of this world. Is he making them born? I don't know how it all works, but I do know that it's all
Satan then gave Kobe Bryant basketball skills so that
I mean, I don't know how it all works. And what do people? What do athletes do when they win a championship? Where do they go? Where do they go? The Magic Kingdom when they win? Oh, okay.
But why would NBA be so tied into the?
Because they're more visible than other things. So, like football might overall be more popular, but nobody's name it. Pat Mahomes. Do you know anybody who owns the Pat Mahomes shoes? I don't even know if he has any. You know what I mean? It's basketball. It's basketball. That's how they indoctrinate people. The I Can't Breathe back in 2014. Dennis Rodman dressing as a woman in the 90s. Jason Collins coming out as gay, is playing on a team. I mean, with all kind, and I could name, that's just right off the top of my head, and I've been drinking a ton. There's a bunch. It's the NBA. That's how they do it. And who owns the NBA? China. That's who. Daryl Morey tried to speak up about it. LeBron makes all his money off their slave labor and is like, Daryl Morey doesn't know what he's talking about. Hong Kong's awesome. They're living in cages over there. Like, they're oppressed.
What about when Dick Ebersol ran NBC and he set it all up like a TV show?
What do you mean?
What's the guy's name?
What do you mean?
Like the guy that ran the NBC TV, like back in the Jordan dynasty, and he ran it like it's rigged, is what I'm saying. He ran it like a.
So I don't know if anybody's ever heard of March magnets. So they say, oh, they're using magnets in the rim. Look it up. Wilson Basketball has a magnet patent, and they erased my community post 3 times on it. Wilson Basketball.
I'm gonna look it up right now. What is
Wilson
it
Basketball has a magnet patent.
Didn't Pat Truther talk about this stuff? Whatever happened to that guy?
Shit, Phoenix, Arizona's lit right now. Look at that.
The rebirth. Phoenix just traded away the point god. Trying to point you to God.
While he's looking that up, so what's the most recent thing that's happened in relation to your theory? Because all the stuff I'm hearing is
one of the most recent ones is I was like, I don't watch the NBA, but I was like, okay, you got Nikola Jokic, the Joker, who has a picture of him in his childhood wearing a Denver Nuggets shirt and holding a tennis racket, and he makes it to the finals on Novak Djokovic's birthday. He makes it there, and so then Jimmy Butler is Jordan's son, and guess what? They're born 1984 days apart. And I found out
Jimmy Butler didn't do shit in the finals, though. He didn't do nothing.
I know. I'm just saying. They're born 1984.
Michael Jordan's son, if that's real.
He is Michael Jordan's son. I'll guarantee it.
I've heard that rumor.
I'm 6079. He's born 9706 after Jordan, but no one cares about that. But yeah, that was probably one of my most
basketball magnet patent. What am I looking for?
Wilson Basketball magnet patent. I would just do that. Like maybe you could probably do it. I'm pretty sure I did it as a Google search originally.
The basketball shot determination system. Is this what you're talking about?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And then people are, oh, that's misinformation. That's for. It's like, no, bro. It's truth in plain sight. It's right there for you.
Wilson Sporting Goods. Yep. Okay. Let's see. A shot determination system for use with a basket and a portable electronic device, including a processing unit, a memory, and an output device. And the system includes a basketball, at least one sensor carried by the basketball, and a non-transient computer-readable medium. The medium
Seems
contains
weird that
code to
Wilson.
direct the processor to obtain at least one attribute of a shot of the basketball towards the basket. The at least one attribute being sensed by the at least one sensor are derived from signal output by the at least one sensor. The code directs the processor to determine whether the shot is a made basket by comparing the at least one attribute of the shot to one or more predetermined signature characteristics of a made basket to present output to a person based on the determination of whether the shot is a made basket.
If you believe that, or they're just altering how it works.
Or it's totally bullshit. Okay, what it sounds like it's saying though is that it can gather data from the shot and use characteristics of shots that have been made before. So to me, it sounds like they would be able to tell earlier on whether it's a made or made shot earlier at the release of the shot.
Exactly. Within 0.5 seconds of the release, they knows if it's going in or not, and it can be altered.
Does it also have something to do with like how they have the system set up where they show the ball going into the hoop on live TV with like the yellow line?
Could be used in other ways, for sure. Especially for anybody who's like, oh no, they're totally going to the moon. Well, then you don't think they can alter a shot? Come on.
What about the airless basketball? Have you seen this, Smith?
I've seen that. Yeah, I don't know what the point of that is. They says it's going to cost like $400 for the average person, and they've put like $100,000 of research into it. It's like, what's the point?
Well, it's probably you can control it with the magnet better, probably.
Yeah, probably. I mean, did you see Kawhi Leonard's shot 2 years ago? I don't watch basketball. Did you not see that bounce on the rim?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
5 seconds.
That one's fake as hell for sure.
Fuck yeah.
It bounced on the rim. If you've never seen it, I'll play it in a second here. It bounced on the rim like 5, 6, 7 times before it went in.
And it's game 7. Like, come on. Last second.
So this is the new airless basketball by Wilson, who owns that patent. The 3D printed basketball. And they say it handles and everything just like a regular basketball. Who knows if that's true? But
introducing the Wilson airless prototype. A ball that takes everything we know and reaches for something beyond.
I can't breathe. Airless.
We was athletes.
Yeah. 311 disease and Trayvon Martin, I can't breathe, was 3,011 days before George Floyd. 311 or 3Ks like the KKK because it's all about dividing people.
It's not about dividing people. It's about
I don't want people divided. I'm saying that's their agenda, is to divide people. And that's why the main street in the birthplace of Father's Day is division.
Yeah, I remember when they had Kobe Bryant come out on the commercial with the infusion basketball. That's what reminds me of where they where they had the basketball that pumped itself. And like
the self-inflating balls. I remember.
Yeah, the self-inflating like thing. It was like weird. Like I remember he was in the commercial for the infusion basketball. I don't know if that's related to any of this hype. You know what I mean? But yeah, self-inflating ball. That kind of sounds like an airless. You know,
I see EBT. Yeah, he's throwing it up there. No, it's Prince of the Power of the Air Jordan from the Windy City, Chicago. Like Power of the Air, Windy City. Known for his all-mocking tongue, he's been putting his name on people's soles of their feet since the 322nd day of '84. I'm not just throwing shit together. I've researched
the chat's on you now. They're like, yeah, he's on that.
I'm on
basketball's fake though. Come on, we know basketball's fake. I just don't get where the numbers tie in.
Yeah, it's hard for me to understand the numbers too.
So Jordan is born 5,666 days before Kobe. Coincidence? Obama's
What's the 5? What's the 5 in that? Nothing.
That's a comma. It's a comma, and then the 3
5's
sixes.
a comma.
So there we
What
go.
does it all mean? What does it?
It means coincidence, I guess. Obama's birthday is 8-4, and on Jordan's first game, he was 8484 days old, and then Kobe dies 8484 days after his first game.
Smith, man, you have such a stellar memory, bro. Like, what kind of hobbies do you have, man? You could apply this. You could apply this to so many things, bro.
He's got to do this number shit so he doesn't drink, and then but now. He's
okay. Oh, true.
But then the more that I do it, the more that I'm just like.
Now he thinks he can drink and do it at the same time. Now this is where it goes downhill. How does Tekashi 6ix9ine tie into this? Laughing Man wants to know.
Who? Oh, the one dude with the face tats.
Yeah,
well,
they all have face tats.
You can go in reverse. It would be 9-6, and the queen died at 96. Kobe, so the queen bee dies at 96. Kobe debuts in 96. Freddie Mercury of Queen dies in 96, and he died specifically of HIV because it's an HIV hive mind. And then you got the Queen died 9822. Yeah, now get this. Queen dies 9822, and Sting, like a bee, is born 9822 days before Kobe because they're KOing the bees. And if you phonetically spell it like the phonetically spell it, dictionary,
you get way too in the weeds, bro. Like it goes just like
the thing that's killing me is like you can. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Drew.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the thing that's killing me is you can make, if you don't have a YouTube channel already, you could literally make a YouTube channel and just say all the shit you're saying. And make so much
I should make videos. I need to edit them, or it's just me ranting, and then people like you're crazy, like they do anyways. But if you look it up in the dictionary, it's pronounced KOHBE, and KOH is potassium hydroxide because it's a disease of cleanliness the last 3 years, and BE is beryllium, and that's a major 5G small cell component. So we all need to lock down.
Why did Kobe change his number? Why did Kobe change his number from 8 to 24?
Good.
See, that's the key, bro. That's the key. You're missing.
So he was 8
all together, bro.
Yeah, I'm not positive, but you got 2319 Monsters Inc. And on 9/11, Kobe was 23 years old, or 23 years, 19 days old, or 8,420. There's both his numbers, and that's the same amount of days from the creation of the CDC until the moon landing. We have a 2319. I'm insane. I get it.
I just thought he finally stumped you, and then you're like, nope, Monsters Inc.
No, man.
I thought you were finally going to be like, I don't know. It's crazy.
2 + 4 = 6 is the 246th anniversary of America. Last day today, Rihanna performed at the Super Bowl, and she's from country code 246.
Yeah,
or it's 246s because Obama is born 46 days after the king. But
okay, I got one for you. How about do you know who Kobe Bryant was drafted by?
He was drafted by Charlotte the Hornets, which is an anagram for throne. And the movie They Live. No, get this. The movie They Live debuted on the Charlotte Hornets' first game. They are Satan. That's how he identifies. He's androgynous.
Who?
Satan. They live.
Okay.
That's who they is. Because the devil's biggest trick is making people think that he never lived. But the only thing is, he never died. So he lives because live backward is evil, and he's still living. And he's here.
So, do you know who Kobe was traded for?
He was traded for Vlade Divac, which is kind of like COVID, Divac.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, bro. I was going to say Divac is just like COVID. It's one letter off, bro.
Tranquil Vortex said, Smith, I hope you feel better soon. You have an amazing mind, keeping you in my prayers. Yeah, I agree. You do have an amazing mind. This is very impressive.
No, man, for real. Like I'm saying, like this guy's spitting fucking like hard numbers, times, dates, names. Like he's got a memory trap, bro.
Yeah,
like
I don't know.
like he's good on it.
If you're not successful in life, I don't know how you're not.
With that mind.
Keep it up.
He's more accurate than fucking Archaics. That's the crazy thing. That's why I said he can.
Okay, speaking of Archaics, what happened to Matt May, dude?
Dude, I'm wondering the same thing.
He just released a new book, I think. Actually, Pink did a review on the book.
Of whose book?
Matt just came out with like new, or
No,
is
not
like
that
releasing. New, oh, Matt May. Oh, Matt May.
May.
No, yeah, no, the other one from Archaic. Yeah, I have no idea what happened to that guy.
He's
No,
still an
Matt's
admin on the
quantum
Facebook
conscious,
page.
dude.
Matt May is still an admin on the Archaics Facebook group because I'm in there on one of my accounts, and I don't know.
Oh, so
I've asked multiple times. Huh?
You said you do numbers or something, or follow
No,
them maybe.
No, we're talking
for
about sex
Archaics. For Archaics, I'm in his communities under various aliases because I like to keep up with what's going on. But yeah, Matt May's still admin on his Facebook group, but he hasn't posted anything since the end of May, which is weird because his name's May. I've asked, no response.
I appreciate you having me on. It's better than me putting my insanity other places in the world. Let me share one more with you. Machine Lies, Cecil Drake, Shem Jacobs, nice to meet you tonight. Brong Ripper, I love what you had to say earlier. And I met Bernie before he's doing. So you have Israel's country code is 972. From the founding of Israel until the date of 972 is 19840 days. We live in 1984. World navigation is called WGS 1984. Bo Biden died 1984 days before the selection. So that's all coincidences. I appreciate you guys. Way better. Good. You got good vibes, dude. You got a good community. You're a good dude. Appreciate you.
We appreciate you. Have a good night, man.
Anytime, Smith. Cheers.
You can go drink a whole nother bottle now.
More plastic bottles.
Yeah.
That's just dangerous.
Someone said that it's like Rain Man, and it is actually like so indicative of that film. Like in so
Yeah,
many ways.
totally.
Straight up, man. Like he's just got that Rolodex for a fucking brain. It is impressive, but you know.
Well, he wasn't even stuttering, and that's the thing with Archaics. You made the comparison. Archaics doesn't remember a lot of the stuff he's trying to bullshit people with. Some of it's accurate, but a lot of it is, you know. But this guy, he's able to just like get it straight out of his head like that. It seemed like he had no problems recalling any number or any date. He could easily make money on YouTube if he went that route, I guess.
Yeah, that's like a skill. That's like the people that can have, what do they call it, like pitch perfect? They can hear a song and just go play it instantly. It's like the
Pretty
same kind
insane.
of thing, but just
Oh yeah, no, I've met people like that, and it's actually crazy to be around those individuals that they really are just like they do have a skill. Like that's a legitimate skill, man. And like I was saying, if he applied it like you were saying, Trent, like if he applied it in a platform like YouTube or something like that, he could easily be like just raking in those fucking those super chats and shit like that. Just yeah, absolutely. Just like, people will listen to that all day, every day.
That's all you see on social media is gematria and etymology with these truther communities.
Oh, absolutely. And they go hand in hand, and you see them like breaking down the etymology of the word, and then they start applying the number system to it. And, there's all these different types of forms of number systems and whatever else. Like you literally you could spend all day doing this shit. And that's a big part of why I never got into the fucking gematria aspect of it. I felt it to just be so ridiculous. Like you really could just straight up spend like countless hours diving into this shit. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying there's I do feel like you were saying there's a legitimate aspect to the research, but at the end of the day, you how far down the rabbit hole do you really want to go with all of that stuff?
Yeah, you could go into it forever, just like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't give too much weight to the etymology and gematria, especially since we had the standardization of languages within the last 300, 400 years. So who knows how corrupt they are and if that actually applies to anything. It's still interesting, though. It's just something I've never invested into.
No, absolutely. And I agree. Smith is still in the chat. Peace out. God bless. Yeah, I agree, man. Thanks for hopping in. And yeah, it's always just interesting to hear those perspectives.
Okay, sorry. Thank you so
here we
much
go.
for having me back on. I love B Smiley. I saw B Smiley in the chat. He says it's a bit of a stretch. I might go there sometimes, but in the rest of the world, you say
Damn, Drew, you had me back there for half an hour, man.
In the rest of the world, you say the day of the month first. So the Queen died on 8/9/22 or HIV. The Queen died on HIV 8/9/22.
You can't bullshit.
Okay, now you got to go on that one. JJ, when I see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's like 7 squares that I can see, and then that's why I didn't see Nana when she was backstage either. Once it gets
And
past
the
those 7 squares.
comments in the chats have been funky all night too.
Well, I gotta like scroll down to see it. I guess I could zoom out on my browser here.
You saw that firework and you put me right on.
I didn't see, where's the fireworks?
All right. You're innocent.
All right, man, we need some drama. I gotta.
Yeah, where the fuck is Grace? Like, is she being
Where's
held
Grace?
hostage?
Where's the Illuminati? Where's all the? Where's
where's
Ben
Aphrodite? Yeah, Illuminati was in
all
the chat
all
earlier,
the
wasn't he?
TikTokers are quiet tonight, man.
No, I know.
Tommy
we're
is
supposed to be
really
doing our-
insane. Like Tommy's Patrick Bateman fucking crazy. Like bad fucking bad.
What's up, Joe Cool?
Yeah. I really don't think people realize how insane Tommy is. All the people I've met in my life and talked to, and Tommy's like, he's up there. Guys, bad shit nuts.
Some of those guys you were having on for a while scared me away. I was like, damn, these guys are too intense for me. Like, I can't remember the other guy's name. I was talking about him in your Discord for a little bit. He was very creepy with the black eyes. I can't remember his name, but yeah.
Which dude? Yeah.
I think his name was Zach or something. I don't know. I can't remember.
Fucking possessed? Why does he got black eyes? The fuck?
I don't know. He was just super fucking dark. I was like, damn, I can't even participate in this arc.
Yeah,
Gotta watch the
you lose
intelligent
soul
people like
tokens
Tom.
sometimes, man. Oh, sorry, JJ.
Better be sorry, man.
I don't remember him.
Shit.
I can't remember what his name was. I think I might have one of his videos on my phone though. I'll look it up.
Oh, what's this lady doing up here? Look at this lady. See, now that people are gonna get
The kid's
drunk, you're
always
gonna see
posting
this-
comments. My fault.
Oh yeah, let's go. How about Grace versus Southern? Where's Grace? They have a beef already anyway.
Grace can't take that heat. Not down here in the South. Yeah, you tell him so.
Yeah, our cake sucked. Our cakes was just fun to make fun of, I thought. And then even that got old. Once our cakes dropped our cakes, the movie, like, it was over. It was no longer, he like wrecked himself there.
No, that was definitely some straight up like that was a humiliation ritual, man. Like I don't see them like publicly trying to achieve something like that without it being intentional. You know what I mean? And there's like, I don't know, maybe there's a reason why they self-sabotage themselves or whatever, but yeah, it's fucked up. Oh, fit up some girl. LOL. Yeah, you go Rick Grace a new bunghole and tell that corn husker what's up. Oh shit, my bad. Anyway.
Oh
God, EBT.
It's Grace that got Gabby Petito. Not Aphrodite.
A hefty bag? It would at least take 2 or 3 to move that fridge. She's a fucking unit, bro.
What?
Yeah, okay. The France riots. Let me find some France. The people want the France riots. Hold on.
It's a trans riot for certain.
It's basically just like George Floyd all over again. Like the cops killed
listen to this urgently because there is a new generation of millionaires.
Yeah, it's basically the
18-year-old kid
European
or something,
version
like
of it.
Was it like a Muslim kid or something? I don't know enough about it, but then so there's like a full chimp out happening.
Yeah, like
How the fuck did Rain
cops,
Man pop up?
the cop shot like a 16-year-old kid or something like that, apparently. So yeah, everyone's popping off, and of course, it's more than most likely like a false flag incident or whatever, designed to create this kind of chaos and disruption. Again, it's the destruction of infrastructure as well. It's just a bunch of fucking nonsense. I've got archaics, bars. We appreciate you, Tranquil.
What's up, Nana?
How you going?
Thanks for having me
Going
on.
on?
What's up?
Yeah, I'm all right. I had a seizure, so I'm back.
Seizure?
You had a seizure?
I have seizures. So yeah, it's all right. I'm back. Hubby looked after me.
You
I hope
okay?
you're okay.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
crazy.
okay. Yeah, I played piano on the internet, then had a seizure, and now I'm back. So bam, let's get this thing
That's
going.
now she's ready to drop bars.
Okay, I can't stand that guy. So right, you ready?
Yeah.
I don't have any music for it, but I just wrote some stuff because it comes sometimes. You ready? All right. Jason Bashir's is a rapist and con. He liked to take women in cars for a run. Whether they liked it mattered not at all. He wanted the car and the woman enthralled. 8th grade education, but can make Ophis work. A boy who grew up in the streets in the dirt. Baptist folks tried hard to show him the way, but that young Brashears, he just ran away. Stealing cars was so fun and it paid really well. He enjoyed his quick time with whichever cartel. Then he served his time in the Terror Dome. Gangs honed his talents in Jason's shape. So he went to prison for 26 years. A plea deal was taken, though 30 got dealed. He found the old books, he told us he did. But who lets a max sec get tools for a shiv? What was done to him in that big clink? Did he take a deal with an MK clinic? Many got time off, their sentence to help. Maybe AIX came from a Tavistock book. In prison, he got caught with a phone in his bum. He liked to watch porn and watch it on his own. Then forlorn filth came from his perverted soul. He imagined a lot in his sick author role. Is this a bad actor playing a bit or an ex-con who spent years planning it? How could the masses possibly know? Because YouTube's a big grifter TV show now.
Jesus, that was incredible.
Snap.
That man is a bad man. He's a bad man. I don't know what he's doing,
he's a
but
piece of
I don't
shit.
like it. Where'd Matt go?
Not for real though.
Got a great voice.
Tip of the cap, Nana. You come back from a seizure and just stop dropping bars like that. Come on, that's ridiculous. Everyone give it up.
Like, no, I took my granddaughter on the AC one day. It was Christmas, just before Christmas, and we were just having Christmas Day, and I had a seizure in the kitchen, and my granddaughter, she's only like 2.5, like she was like, oh, Nana, we used to play horsies, like with my, so she jumped on my leg, like playing horsies, and I was just laughing. You've got, like, if life gives you lemons, make margaritas or something. I don't know, you know, it is what you've got to come back freaking punching. I'm not having it, you know.
Somebody draw a picture of that. Make an animation of that.
Oh,
the archaics fall.
Is that France?
Yeah, it doesn't even look. What
Someone being dragged behind a motorcycle?
Yeah. I'm
What the
trying to
fuck
see
was
what
that,
it was. So that dude
Was that
kinda,
like a
jumped
dummy
it.
or a human or what
What is
the
it?
fuck? I don't even know.
This is all the cultures just grouping together, going against them.
I gotta love the melting pot.
It's like skip it.
Yeah, it sounds like straight clown world shit, man. That doesn't even look real. It's like out of a fucking
Isn't it? I
70s
can't
B
tell what
movie
it
or
is.
something like that. No, I don't know. It's
What
like
is it?
smoking too or something too. What the fuck?
Is it a person? I think
Yo,
it's
but like their
guy that's
shoes are
laying down.
smoking or something, man. Like it's so
Dude, it's like I think it's this is like legs and a foot, and it's a dude laying down or something.
yeah, maybe a mannequin.
Are people shooting at these cops? Are they shooting at the cops? Is that
Oh
going
yeah,
down?
no.
I don't
they're all
know.
like they're all out there fucking. They're all throwing Molotovs and shit, and they're all getting into fucking stick fights and whatnot. Yeah, it's pretty intense. I've seen some decent footage like here and there, but yeah, mostly it's like it's not being shown on YouTube or the news or anything like that.
Yeah, you got to go to Twitter for the good shit.
Yeah, that's what I
think it's
heard.
too
A lot of
wild
it's
on
social
Twitter.
media.
They'll take the stream down for some of the shit they show.
I mean, that's just what I was seeing today.
That was a big fucking explosion.
Yeah, what was that, Molotov?
No, probably
Is it like a
fireworks
grenade?
or something like
Yeah,
that.
I think he's got a
Yeah.
grenade.
Yeah, like a flashbang
bro.
or something.
Damn, he's not fucking around. The Algerian
Like it
mother
worse.
fugitive who
Way
was shot
worse.
by police.
They had potato wedges as weapons.
That's the mom of the guy that got shot. It looks like a white lady.
All right, we are ending this epic 18-hour marathon, 17 and a half hours before it gets to 18. So it
I hate being around that shit when people are doing this, and you're just like, God damn, like this is corny, you know?
No, I agree, JG. It's just, it's super cringe. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like, why the fuck are like all these people out here causing mess? Like, you just want to go to the fucking corner store or something like that. You want to go and fucking wash your laundry. No, you got to deal with this shit now. Because what? Like, he was an upstanding youth. Like, he definitely wasn't out there causing problems. Right.
And
damn, what the fuck does he have?
Scholarship.
We'll see you on Chalk Body.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
fucking
stream's
knows.
definitely getting taken down, dude. That one. I saw videos. I don't know if I'll be able to find them. There was like videos of like they called them like alt-right nationalists that were like patrolling the streets. I don't